Mick Ryan, was the air defense is really the key to getting back some type of semblance of uh, using their sorties with the aircraft that they have, whether it be the rotary wing or fixed wing. And unfortunately, a lot of those assets have now had to go back and cover uh, the infrastructure. So that's just that's a price you pay, obviously, to peanut butter spread that stuff in the rear, so to speak. So the more that gets there, the more they can cover the troop movements that they would like to have as they move those objectives forward. And really, they keep clawing back. It's just one thing at a time. But at this point, it won't make an appreciable difference until the spring, when they can again get more of those air defense assets forward.
Amazing. Carlos, Rip's going to have to go in a bit, but Rip, last question for you. So appreciate your time, and thanks for being here. Do visit Ripley's Heroes. Do us a favor and follow Rip and James. Great work they're doing. A lot of material support to Ukraine. Rip, big picture. A lot of people wonder, what do we do behind the scenes? Can you speak? Can you just give words of encouragement and maybe a bit of a sit rep, an update to our guests about the amazing work that you really have driven? You've steered this ship with us, Maria Aid, Sergei Petula, Come Back Alive. Is there anything you can share, some hope for the future of great things to come? Over.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm the burning bush on all of that. I can say that we're, it's, as you and I talk about, at least a couple times a week, we're surrounded by amazing peers and mentors in the realm of supporting Ukraine. So to me, it's a great pleasure contacting, Taras Chomut. We were just talking about Ukrainian Marines, and I've got a lot of respect for Marines. I have worked with Marines as well, myself included. But Taras Chomut is the head of Come Back Alive, and he's a former Ukrainian Marine. He leads an exemplary organization, as does Sergei Petula. And to me, in a lot of regards, like Matt and his organization since 2014, these are organizations that have been in existence for a while and become terrific mentors to all of us, because they've got some tried and true practices that work very well. So it's amazing to me to see there's hundreds of millions of dollars worth of aid between all of the different charitable organizations that you and I speak to on a daily basis and work with, as well as our own. And so it's a distinct pleasure. I know that the Ukrainian-based charities, their perspective obviously is very familiar to us, because they're all in. Because to them, they're transporting whatever it is that's going to help win the war. To us, we have some restrictions, but the biggest thing that I think is in the forefront of a lot of our charities is ensuring that international law, I speak mainly from the US perspective, but that the laws in all of the countries that we do business are as conducive to supporting private organizations from doing the things that we're doing. US government with Lend-Lease, obviously all of our nations provide material and equipment, and our perspective as a group or a conglomerate of organizations, and I think I speak for all of us in this sense, is that that private organizations are able to do as best as they can within law as well. And so part of ensuring that we're delivering good quality aid to the right people is ensuring that all of our governments are supporting us in doing it. And I believe very heavily in that. I mean, I spent 23 years inside my government, and now as a taxpayer, I believe that the government should be working for us. So I would challenge everybody that's listening, follow your favorite charities. There's a ton of them. We know a lot of them. If you need suggestions, they're good friends and good acquaintances. They're honest and honorable people doing hard work. As Joe mentioned when we started, in most cases, including in my organization, people are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week for no pay. Because we just believe in what we're doing. We believe it's important. And there's a lot of organizations that are doing things like that. So stay attuned to it, but also help us as we try to press our governments to do the right thing and broaden the laws, because it's not, to me, it's not a difficult thing for us to go to our governments and say, look, you can give Ukraine X, Y, and Z, in this case, the Bradley fighting vehicle. Why can't we buy night vision goggles and continue to fill those niches? Obviously we can, but there are some restrictions placed on us, and some of those I believe need to be lifted. There are archaic laws that need to change. So regardless, I really appreciate the opportunity to come on. I'm probably speaking way too much for the rest of your crowd. You've got a very austere group here of speakers. So I'll bow out now because I have to run, but I really appreciate the opportunity to come on today.
Thanks, Rip, very much, and do keep on trucking. Everyone, hands up for Rip. Colonel Rawlings, great guy and friend of all of us. We will see you again, and yeah, great points that he made. Just for those who are asking, what does he mean? Affect change law. We need your help. All of us here need your help, especially in the United States. There are regulations, ITAR. Who knows what it stands for? It has to do with regulations based on exporting certain goods, things that are dual purpose, things that can be used for hunting, maybe, or for defending your country from a genocidal maniacal army. Some of this is very, as Rip said, archaic. Some of it is outdated. Some of it was, designed for different purposes. People like Rip, he is the burning bush for us in this regard. He's got the contacts in Washington. He has spoken on our behalf amongst a bunch of NGOs, including the ones you see here, to say, hey, maybe we can change this. Congress, men and women on both sides of the aisle, and librarians, get together. Let's change this. Let's make it easier to help Ukraine survive and win this war and liberate their country. You're doing it yourselves, Mr. Government people. So you should be letting us do it and making it easier, not harder. So if you can, reach out to your elected representatives. Let them know, hey, let's make it, let's streamline this process. It's important. We've got people sending stuff. We've got people on the ground training people, like Matt and the Sons of Liberty International. We've got Malcolm Nance, Ripley's Heroes, who are bringing the things to the units. Very, in some cases it's niche because those situations arise. And same with Matt's situation. They gotta train people here and there where they can and fill in those gaps. Every person counts. Every piece of kit counts. So I want to thank you all. I want to jump back to you, CJ, or maybe if Chuck or James, Aiden, we haven't heard you so much, and Carlos started.
Well, I'm international traffic regulations, and this is basically a regulation that restricts certain level 4 body armor, or night vision that we can send over to overseas. Now, it was initially I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong. It was initially generated because I think the Ukrainians have ITAR these type of they didn't want to this is not a Russian occupied, is a sovereign nation that needs to get the ITAR lifted so we can proper night body armor, the proper level 4 Kevlar, and feeling that we're putting military grade what ITAR laws are, and they need to be changed because this is no longer this is a sovereign nation and not a so they can use the type of the United States military and put it in their hands so they can be on a level playing ground as far as fighting.
Great. Yeah, no, excellent points. CJ, or I know we cut off Carlos. I know Rip messaged me he had to go. If Carlos, you wanted to finish your thread, or whoever's up next.
No, the thread was done. I guess I wanted to just make the importance that the problem that Ukraine has that Russia doesn't, right? Russia has the sanctuaries, and they're able to place their S-300s and air defense in, key places that a normal army would. But Ukraine has had to, basically use their stuff to cover a lot more ground. And that's all I was pointing out. The more air defense that comes in, the more they can actually place some of that in the front. It'll be helpful. And I forgot to tell Rip, Semper Fidelis, and That Marine Air is for the ground troops, so not like the Air Force or Chair Force.
No.
Hey, someone's got to deliver the crayons to the front, you know?
Laugh while you can, Zoomy. Sorry.
No, perfect, Chuck. I know Colby has to go soon, but he's done a lot of incredible work. I was wondering, Colby, based on what you've heard.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Colby, have you heard? Have we been missing anything from the aid package you'd like to cover briefly before you have to go? Because it has been such an action-packed day of news. I'm thinking we might be forgetting something here.
Yeah, sure. I won't read through the whole list. It's pretty much things that we already knew about the Bradleys. Obviously, a lot of more of the same things that Ukraine has already received, resupplying ammunition of various sorts. The new things that are interesting, of course, the Sea Sparrow missiles, which we learned about yesterday. That was confirmed by the Pentagon that those are going to be fired by Ukrainian Buk launchers. And as well, something completely brand new is 4,000 Zuni air-to-ground rockets, which were already referenced. And these are quite large, 127 millimeters, so much bigger than the S-5 and S-8 rockets that Ukraine currently fires. And these are going to be integrated onto Ukrainian aircraft, both fixed and rotary wing. So presumably they're going to use them the same way that we've seen Ukrainian attack helicopters use their current stock of those Soviet rockets in the sort of indirect fire role. And those are certainly going to pack a really big punch, hitting Russian targets. So there's that, and then let's see, just a few other highlights from the press briefing. What they clarified, they did confirm that it would be the M109 Paladin self-propelled gun that's being provided. So 18 of those. Training on Bradleys. They said it was going to take a couple of months to do the training, which is kind of long, but they basically said that they're looking to integrate this with the existing battalion maneuver training that's ongoing. So heavy emphasis on tactics, I would say, rather than just teaching Ukrainian soldiers how to operate a Bradley, but how to really use it effectively. So that's going to be the emphasis of the training for that. Pentagon's still adamant that they don't think Ukraine can operate Abrams, too cumbersome for logistics and sustainment. But they're not concerned about Ukraine being able to integrate Bradleys and Martyrs into French armored cars with everything else. Bradley variant, I mentioned that already, and unfortunately, Patriot training has not yet begun and is slated to begin later this month. So that's basically everything we learned from the Pentagon today.
No, and that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, CJ. Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, one aspect that we haven't gotten a chance to talk about today, and thanks that we have such a great panel to discuss it, the air-to-ground rockets and also, the air defense rockets. I was hoping perhaps either Chuck or Aiden could speak on this because, well, as Aiden knows, there was some extreme bravery on the part of the Ukrainian pilots flying into Mariupol on a daily basis, not only to bring key supplies in, but get wounded out. And Chuck, I know we talked a little bit yesterday or the last few days about some of the incredible soft air assaults that have gone on all throughout the year. I guess I would just direct this towards you two in terms of what you think is now possible with this growing aid in terms of air to ground and air defenses.
And Aiden, I'm gonna aim this at you. By the way, you are one of my heroes. If I was a little kid, I'd have your poster up in my bedroom. I might put it up in my office anyway. But one of the things that Rip brought up, and we were talking about the kind of glaring failure of the Russians to adequately screen their armor with infantry. We keep seeing this, repeat itself in videos of Russian tanks, and then they start doing the turret toss, and everyone can notice that these main battle tanks were not screened appropriately by infantry. And Rip raised this question, but I wanted to hear from you and your experience, of course, in the epic battle at Mariupol. How did you find that those Russian failures, were these things you could turn to your advantage? Was this something you counted on in the daily fight? Bring us down to that level, because that's, I know that everyone out here really wants to hear from the horse's mouth here.
Yeah. I mean, Mariupol. I mean, I'm back to the very beginning of the invasion. before the invasion, I had this grasp idea of the Russian military being on par with the US military. I actually thought before the invasion happened, I knew it was going to happen, but I was actually thinking they were just going to steamroll us, because at that point I believed that they were pretty smart. They learned their lessons in Chechnya to a degree, and then they learned the lessons again in Georgia. However, I wasn't expected for what I actually saw when. I mean, granted, they pushed us back to Mariupol, but they suffered horrendously because of the way they utilized air assets and also utilized armor. I mean, I think this comment, one of the prison, I think it was a prison guard or one of the SF guards that were guarding us at one point, said he just during some down talk where we're just chatting as you do. He mentioned about how what happened in Mariupol. You guys were such a tough opponent for us to do. We lost so many people trying to take Mariupol, and why was that? He the way he said it, it made it sound like he was trying to say that we were SF or something along those lines. But again, as you said, a lot of it just goes down to how they've failed to utilize and adapt to use armored columns and infantry effectively together. I mean, in Mariupol, what they would essentially do is they would just keep throwing units at a position. If those units died, they'll just send more units, and that happened quite a lot all over the city. So essentially, again, it's Soviet doctrine, and I can't. Well, from what I've seen so far with the footage that's come out of Russia from the Russian side, they haven't really adapted to it, other than giving them some new kit here and there, which again is their idea of new kit is give it to a soldier just so he looks like he's got new kit, and they don't actually give them the training they need to actually get around these issues.
Yeah. It's like they need to give them new body bags for kit, perhaps. They'll know how to use those.
Rip was talking about leadership and in the Russian army, and what the mid to upper leadership is what sort of conclusions they're drawing from. Let's actually say this. I mean, they took Mariupol finally, learning a lesson every minute about Ukrainian valor, and your own valor included. I like to bring it down to the street level and the squad level. What did you make of Russian resolution, soldier to soldier? I mean, you did say, and we've seen that the amount of Russians that get killed taking an objective, that doesn't matter to their officers. It doesn't figure into the equation. Did you find that Russian morale was negatively affected because of that? Were there just new units thrown at you, and the other units were basically eviscerated? And what did you think their leadership calculus was on a day-to-day in that fight?
Yeah, so as you said, I think it was down to they would send a unit and they'd just send a new unit. And in regards to morale, unless you were dealing with the mobilization side of things, the vast majority of the troops that they used to take Mariupol were a lot of the contract and a lot of the contract on the militia side of things and the DPR. But I think another big factor within the lower ranking area of the Russian military is also to a degree the ideological side of things as well, because to a lot of them, this isn't including the mobilized section, a lot of the guys that signed up through a contract and stuff, a lot of them they have this idea of that they're fighting the next great war, the great patriotic war against Nazis and all that rubbish. So they'll be sending units basically to the death, and then the new unit would come to take over and they would still have the same shortcomings that the previous like unit that failed, and they would still go against it. However, the soldiers that would be like fighting this, like they would be under the illusion that they're in some great patriotic war. And I think it's probably the best way I can probably like compare it is comparing it to some of the ISIS fighters I encountered when I was in Syria. You know, like ideology like plays a big part, like in like some fighters, and like no matter what your command can put you through, like if you're that ideological enough, like you will never be able to see the bad side of things, like if you put into a situation.
All right. No, great points. Listen, we're trying to cycle some people up. I noticed, Pam, you have your hand up. Do you have a question for the panel? We're going to have to cycle, unfortunately, you down after, because we're going to bring up some more of the guests for today. But go ahead, Pam. Long time no see you.
Long time no see, and I sincerely appreciate sort of the in-depth understanding of the battlefield. I just wanted to chime in to see, had the group already discussed sort of the implications of the political things going on in the state? Maybe a different discussion for a different day. I don't need to dominate the conversation. Glad to listen.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Appreciate that. If I don't, if Malcolm's a political type, and thanks for that, Pam. We're gonna cycle you down. You come back up after, because we have some scheduled guests. But thank you. And Malcolm, did you want to answer Pam?
What was the question? Sorry, guys. I just put 400 pounds of gear into an airplane at JFK, so I was a bit inattentive. What was her question again?
Way to go, Malcolm.
Malcolm and Pam, I was just asking if the group has started to discuss sort of the political implications in terms of funding to Ukraine, of what is going on in the House right now, and what is it that they're sort of not saying but saying really loud.
Yeah, well, and I'm glad you asked me this question, because I know a lot of people who are on the National Security Committee, the Intelligence Committee, and the Ways and Means Committee, including the chairman of the Finance Committee, Maxine Waters, who's a friend of mine. Let me tell you, the Defense Department and the White House planned for the transition to a relatively hostile House of Representatives. And if you look at it, all of the defense appropriations for the next few years for Ukraine are covered. An interesting thing is Lend-Lease was already authorized. The Ukrainians and the United States have not really used it yet. They're going ahead with the current items, the big ticket items that they have right now. But the most that the a very, let's say that there's a hostile House, let's say Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert gets their blackmail and they become the head of the House Ways and Means Committee, or Jim Jordan, who's going to Judiciary. None of this is going to really impact Ukraine unless they come right out and say they're going to hold the defense budget hostage. Well, that defense budget for the next year has already been allocated. So there's very little they can do in the time that they have to really impact Ukraine. But the optics of a pro-Putin, with a small bloc, it's only about 20 people in the House of Representatives. But as you see, that those 20 people are holding the entire country hostage. So it's possible that they could start, I know Marjorie Taylor Greene has demanded that there be an investigation into the allocation of funds and if Ukraine is using them adequately, because she just doesn't understand that with every one of these defense appropriations, there is a built-in automatic audit system that is public and transparent. So I don't think it'll impact that at all.
What did Dr. Green say now? Hey, listen, we had a guy come in here. He comes in quite a bit, Malcolm. Sorry, Pam, I just cycled Pam down. We're getting Colonel Jeff up, and we just wanted to get the military thing. Pam, come back later and talk more about politics. Pam, thanks for listening. We appreciate her. She's always been a big supporter of MriyaReport, and we do appreciate it. We're gonna get the military panel up. She was an ex-JAG actually, but she's military. But we're going to talk about the current situation. So thank you for the question. Thanks for the answer, Malcolm. Hey, there's a fellow that comes in. I forget his name. He was in the Air Force, an MP. I forget his name. He's doing like some kind of scholarship now. And he always says he keeps harping about it. I disagree with him. I said exactly what you said, not in the same way. I didn't know the term or the process, but he keeps saying, and it seems to be kind of maybe a libertarian or far right Republican viewpoint, that there needs to be an inspector general appointed, and then we'll really find out, because he doesn't trust the government. And then he quoted an article from the Pentagon that they failed an audit, and he tagged me in it and said, "See, I told you, our government doesn't know what they're doing." And I don't really have all the answers, but it sounds like you do. Can you speak to that comment that there's this definite need? I said, listen, if the American military is anything like the Canadian military, which I assume a lot of professional militaries are, there are bazillions of checks and balances. There are meeting after meeting after signing off on this, that, and the other. And I'm sure it's even worse at the Department of Defense level. Once it gets up to the bureaucrats. What can you say about that? Can people? Oh,
Well,
Patrick, can Patrick relax?
well, yes and no, because he is right about one thing. The Pentagon is a very bloated, wasteful organization where a lot of the money is not tracked very well. Everyone knows that the Pentagon has never had an end-to-end audit. I don't think you could. It's just the way that the appropriations have been done over such a very long period of time. Some of these big ticket items like the B-21 Raider bomber, I mean, just buying aramid and nylon and things like that can go down a 10-year, 15-year life cycle. However, if he was in the Air Force, the key question that he needed to ask himself is the question that all of us asked: do we get paid on the 1st and the 15th of the month? And does the commissary have food in it? And yes, it does. So the key, lethal, important parts of the Pentagon work very well. Getting, the kinetic components out where they need to be, they work very well. Do we pay a lot? Yes, we do. We pay a lot, principally because we like the highest quality equipment and gear that we have. And now, look, the Ukrainians want that too. They understand the value of the HIMARS now. That it's better use a surgical scalpel, all right, that costs a little more per rocket than to use, a buckshot, shotgun like the BM-21 multiple rocket launch system, of which sometimes you need a multiple rocket launcher like that. But HIMARS has completely changed the dynamic of the entire war, because all of Russia's logistics belongs to us now. We can destroy them at will so long as they're within range. So he's right about some things, and other things, he should take a chill pill.
Yeah, I hear you. I think the underlying motive for that line of argument is that HIMARS are going to be on eBay, and that's my whole point. You don't need an IG to figure that out, right? I think whether or not the house is in order in terms of an audit, we all see, a lot of government departments have problem tracking things. It doesn't mean it's being sold to the cartel on the internet, right?
Yeah, one quick point about that, because I've had a lot of people ask me about weapons that have been stolen from Ukraine showing up in the black market. When I was in Iraq, one of my first intelligence missions was to buy the Iraqi black market in 2003. Every weapon. We had a proposal before L. Paul Bremer, $50 million. You can't have an insurgency if you don't have rifles. And we were going to outbid everyone who was selling a weapon.
I bet you got a lot of hookahs as well there thrown in.
No, but we bought a lot of weapons, especially crew serve weapons.
Oh my
Things like
God.
that. But long story very short, um, they canceled it because it was, one, too effective, and two, they didn't like spending money. So the Defense Department spends money on silly things like, up armoring Humvees, when they could have spent $50 million and completely shortchanged, an entire insurgency. But that was the time they didn't want us to use the word insurgency. The reason I'm mentioning that is, when we sell weapons to Afghanistan, right, like MRAPs, up armored Humvees, Blackhawks, they purchase those items based on U.S. defense sales and loans. The Taliban's AR-M4 rifles do not belong to the U.S. Army. They belong to the Afghan National Army. And since they've taken over power, they belong to the Taliban. So when those weapons show up on the black market, it's not the United States selling weapons, and it's not weapons being stolen from Ukraine. I have seen Ukraine, these weapons come straight out of a crate, get cleaned, issued immediately. All the battalions in the Legion, for example, have very, religious weapons officers. Our problem, got 50 cals, no 50 cal ammo. Got Mark 19 grenade launchers, no Mark 19 grenades yet.
No Mark 19. Yeah.
So the supply chain of weapons has exceeded the amount of ammunition that's being consumed. So it's the ammo train that's really the problem there. So I hope that helps.
I didn't even know there was Mark 19s here, Malcolm. That's pretty remarkable.
I can tell you where 2 are in a box right now. So if somebody would get me some belt-fed 40 millimeter, we could deal with it.
But do
we have what?
Your mic's a little broken there, James.
But do you have ammo? I love Mark 19.
That's what I was saying. We have the weapon. We don't have the ammo. Same with our 50 cal. 50 cal goes straight to the brigade's primary units. So
if you guys
Modeuces?
Yeah. We have we have brand new Modeuce E1s. The newest model in crates.
And no ammo.
No ammo. And the people who do get the ammo, guys like Kraken or 92nd Brigade, the guys who are at the tippy point. We're a special forces battalion. We get small arms ammo. We do not get the high-end stuff, even though 1st Battalion, the infantry battalion, has those weapon systems sitting in crates.
Okay. If you don't get the
I don't know if anybody
if you don't get the
I don't know if anybody knows what Modeuces are, but I think Malcolm and I know that they are one of the most effective 50 cal weapons in history. I think they've been around since World War II, right, Malcolm?
World War I, right? Just after World War I, the 50 cal.
Yeah, and they haven't changed much since then. They are just the most effective weapons. I mean, you can give me a Modeuce and enough ammunition and several hours. I can take down a building with that.
Yeah, well, all I can tell, the only difference I can tell is it has a new flash hider. We have everything, tripods, everything.
Everything's the same, right? All the mechanics are the same. The Modeuces are the same.
Yep.
Amazing.
They're beautiful weapons.
Just can't find belt.
They haven't changed much.
All right.
Like you said, World War I, World War II. That's great.
This upsets me so
But
much. If
you
can't
need
get the
ammunition.
I'm gonna have to probably send my Ukrainian mother-in-law over to offset your imbalance there. I'll grudgingly let her go. Put her on the front line, Malcolm. I'm just kidding. All right, let's go to Matt, and we have a big panel. So we're just trying to bring up some of the other guests, and Colonel Jeff's going to try to get up there shortly. And Matt, over to you.
I was just going to add, we actually trained a unit that had 3 Maxims, World War I Maxims, that looked brand new, that they had ready to use.
Incredible. That's what Chuck used in training.
Those are actually new builds. A lot of those were built after World War II in the 1950s. They just kept the production going, and they'll shoot, right?
Yeah, they took them to the range and used them, so they're fully functional. Yeah, I guess they use whatever works.
Yeah, that is true about the Modeuce. When I see those Maxims, they still work, and the Modeuce I believe it predated World War I. So and as James said, look, that thing hasn't changed a bit. Better barrel profile, and as Malcolm said, maybe some better front sights, and it works. Once you get it straightened out, it'll rock, and you weren't underestimating it at all. If you have enough 50 caliber ammunition and someone has a cinder block house, then at the end of the day, they're not going to have a house.
Yeah, that's why I loved when I saw I watched Predator and Arnold Schwarzenegger holding a Modeuce in his hand, and I'm like, that is impossible. You got to have a tripod, or it's got to be vehicle mounted. There's no. And it is a beast of a weapon. I love it. It's one of my favorite to shoot. It's got that butterfly trigger. If you left thumb gets tired, your right thumb can just, pick up the pace, so pick up the slack. So it's a wonderful weapon. It's been around forever, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon unless we get laser guns.
All right, just for the audience who are asking me, they're talking about a weapon system. So guns that have been around for over 100 years and brand new ones in service. All right, we're going to bring up some more of our speakers. We lost Carlos. Get him up here, please. And Chuck, hold on a second here. I'm going to have to drop Maddie. We'll have you back up in a bit, Maddie. We're trying to get everyone into the panel who was scheduled to be here. And here we go. Axel, questions. All right. So again, please retweet the space. Let people know we're here. MriyaReport, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 10 months plus. We have made friends all along the way from all over the world. People raising money, buying things, people training people on the ground, long track records like Matthew, Sons of Liberty International. Chuck Fair, former Navy SEAL squadron leader, great guy. We have them all. And today is more of the military assessment of what things are doing, of what's going on the ground in Ukraine. And obviously it's in light of the delivery of Bradleys, 50 Bradleys, with, God willing, a whole lot more to come. So do retweet the space. Follow all of our co-hosts if you can. They do a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that we get things done. If you do have a question, and I haven't seen your name before, just because we're controlling and moderating the panel, sometimes we get people that'll come on and say silly things and be disruptive. Just send me a message and let me know what your question is, and then I can approve your request. There are a whole bunch of people. Please do send me a message if you'd like to come up to the panel and I don't know you. All right, thanks, Axel. Over to you. And again, visit our friends at tapestry.org, Sons of Liberty International, Chuck Fair, and Ripley's Heroes. We'll only go to Heather for a question.
Thank you, Yehuda. And I want to specifically thank Pam for coming up and asking that question. And Malcolm, he's down to 6 holdouts now, and he swears he has the votes. They've adjourned for the night, and they're going to come back at 10 p.m. Eastern. But, I totally get that Ukraine funding is secure. I do have some concerns of what's going to happen and what he's given away to pull away those votes. But I've just been really interested to hear what you would have to say about all of this and how it could, in the long run, impact Ukraine. So if you don't mind just taking a couple minutes to share with that a little bit, and I'll drop down to listener because I know you're trying to get more people up. Thank you.
Yeah, I just find it fascinating that there are people within the United States who became beholden to a dictator like Vladimir Putin and have it in their mind that maybe he has the better idea than the Ukrainians. Ukraine is a democracy. We are supporting a democracy. We have people who have anti-democratic views. The key thing here is not the flow against the weapons. Weapons are going to flow. Everything I have heard from people who really have been in the room when it happened. Secretary Austin is just a loaded pistol waiting for the president to authorize all of the crazy stuff that he would like to have sent out. And the moment the president agrees to that, he raises his finger and boom, that stuff is out. This department is on it. So I don't think we're going to have much of a problem. It's just the optics of encouraging Vladimir Putin that's a problem.
Wouldn't you think it'd be a good idea to have Secretary Austin just have a fight with Putin? Who would win? What is he, 9 foot tall, that man?
Yeah, he's huge. He is a huge brother. And, he's an army guy. So, he's going to want to do things.
I think Tom Cruise is taller than him.
Can I do a really quick follow-up though? I think Malcolm and I are pretty much on the same page probably politically, but I do have to compliment Lindsey Graham vocally for Axel specifically, because I did read an article today where he has appealed directly to President Biden to send Abrams. Now, I don't know how true that is, but Lindsey Graham does seem to be fighting for Ukraine in a more vocal manner. And I think that is a good thing, even though I have a long list of issues with the man. but Axel has changed my mind over these months just a little bit.
You know, now that I've heard certainly Rip's discussion of the Abrams, I really do think that that's too much tank for that. I mean, the Leopard 2 is sitting in Europe. There's over 1,000 models right there. And it's not about pumping the U.S. defense establishment. It's about making sure that they have a weapon system. Okay, now I was asked by a very high level panel that will be meeting with the Secretary of Defense, what dream weapon would Malcolm want to send over there? And the French beat me to it. They're providing the AMX-10. I'm a big fan of the M1128, which is the Striker up armored gun, which is or not up armored, but up gunned Striker vehicle, has a 105 millimeter cannon. It's the same thing as the AMX-10, except for it doesn't have two crew. It has an auto loading cannon. That would be a direct fire game changer too. And guess what? It's not a tank. Although I do agree that a tank is whatever you call it, right? But we have several of those. We have multiple Striker brigades. We have reserve units. We could take those straight off the line, give them to the Ukrainians, give them 50 of those in the next appropriations or with Lend-Lease. And that would, I'm all about giving them an offensive capability for this spring. Because I'm, as you guys know, I'm a big believer. I don't think the Russians have it anymore. I think that they have no ability to resist a real punch in the face again, and especially across the entire line. The Ukrainians need that, but as I learned in the Kharkiv offensive, the key brigades had almost all the armor in the north and central theater of operations pulled and concentrated, so that when the Russians saw a tank, they saw 20 more behind them. There was just no way to stop it. And they got steamrolled and they ran straight to the Russian border, except for that place where where the VDV and Wagner met us. So, and those are the places you need those main guns.
1 second? I'm going to inject for 1 second.
Sure.
First of all, I think it was me that said the M1 tanks are too cumbersome. But I want to correct myself on that. Okay. So the terrain here, and you have to understand the terrain here. It's it's very fragile, and that means depending where you are in villages and areas of operations are going to be the terrain is going to be different. M1s can be effective in some places. So if you had a handful of M1s, and when I say a handful, I mean literally like 5 M1s for terrain that can handle it, and and it's not urban. It's going to be very effective. They have a 120 millimeter cannon. They got 8 inches of reinforced steel. It's almost impenetrable. They have a extinguishing system that before you can blink half an eye, it's going to extinguish it. You wouldn't even know that you got hit by a rocket. Or it's almost impossible to knock a track off, even with an anti-tank mine on these things. And I know this firsthand. I'm just saying the Bradleys are more effective in an urban environment. But if you did have a handful of M1s, that would be great. But like we're saying earlier, the maintenance on these type of vehicles, including the Bradleys, including Humvees, including especially M1s who have like literally jet engines. And so it's in order to have all these things, these wonderful toys that the United States military, are fortunate enough to have, all the time, you have to like literally have a full-time motor pool. And that's gonna be the key part of it, is going to be able to maintain these vehicles, because these vehicles are very sensitive to hours of operation. Again, to Rip's point earlier. Now, can an M1 not be effective here? Yes, it can be, but you got to have it strategically placed to an area of operations where it's going to be effective. All right. And then
Yeah.
Bradley's going to have to be in a place that's, that's a area effectiveness. And then, Humvees are just Humvees. They're just all terrain vehicles that can go anywhere, and they're armored, and they're bulletproof, and they have a lot of valuation to them, but also high. And to have all this, there's got to be a general motor pool area, that and a literally a 24/7 around the clock bunch of mechanics that can maintain them, and then keep these guys going in and out. Now that's what we do in the United States military, and I want to say Army, because I don't want to generalize, because the Marines do it as well, and everybody who has Humvees have the same problems. So if we can have an effective motor pool, and let's face it, when we push through, we're just going to have to, we would have to move that motor pool up and up as we go, because you can't travel 50 miles, in the rear when you have a disabled vehicle. So that motor pool has to move with the units as they advance. So this is
the rear ashes, the A1, A2 ashes. Yep. Go ahead, Malcolm.
James, this is a really good reason why I think the Striker with the 105 millimeter main gun, which is the equivalent to the French AMX-10, which the French call a reconnaissance vehicle. Yeah, with the same gun as the M60 or same gun as the M1A, right? Still very precise, automatically targeted, and gives the same punch, just not as good as 120 millimeter smoothbore. But that would be a good interim solution. Or we pay the French to give more of these AMX-10s.
Listen, I'd be just happy right now to have some M103 personnel carriers, just to get the guys over the front safely. So and we're talking about, I'm showing my age on that one. These are very old personnel carriers, but I know they're sitting around somewhere. I know they're not being used, and surplus of it. So if we can just get some of those, that'd be great.
Hold on. We're gonna just do a bit of a handover. CJ is gonna take my place. Also, welcome to Colonel Jeff. He's on board right now, and there are a couple questions from War Doggo and Blake. So CJ, if you can switcheroo, and Malcolm, James, and Matthew, we will, and Chuck. Don't forget Chuck. Please don't forget him. And the other questions, if you are requesting it, please state your question in a message to one of the hosts, and if it's relevant, we'll bring you up. Thank you so much, CJ. I'll pop down. You can come up. And thank you, Colonel Jeff. Welcome to the panel. I saw you shoot your hand up, and then we're going to go to CJ.
Yeah. So hey, greetings to everybody. It's a little bit late over here in Austria. I just wanted to, you had asked me to come up and to give some European perspective or what's going on over here. I tell you what, there's been a fairly big sea change over here in the past 3 days. And I think what it really boils down to is that Russia's in trouble. And what I mean by that is, I don't want to get into the politics of it or any of those maturations. But you're seeing France and Germany and a bunch of nations now starting to promise and push some significant equipment to Ukraine. And part of that, if not all of it, is based on what I believe was a strategic shift in these national capitals. For a very long time, since the war began in Ukraine, many of these nations were kind of sitting on the fence, thinking, "Okay, well, if World War III breaks out, I have to maintain some level of battle capability, right?" And we've all read the news, or if you haven't, Europe is not prepared for World War III. There's not one nation over here that's ready to fight World War III. No, they might have a significant amount of firepower, but they woefully underfunded their military for a very, very long time. They were over relied on NATO. Yada yada yada. The interesting thing is, as Russia looks more and more like a paper tiger and more like an impotent a nation that really is not going to threaten World War III. These nations have reassessed, these capitals have reassessed their, strategic holds of munitions and weapons, and they said, look, we can take a little bit more risk. We can push more weapons into Ukraine. The reason that we were holding on for World War III, or holding on to our stuff for World War III, is because we feared Russia. That fear is subsiding, and we can now start pushing more equipment out. And I think it's going to get worse for Russia. I think it's going to get great for Ukraine. I truly believe that more stuff is going to start coming from Germany and from France and from Italy and from England. And these are all really, really good things.
Yeah, Jeff, maybe it's worthwhile highlighting that the debate in Germany is far from over. The question is whether hopefully the consistent pressure, both from the peer group, from Finland all the way onwards to the Netherlands, as well as then from the White House, actually will continue, because without daily pushing, it won't happen.
That's true, but I can't argue that, Axel. But I will say they're much farther along in the path of leaning that way, and
absolutely,
everyone wants to be, when the war's over, everyone wants to be on the side of the winner, right? And I don't know how much longer Germany can be a mugwump. Can't sit on the fence with its mug on one side and its wump on the other, and stay neutral. It can't.
Hey, if I can make a quick point about the Europeans and fighting World War III. First off, there's no fighting World War III once we defeat the Russian army. There's, who are we going to fight? But I think that the war is certainly given the European defense industry a shock. Colonel Jeff, I'm sure you go to USATRI and these other defense shows every year, and it's about high-end, slick gear. And what we're finding out now is we're talking, if we're actually preparing for a conventional war, we're talking a 10,000 round per day war per brigade, right? Or something like, a real, high intensity war against a future rearmed Russia or some other country that is rearmed at the same rate that Russia did. Russia fooled themselves believing that, I think they said that in 2018, Minister Shoigu had told Vladimir Putin that the Russian army had reached combat parity in terms of technological expertise and the amount of equipment and precision weapons to the United States, and that Russia could defeat the United States and Europe in a war. Well, now we see that's just not. Look, I'm defeating them in a war. I mean, that's bad, right? So,
yeah, you're 100% correct, and I'd piggyback on that, right? So the defense industry in Europe is going to make a massive shift. They want to build the 6th generation fighter. They want to build all this sleek, cool stuff that you're talking about, whether it's guns or aircraft. I mean, I'm an aircraft guy, so please forgive me. I talk about aircraft stuff, but
sure.
But why would you go build a 6th generation fighter when the Jazz Gripen and the Eurofighter and many other assets that currently exist in production are clearly more than effective and more than capable? Why waste all that money in R&D? I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, I agree with Malcolm. I think if there's no Russia, there is no World War III. That's
right.
I mean, where's it going to go from there? I mean,
I'll tell you right now, I'm going to buy European defense stocks. I mean, if there's any one weapon that I would invest in, and James, you can back me up in this, I just want to buy more Javelin control launch units, right?
I wish there was a stock market for that, because
that's all I would buy.
I'd be a heavy investor.
And I actually saw a successful strike by the bonus round, which is the quad sub-munitioned 155 millimeter artillery round, and in real time saw it take out 4 vehicles, that 2 of which we did not know were there. So that's the technology that they need, which is heavy, hard killing. And not to mention that the European market is going to be entirely oriented, not just the European, the American too, to rearming Ukraine and bringing Ukraine up to be the front end of NATO, to make Ukraine the country that's going to actually have to fight any future Russia, which means making them the #1 defense country in Europe. And I don't know why U.S. defense industry hasn't stepped up to the plate and just started doing like they did in Iraq, right? Which was, hey, we're going to bring the technology there. We're going to show you how it's done, and then you can have it, and then you can pay us later.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I tell you, Malcolm, you're a fireball of information, and I love it. We just have to get you into Berlin and Paris and many other capitals, because the Europeans are far more skittish than I think than you give them credit. That I couldn't agree. Again, I can't agree more that, if there's no Russia, there's no World War III. You'd have a hard time convincing senior leaders in European nations that Russia's staggering in the corner, and if anything's going to save it, it's a bell. They still see power in Moscow.
Well, can I just make one quick point on that? The reason that they see power is simply because of Russia's strategic throwaway. And Russia has done a good job of making some people, certainly the Greens and others in Germany, well, not the Greens, believe it or not, it's the conservatives, actually, that are surprising me left and right. The Greens are actually way on the side of Ukraine. But that an atomic bomb is going to go off and they're going to use the Sarmat missile against Birmingham or something ridiculous like that. That's one thing. However, people ask me all the time, Malcolm, what's the one thing that's going to get NATO into this war? Well, there's always a distinct possibility that the Russian army starts to crack, Vladimir Putin loses his mind, and he detonates a 5-kiloton nuclear bomb at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, knowing 90% of the radiation will come into Russia territory and use that as a national mobilization tool. I don't know, but that's it. But it's all going to come down to conventional war one way or the other. And I think some more enlightened people in Europe understand that.
Well, certainly not the Green
the more
Party
enlightened
voted,
people
because
just
they
don't
have,
seem to be in charge.
Yeah, but sorry, Malcolm, certainly not the Green Party you just highlighted, because when it comes to nuclear policy and deterrence, they are not the ones to talk to in that regard. There's maybe one guy, Anton Hofreiter. He's actually very, very smart in that regard. I mean, that is a good ally to have in the political system in Germany.
Yeah.
All right, so
the old
guys,
go ahead.
I dropped off on my other phone. I just got on my other phone, and I just heard the last tale of Malcolm's spiel, and boy, do I agree with that.
James, you got to carry your gas mask, bro. We've been carrying our Chem Bio since August.
I have it right here, buddy, right by my side.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, you're the first one that told me months ago. Get that M17A1 and bring it with you, and bring the canisters.
Right.
And some iodine.
Well, we'll give you an Avon so you can upgrade. But chemical is also an escalatory step that he could take. The problem is, I don't think they've got it. They would have to use so much chemical to impact the battle space that NATO would intervene, right? Same thing with a nuke. Detonate a nuke, largest rescue mission in the history of the world goes in, 82nd leaves Zhuzhov and starts, traveling to the Krakovets border crossing to go help rescue the hundreds of thousands of people that could die. I don't know what's going on in Russia, though. I mean, we don't, back in the old days, to show you how old I am, we had a lot of access to, like, the CIA psychological profilers who could tell us what Putin is thinking. But I think it's a different Putin. I know Mike McFaul, he knows Putin very well, and he says he's a different guy. And when you start getting people that are in alternate states where, their army, their toy army is actually, made of glass figurines instead of lead, you don't know what that guy's going to do. He's going to melt them down and make bullets out of them. So I think there is a variable, a wild card that we should all be prepared to change. Because I think Vladimir Putin is the kind of guy who would, understanding how terrified Europe is of nukes. I was in Europe back when I was the young sailor, back in the old Adamcroft 9 Danka days, right? Where big anti-nuke protests were for power plants.
Sponsored by the
much less
KGB and the
for Pershing.
Stasi, Malcolm, if you remember.
Yeah. And, but they were really protesting the Pershing missiles, the intermediate, the theater ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads and the SS-19s. So, but it's the only thing left in the world that Vladimir Putin could regain the initiative in. But he would burn Russia down. He would probably have, a 45 grain change of command ceremony. But that's the one thing that I think that I'm constantly trying to gauge from the Europeans. Now, of course, if a nuke goes off or heavy chem bio gets used, that's on their doorstep. And that, that's the sort of thing that could change policy. Same thing with the way the Shaheeds are to be honest, made the Germans look good when the Gepards showed up and started slaughtering drones, right? Suicide drones. The Germans are starting to think, hey, maybe this isn't so bad. Maybe we could actually help here without looking like we're on the wrong side of history.
All right, we have tons of questions, Malcolm. You've got everybody
Hold
excited.
on, just to reiterate, like
Sure.
I said, Malcolm told me months ago, and with probably good intel, to get your shit sorted out. So I do have my M17A1, which, by the way, I want to explain to people what that is. And what is that, Malcolm? That is a gas mask. And then
nuclear chem
yes,
biomass.
and then I have a mop suit as well over here. Now, do I want to have that here? Do I feel comfortable with having that here? No, I didn't think it was ever going to happen. But the threat is real, and
of course, you got to have it, and you got to be prepared, James.
yeah,
You're right.
but most people don't have that. So if anything that ever was nuclear, I mean, you can only imagine the mass casualties and confusion and the ridiculousness of what was going to go on over here. So, hopefully it never comes to that. But the threat is always real. Because we have a megalomaniac at a button, and quite frankly, I would like to call it bullshit, because I don't even know if half these nukes were. I've been downrange, and excuse me, guys. I'm a little under the weather. Probably can't hear it in my voice, but been downrange, and I've seen so many pieces of unexploded ordnance just sitting in the ground, like missiles just sitting in the dirt. It's gonna take eons for these guys to have to, EOD crews to, be able to pull these things out. Forget about mines, just unexploded ordnance of missiles that failed, which and a lot of cases, a lot of people's lives. These are missiles that have landed right next to men that did not explode, and I have pictures and have seen it firsthand. That they just dug into the dirt, and you're gonna have to pull them out, and you're gonna have to get an EOD team to take these things apart. It's so a good portion of their ordnance does not even work. So this is old ordnance that it's a hit or miss for them. I particularly have a video of me being right next to a building, a mortar dropping into the building, didn't explode. It would have killed us all. I have it on my GoPro. It's actually out there in the universe. And it would have killed us all. And it just didn't explode. So I just got lucky that day.
Got to have a bit of luck too.
Yeah.
Jens, would you allow? We have lots of questions for you. If you allow us just to cycle through those.
I'll answer a couple questions. I'm tired. I gotta go to sleep.
I heard. That's what I'm saying. War Doggo.
What's that?
War Doggo, regular of ours from Ukraine. You have a question for the panel?
Yes. Hugs, hugs and love from Ukraine. Good morning or good evening, depending on which part of our beautiful globe you are. Thanks for all people on the panel, those who help or just spreading the word about Ukraine, like Maria report space is doing, speaking about Ukraine, or those people who support Ukraine with actions. I've got the question related to Ukrainian BTR-4. Did anybody have an experience to put hands on it with its remote control fire system? What's your opinion on that? Because there were a lot of videos in the media related how it was working, how it was working in Mariupol, especially how different regions were using that. What's your opinion on that? If you have any experience, thanks.
Yeah, I have some experience. We had a lot of them in operations this year. I didn't obviously I didn't operate the remote firing station, but it works. I can tell you it works. They shoot. What disappointed me the most is the lack of confidence that most troops have in riding on the inside of that thing. It's a BTR-80 that's been modified, or that's a Ukrainian build. Slightly heavier armor on the front, really nice gun on the top, a remote weapon system on the top. But hey, every time our people get near it, everybody wants to ride on the top. In one incident, we took 7 casualties from a small anti-personnel mine that went off under one of the rear wheels when we were negotiating a minefield. So,
Just an
I wish that
anti-personnel mine, Malcolm.
Yes, but it's just frag coming up and it hit people in the feet and ankles and things like that. So, I really wish that they could, put some armor plating on that, give it some people some confidence that it could actually stop frag. I think it can, but
that's why it's important to get some Humvees over here with a V-hole. And what does a V-hole mean? That means that we have we have like a V system, on the bottom of the vehicle. So it makes the backblast area, sever to the left and sever to the right. So it's a V-hole system, and so when you hit small mines and or anti-tank mines, it's going to save your life. If anything, listen, it's never going to be okay, but it's going to it's going to divert the blast area, and that's going to again put it to so when I say V hole, just imagine a V on the bottom of your truck. So when you hit something, that it deflects to the left and to the right, and not directly up. So if you have more to say about that, Malcolm, then
yeah. Well, this vehicle is built originally as an amphibious swimming vehicle with 8 wheels. It does not necessarily have a V-hull. It does not have a designed, V-hull so that it can channel blast out from the side. So, but it doesn't matter what we give Ukraine. When they get martyrs, all of those martyrs are going to go to one major unit. That's the way they do it, to consolidate their logistics, to consolidate their training and their repair. And then all the BTR-40s from that unit are going to go to a territorial defense unit to make more mobility. And that's what we're really offering the Ukrainians, is mobility. So, I saw the videos of the BTR-4s hosing down tanks and BMP-3s and BMP-4s, BMDs, and just wiping them out in Mariupol. That was really tactics and an experienced crew using the remote weapon station well. And worked out well, still working out well.
All right.
Hey guys, there's a lot of questions out there,
Sure.
And I'm an Air Force guy, and there's a lot of ground questions out there. So the only weapon I know on the ground is the EM-50 with Bill Murray, and if we could get that in Ukraine, that'd be great. Unfortunately, it's not around. So I'm gonna cycle down. Let's bring up some more questions. Thanks a lot, you guys. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
And Jeff, on
Good night.
Sunday, we have the Doolittle Air Wing. Alrighty, he cycled out right in the second one. I said it on Sunday for everybody who's not. I know you're never tired of tanks. You're never tired of infantry. You're never tired of any of these topics. But as Malcolm knows, we are also very much keen to describe, say, both missiles, anti-air, and the air war and the components thereof. And we like to talk about combined arms, and we will be doing this yet again with our special guest. Meaning, we have both the Doolittle Air Wing, our wonderful little group of aficionados led by our fighter pilot Carlos, but that will happen at 1800 hours Kiev time. That is 1600 hours UTC on Sunday, and our special guest will be General Jarmo Lindberg, former head of the Finnish Air Force. And with that, we'll turn over to Finn. Paulie, you have a question for our chaps?
Yeah, thank you, Axel, and good evening. On really interesting discussion and great experts. Yeah, love to hear all your talking here. And really appreciate that you have given us the time. So I've one question and then like one bonus question. All right, so hypothetically, if we would, in addition to getting the equipment that's now announced that are going to Ukraine, if you would have the let's say additional 300 Leopard 2s and 200 CV90s, what would you do with them? What would be the optimal use at the front line now? This is to the panel. What would be your take? Like how would you utilize them or exploit the weaknesses and use these with the AMX and Bradleys, like combined, if possible. And then the bonus is up with a rhetorical question to the previous comment by Jeff. Isn't there one country in Europe that's not been lacking in the defense and basically preparing for a nuclear war? Thank you.
Well, let me touch on the what would you do with that armor, because again, I have now been in deeply involved in the planning, the reconnaissance, and watched the execution of a massive armor attack. And that's what the Ukrainians would do. This is not going to be where they'll take Leopards and bring them up in platoons of 2 and 3 and just drop them up there and let them duel out with things. They will consolidate them into a armored brigade, probably a new armored brigade, supplement them with some of the more modern NATO forces and the Polish T-72s, and they're going to use it as a sledgehammer. And they're going to find the weakest part. They're going to find the weakest part of the line, and they're going to hit it. And I look forward to that. Let's go. I think that needs to be done. This is not a creep up, use them reconnaissance and force. They will be held back in training until at the point where they're ready to break things.
Yeah, I agree with that. My expectation would be that they're going to, this is going to be they're not going to, these guys are not going to get a bunch of Bradleys and just say, hey, look, we're just going to put them out there with inexperience and just to get them out there, just to say that we have Bradleys out there. This is going to be a very, very conductive force of nature, and it's going to take time. So I would expect, and Malcolm, correct me if I'm wrong, I would expect that these guys are going to they're going to sit back and they're going to train with these things for a while, and they're going to be good at it before they start. Listen, you don't want to lose a bunch of Bradleys. These are very expensive vehicles. They're very lethal vehicles, and you don't want to put them in the hands of amateurs. So it's going to take a moment, unless you have, Bradley experienced operators to put them in operation. There's gonna be some degree of, look, first of all, these these vehicles have been given to us by the United States, and we need to be able to operate these things, efficiently as possible. And if we're going to go out there, we're not going to just get hit, and lose these vehicles. They're going to want to. So it's going to take a little bit of time before they're put out in theater. And once they're in theater, you want to make sure that the operators are good at what they do, and they're efficient, and they're effective, and they're going to make sure that they utilize these vehicles 100% of their capability, right?
Hey, Malcolm, it's George.
Yeah.
Got a question for you. You know
Yeah.
what country has about 500 up armored Leopard 1s just sitting there?
It's Greece, isn't it?
You bingo, you got it there. So like, and remember, what is the Gepard and the Beaver chassis based on? The Leopard 1,
Yeah,
right?
the Leopard 1, yeah. And so it's maintenance common. Hey, can I
Exactly.
make a quick comment about what James just said? I'm going to give you guys some intel since it's been expired. Those Polish T-72s, the 250 that they had, they came really fast. I went to do my commando course in Yavoriv in May, and they were there day and night. Those tanks were on the range. Air raid, they didn't care. Those tanks were on the range blasting. We could barely sleep because 24/7, 365, they were on the range blasting. Those tanks showed 4 months later in mass, almost as a body, with crews that were phenomenally experienced now in Kharkiv province, not Kherson, Kharkiv. They let on that they would be like sprinkled throughout the line, that they would be all over the place. When armor gets together, they're coming in a mass. And those crews had months of training. Some, I'm sure, were cycled out to the battle zone. But, they operated in tank platoons of 3, companies of 3, 6, 9, 12, things like that. And had integrated logistics with them, but they didn't misuse them. They weren't going out in 1s and 2s to blow up bunkers. They went out, to give mutual defense and mutual support to each other.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
Malcolm.
I think
Sorry, please.
so. Even as a tank unit, you got to understand, just very much like an infantry unit, there is formations and how you have to conduct your business, and how you stagger. Yes, just like infantry or ground pounding units, you still have to also be able to stagger your armored units the same way. There is a degree of how you conduct your business, and it's not just we all just follow each other and we just turn around, put our turret around and shoot where we're getting shot at. There is a you do have to have an ability to conduct your business as an armored division as well as an infantry division. You just don't go straight forward, a bunch of tanks in a row. You gotta have there is there's a handbook on how you do things, considering the situation that you're in. So you need to be able to abide by that, and you need to have a good commander to be able to utilize your unit. Otherwise, you're going to lose those tanks no matter what. You just have to, just like any thing in the military, and how you conduct your business and how you conduct your strategy. you can't just have a bunch of tanks in a row. So, that training is important as well. It's not just, okay, I can drive a tank. Anybody can drive a tank. It's not that hard. Trust me, I've done it. But it's how you strategize and how you are able to utilize your squad of tanks to be effective, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, thank you there, James. Please, everyone, retweet the space. We have Malcolm Nance on here, James Vasquez. We have Matthew Van Dyke on here, who's been training Ukrainian soldiers. These guys have been on the ground. They've seen what's going on in Ukraine with Ukrainian units. And we'll go to the next question. I see Blake. Blake, you have your hand up?
Yeah, hi guys. I was wondering regarding the Shahed drones, and the kind of asymmetrical nature of them, with the expensive missiles having to be used to put them down, and that being kind of a problem. Any insight on if something like CRAM would be helpful for protecting, say, electrical infrastructure, at least in Kyiv and Odessa,
No
and
indication on CRAM.
I mean, even flat cannons. I mean, something cheap. What do you suppose? Is there anyone on the panel can think of that could be used cheaply as a solution here?
This is Malcolm. I've seen a lot of CRAM action. And in fact, I was on a warship in 1988, way back in the old 88, on the first U.S. warship that put a CWIS, which is the naval version, for a missile into live combat. We got engaged by a Harpoon missile. Fortunately, it missed us. It was seduced. Because if the CWIS had shot it, it would have blown us in half. CRAM puts out a lot of bullets, a lot, disproportionate to the amount that they really need. And unless they can reprogram that thing to shoot in squirts instead of long streams of bullets like they did in Afghanistan and Iraq, it's not going to be as effective as Japard, which is, I think it's 35 millimeter, 40 millimeter.
35.
This is times when 35, yeah. This is times when I really wish the U.S. Army had kept funding the Sergeant York twin anti-aircraft gun, which was a Bofors 40 millimeter system. But again, I just recently was asked to put together a wish list that would be presented to the Secretary of Defense. And one system that I don't hear anybody saying is the Avenger air defense, short-range air defense system, which is 8 Stingers, 150 cal, right, and a small, a lot of problems. But one of the opposition, one of the reasons that they didn't like this idea is because it carries 8 Stingers. Well, I'm Stinger. I got qualified when I was with Defense Intelligence in Ukraine. And let me tell you something. I'd rather have 8 of them on a truck than to have to keep humping them out one at a time, replacing batteries. So why we are not mistaken, all the Avengers are being demilitarized, are being taken out.
Are the Stingers cheap enough? I mean, I understand like 20% of the world's stock is already in Ukraine. Is that something? Because they can pump out, I guess. They
fit right onto the back of an upper Humvee. They can actually be used on the ground.
They can be used for in a city, for example, no problem. Okay, that just seems like a problem. Yeah, that's not. I don't hear much about it being solved, and it seems like it's one of the few ways that Russia's really able to hurt Ukraine. So, thank you.
Well, just for everybody's, just to know that there is a system called Vampire, and that's the one that uses the guided Hydra rockets, and that should be coming into Ukraine in the next couple of months. That was actually introduced in a package months ago in the summer, but they're being built as we speak. So those will be a low cost way to take out the Shahed drones. It's got 4 Hydra rockets that are the APKWS rockets that are guided and uses a radar. So, you know, they'll be beneficial. But right now, the Gepards, and look, I believe Germany, someone correct me on this, but I believe Germany is looking into purchasing the Gepards that are owned by a private company in Belgium.
Yes, they are.
So
For 19.4
exactly, Axel.
million US dollars. 30 of
Hey,
them.
I'll take. So there you go. That almost doubles the amount of Gepards that are in Ukraine now, doesn't it?
Well, there should be 56 available to them, but
Well, another 38 or something like that. That's good. That's a good number.
A minute ago, you were talking about a SHORAD system. Which one? It sort of cut out.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, a minute ago, someone was talking about a short-range air defense system that had the APKS rockets.
Mm-hmm. Was it
Which system is that?
Well, I'm sorry. What?
I was asking which system was it they were specifically referencing.
I'll be honest with you. I tuned out for a second because I was looking at my other phone. So
the question was about Stingers and CRAMs only, but you addressed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that would all be a solution.
Stingers are it's I'll tell you what. Two things that have been very incredibly effective since I've been here, and I've seen no there's plentiful is Stingers and javelins. So the first day I got here, I don't even know where they came from. A lot of people ask me this all the time. Well, where'd these come from? I don't know. They were already here. So again, I'm just a ground pounder. But one thing I never had a loss of or lease of is Stinger missiles and Javelin rockets. Now that we started getting the howitzers and the M777s and the HIMARS, this has been like the evolution of this has been incredible, because the first thing I encountered when I first got here was and I'll show you a picture of it. I think I've already put it out there, or maybe not because I wasn't allowed to at the time. Boy, did I have a big truck full of javelins, and that was like it was like the primary place that we were at. It was hey, we just got to take out these tanks. We got to take out these. This is when I was in Bucha and Hamastel, and they literally had tanks dug into these which, by the way, is like 12 kilometers out of the Kyiv center. So that was like the craziest thing. How close they were to the center of Kyiv, to the presidential quarters, as a matter of fact. God, I can't tell you how close, I was fighting to, where I am, when I'm in Kyiv and I'm close to the presidential quarters, when I lay my head down, when I'm here and I'm not downrange, it's remarkable how close they came to this place. And when I say came to this place, I mean like Zelensky's palace, or or whatever I don't want to call it Zelensky's palace because it sounds, kind of goofy, but the presidential quarters. Jesus Christ, man. When I say they were close, they were close. At some point they were 4 kilometers out. And now, again, I said this last week, you have to drive 9 hours out just to engage. So, just to tell you, how much, ground that we've gained. And when I say we've, I always feel weird about that. I want to say Ukrainians gained, and I have been fortunate to be a part of it. That's an amazing, amazing thing, to say. And I don't think people realize how how close this country was to being taken over, and how much they've pushed back, and it's pretty remarkable, and it's it's hard to describe to be here and see it, and then talk to people and explain it, if that makes any sense.
James, I have a question for you because you mentioned javelins and you mentioned Russian tanks. So you're engaging now. You were engaging the Russian tanks from what distances were you engaging with
Well,
them with
at
the
the beginning, it
javelins?
was very close because, if you ever see one of my first videos that I put out there that actually made me, you know, Twitter famous, which, by the way, I hate being part of social media, and I hate having to do this. And, now it just becomes unnecessary evil for me because I'm part of Ripley's Heroes, and we have a foundation, and I don't even like being part of social media. I don't like being even out there. I don't like doing interviews except for the interview I did with Howard Stern, which was awesome. Um, we were so close that like I can't tell you that we were like literally jumping through backyards. And so my first engagement, one of my first engagements, I was actually going to a different mission. My mission was intel in the beginning, and I'm going to tell you how crazy this was in the beginning. It was we weren't getting intel from like anybody except for like villagers. We didn't have drones back there. We didn't have talented drone operators. We didn't have anything. We were just, a villager would just, come back to, I was holed up in this mechanic shop, and everybody knows anybody who knows anybody over here. So this is a weird story, and this is something that's going to come out in the future. But, it's hard to explain, but somebody knows somebody who knows somebody knows, and then they drive over to this mechanic shop that we were holed up in, and I can say it now. It was in Bravara. Back then I couldn't obviously put my location out there, and they're like, "Hey, well, there's some Russians holed up in this house," and so our mission was so we took a small squad, and we were heading over to that position, and then we got flagged down by a bunch of guys, and these guys were in fighting mode. They were getting pinned down by a bunch of Russians, and this was a village in Bucha, and you know so they were like, "Hey, can you help us out? There's a bunch of tanks. We're getting shelled. We're getting, we need all the men that we can." And I was like, "Well, I just happen to have I was, this is how crude it was back then. I was in a white Toyota Camry, and then there was another truck behind me, and we had a couple trucks and cars full of javelins. So and they were getting pinned down by excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm like, again, like I said earlier, I'm under the weather. I'm a little bit of a hurting unit, but small thing to a giant. Um, so so I was like, all right, no problem. We started taking javelins out of the trunks, and we started taking out these Russian tanks and BMPs, and we did it. We did it one by one. We ran down the line, and that's kind of what made me. I was one of the first people to put active combat out on social media. I didn't think that this was going to happen and this was going to be a life-changing experience, but I just thought it was kind of cool that we did this. And when I first started my Twitter account is because when I left the United States, I didn't know what kind of communication I was going to have. I didn't know if I was going to be able to talk to my friends and family at any given time. I just knew that, if I had a Twitter account, I could just kind of put it out there and everybody can see that I'm all right and I'm okay, as I post stuff. But when I posted that first combat experience, it went from like 20 people to 200,000 people in one day. And then, it doubled after that. And that's how that whole thing happened. And then I realized that I could do crowdfunding through that and, get these guys the gear that they need because, let's face it, they were very under equipped. And and so goes the story. And we took out 7 tanks that one day. And it's all on video. It's all I put that stuff out there, and you know to this day I get a lot of people saying, that's green screen and all kind of nonsense. But I spent 3 months you know without water facilities, um anything, hold up in a abandoned bus station fighting with the guys, every day, all day. I mean, if you can fight 24/7, if the human body can sustain fighting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that's what I would have done. We got about 3 hours of sleep a night. We were getting shelled constantly. We were in constant combat. And for anybody who's listening and might say that I didn't pay my dues over here, I say, come over here and I'll show you the way.
Hey, James, the reason I'm asking, I asked, about that was, you're engaging these armored vehicles, right? BMPs, tanks, what have you. And those were regular units, right? We now know that those weren't like, these weren't just guys that were just mobilized yesterday. These were regular Russian
Well,
army units.
this was very urban combat. This is first generation stuff. We're talking about March 17th. I believe is the first day that I started engaging with these guys. And I think that's an accurate date. I was, I arrived on March 14th. Victor and I met up. We went down by the 17th, and I'm talking about like, there was no introduction to the world, or this is what's going to happen. It was like, here's an AK-47, go out there and be somebody. And so we were immediately in Bucha. And when I say there were tanks like in somebody's yard, somebody's backyard. They were so dug in. um and just people, this is the ultimate of urban. It's the most urban of urban combat that you could possibly imagine. Tanks were in people's yards. They were very strategic in how they put their tanks in. They camouflaged them well. They were waiting for patrol units to come in, and they were waiting to blow them up. And they actually did a good job at being dug in. And not only did they do that, but there was tripwires. There was everything that you could possibly imagine that a Russian would do to not only hurt soldiers, but um, you know, exploring in the future, in these people's homes, that they actually put a lot of explosives in their home, tripwires in their home. So when these actual people come back to their homes, that they can kill civilians. It was, it's just the Russian way.
But you see, you guys were able to take their vehicles out. And what I'm getting at is, these were supposedly experienced Russian soldiers, yet the optics on their vehicles, whatever their whereabouts, to be able to counter, you and a bunch of
Yeah, well, the
guys, right? You said,
T-72s have a lot of weak spots. I can, I
exactly.
don't even need a javelin. I can take them out with an AT-4. They're shit tanks. They're not, almost using a javelin on one of these T-72s is almost a waste of money and ammunition, that we can take out, bigger targets with. these T-72s are just, they're dog shit. I can take them out with an AT-4. I can take them out with a, honestly, if I really wanted to, I can be really creative and just, put a couple grenades under under the belly and the back, and then attack the tank. It depends on what your situation is. But the T-72s are dog shit. They're not as good as anybody thinks they are. They're certainly not. It would be like Bradley's 4-year-old sister when he's fucking 12. And forget about an M1. It wouldn't. An M1 would just run through. You can give me one M1, I could take out a whole team of T-72s without even trying, to be honest with you. It just, I can play bombs over Baghdad with
But that's the key thing, James, to highlight this: the precision, the firepower, the capacity to readjust and quickly land a second precise and lethal shot. That is what proper generation tanks such as the M1 Abrams, the Leopard, actually have in common, and this is why it's needed so much.
I believe one M1 can take out a squad of T-72s without even have to worry about it. It would just be like
a turkey shoot.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. But again, M1s over here are not. It's like having an M1 over here is like having a Desert Eagle 50 caliber on your hip. It's a little cumbersome. It's not. It's not. It's unneeded. But Bradley's now we're talking. So
well,
now we're going from a 50 cal Desert Eagle to a much more needed 1911 Desert Eagle 45 caliber, which is much more practical. So that's if I can give it an analogy, that's what it is.
Very good point. And by the way, James, Malcolm just dropped off. I understand that he's still at the airport at JFK, but we have questions from both Ben and Colby for both Matthew and yourself. So if you give us a sec. Ben, shoot.
Thank you. Apologies if the question was asked already, but I really want to know. Matthew, is the arrival of new equipment going to change the way you train your guys?
Not so much. We train them. We mostly train infantry. So, unless they're going to change their tactics, infantry tactics based on these vehicles, which would take some time to work its way down to where they ask for different training.
Or unless
it probably
is equipment.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
I said unless you get more sophisticated equipment, because training becomes more advanced as the equipment advancement goes.
Right, exactly.
Well, that brings us back to the next point. Colby, more equipment. Colby?
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things on air defense. The United States has provided Avengers. 4 of them were sent in a previous PDA, and they are being phased out of service in favor of the new M-SHORAD Striker. So more could theoretically be sent, although the availability of the missiles is obviously a very significant issue going forward to keep those operational in the field. As far as Vampire is concerned, the contract has still not yet been signed, so I would not expect to see that particular system in theater until June.
And
boo,
that's quite a while.
But thankfully, we have action on the Gepards, which has become Ukraine's favorite SHORAD platform for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and as I understand, the 30 from Belgium come with a ton of ammunition, and as the additional ammunition sources are, should we say, becoming slightly deeper and better and more frequent output, we might actually bridge it to the point when the new factory goes up and Rheinmetall slash Rheinmetall Oerlikon can produce in Lower Saxony just as well in June. So, but by that time, one should hope that fewer of those are needed. Right, James, Matthew, if you stay with us, question from Pam. Pam, hey, you're back. That's good. Perfect. You have another question for the boys?
I do. It's interesting to me because we've been spending quite a lot of time talking about equipment coming from various European countries. And my observation is that no matter what calculation Europe has with respect to the threat of nuclear, biological, chemical, whatever, the reality from my perspective is that the single biggest contributing factor to Ukraine's success, in addition to its global appeal and who it's fighting, is the will of its people to fight. And I think what Europe is miscalculating here is that it is much cheaper for them and it is much easier for them to fund Ukrainian fighters who have such a zeal and a zest and a willingness to put blood on the line and fight these intruders. Because God forbid if they don't stop them in Ukraine and they do end up, Russia does end up in its sort of expansionary mindset, trying to take on any other country, really. I'm not entirely certain that you would have that same kind of, I have a harder time seeing France put up the same kind of ground war fight that Ukraine would, right? Like I'm not seeing,
I don't see
I don't
any
know, Poland
country
doing the same
putting up
thing.
a fight against Russia like these guys are, especially a sovereign nation, which is, by the way, a neighbor of them. Yeah, no ways.
No way. And so isn't it the better calculation to arm those who are willing to, because the hardest part of this, most expensive part of this is not munitions as far as I'm concerned, it's human life and the people that are willing to be in the trenches in the middle of winter and willing to give up their creature comforts and fight for their country and do the infantry part of this, and do it with a selflessness and a mind to sacrifice that I just think is unusual in these days. Generally, certainly unusual amongst certain younger folks. And so
You're right,
I
Pam.
think from a tactic,
You're right, Pam. You're
I
making
think
the absolute correct argument. You're in very good company. A large part, for example, of the political establishment and say center-right media in Germany, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung and the Welt, are making exactly the same point. What you said, literally, you could read today in Jasper von Altenbocken's editorial in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, who made the exact same case. You're completely correct.
So I think just from an observational standpoint, I say that Europe ought to be running, not walking, to arm Ukrainian forces to ensure that if what they fear is war with Russia, then the easiest and least costly way to avoid that is to avoid Russia's ability for ground war. Because first of all, there really is nothing you could do about the insanity of Putin and whether he decides to go full bore nuclear or chemical or even tactical nuclear, whatever. Like he either is or he's not,
Well,
right? And there's very little we can do.
Okay, let me interject it. I'm going to say something that's kind of about what you're saying and not what you're about saying. But I'm going to tell you something right now. Today, I went to the shooting range, right? And I took a good friend of mine who just came from another country, and he's going to be going downrange with me. And he's not only a friend of mine, but a guy that has been providing a lot of gear and stuff that we need to go to the downrange. And he, let's just say he wants to see, what's happening down there. Okay, so I'm going to bring him down there. But I brought him to the range because he wanted to know. Well, not wanted to know. He wanted to just kind of like hone his skills, in shooting, just in case we got into any nefarious situations. And so I was just I was like, well, look, this is what it is. So I brought him to the range. We were shooting, and great thing about that is we're this is a guy that has said to me that, look, I'm going, I'll go down with you, and teach me how to shoot a little bit, and then but if shit happens, I'll put my life on the line for you, and it's this is civilian, regular guy, knowing that we're gonna go into this shit. It's gonna be, we're gonna, we're, and I don't want to say where we're going, but it's it's amazing that you can even have a civilian, a very successful man, guy who has nothing, everything to lose, but nothing to gain by, being down, and he's going down with me to front range, down range and front lines, and it's a pretty remarkable thing when you have like people who are just like, listen, I don't even care how successful I am. I don't care who, the person, I want to do this, and I want to do this for Ukraine. And I go through this all the time.
That's the key. The key thing
I,
is the civilian commitment in Ukraine. I think, Pam, that's what you are leading at. They are committed.
Right.
They are dedicated, and Europe should live up to that. I completely agree with you, Matthew. When we were talking earlier on, I think this is a good point also for Pam. We were talking about the commitment of the troops who are going to the front line. They haven't all got the right kind of training quite yet, and you are upgrading them. There's nothing which you've encountered ever, as you told us last time, in terms of a lack of civil engagement on their part. How do the troops react to, how do they see the Europeans and what is coming into the country? Matthew, can you talk to that?
They're obviously thrilled with the support. They feel like they're fighting for the rest of Europe and for the Western world. They're definitely glad that a lot of support has come in. When we first got here in March, they were very poorly equipped. They didn't have even IFAKs, medical kits for themselves. Very little ammunition. I remember one of the TDF units would get 15 bullets at the range every Saturday. That was their allotment to learn to shoot. And now we train units. Often they have pretty much what they need. We are training a different level of unit now, but the difference in equipment, ammunition availability, weapons that have come in is remarkable in the amount of time it is. And it's made a huge difference, and they recognize it in Ukraine.
Right. I mean, I think that's what I would have said I observed from a distance, and certainly not to the extent that the experts on here have. But there's been a rapid fire, in my opinion, professionalization of the defense of Ukraine. Because when this thing first started, I mean, I'm sure you guys remember, it was a little bit pandemonium, and it was people just kind of using whatever was at hand, and being willing to go fight with pitchforks if they had to, right? And now we see organized, structured, trained, equipped, disciplined forces all over the battlefield. And it's not like they went out and just brought in a mass of mercenaries to take those roles. These are Ukrainians that converted themselves from civilians to soldiers in a very, very short period of time. I mean, just think about what it takes to create a professional soldier in our armed forces, and how much training and how much practice and how much mental preparation they're allowed to have. And surely, the Ukrainian forces didn't have any opportunity for that mental preparation. It was like, you either fight or you die. And they were willing to take those risks, and they became professionals in the battlefield, right? And that is remarkable. It's something that I think people all over the world are taking stock of and are recognizing. And I think my comment was really just to say, hey, I don't think we can presume that all European young people would be as effective in doing that. I don't think we can presume that American teenagers would be that good at doing that.
I think that
comes an existential crisis,
perfectly
you'll
said.
find out.
Perfectly
But
said.
James, comes an existential crisis, you will find out.
Hold
War
on.
is the crystalline.
Exactly.
Who's that just said that? Because that was so perfectly said. It's everything that's happening here in a nutshell. That was perfectly said, and thank you, whoever that was.
Pam, that was Pam. And Pam, if you remember, we discussed in March or April last year. That was exactly it. That war is such a crystallizer. It's a crucible, and you either come out of it alive and with dedication. You have to be lucky too, but that is what Ukrainian civil society has effectively done. Paulie, you're from Finland. You can tell us a bit about total defense concepts and how a civil society actually can prepare for that. Even Paulie.
Yeah, greetings from Finland, and really interesting to hear the views from US and from a fellow attorney. Yeah, so we are well a nation of 5.5 million people, where at the moment only men go to the army. That's only compulsory for men, but we have the reserve of 900,000 men, the biggest artillery in the Europe, and we have 1,300 kilometers border with Russia, but we just finished shipping the 11th package to Ukraine. And in this country, 85 or maybe 88% of people are willing to defend the country, even if the outcome is uncertain. So we are basically the Sparta in the north. So it's interesting to hear the discussion, but I think many people easily think that Europe is just one nation, but it's actually 27 different states or countries. So there are a lot of differences, and I just would like to highlight that, in my opinion, the Nordics and the Baltic countries are doing a lot, but in my humble opinion, Germany, France, maybe Italy, Switzerland could do a bit more and could pull their weight, because in my opinion these countries have been lacking, and I think having more leadership in Europe would do a lot of good. And last but not least, I just would want to also give my appreciation, and I think my country's appreciation for US for leading the way and giving strong support from the start, both equipment, but also like intelligence and also volunteers. So that's, I think we owe a lot of thanks to US. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Paulie. And that's why I tried to summarize it before. And that if there is an existential threat, typically those in society who can take the call will take the call, and we should not be we should not constantly be in fear that we wouldn't live up to the challenge. I think we will if we need to. But what we can see at the moment is that there are societies which are prepared, such as Finland definitely is, and such as the Baltic countries are, for good measure, for good reason, out of experience and out of proximity to evil. And Ukraine, unfortunately, had to go through this crucible. But having said this, we have some update coming. Colby has already been collating some data. Colby, you want to give us a quick roundup before we go to Hansen? And we have lots and lots of people actually requesting as well. So during this time, we'll clear the panel a little bit as well. Colby, please go.
Thank you. It's Friday afternoon here in North America. And for those of you on the East Coast, perhaps, who are just getting off of work and hadn't seen the news yet, I would invite you to perhaps partake in a little happy hour and celebrate the really tremendous announcement from the United States government today on the latest aid package for Ukraine. So I'll just go over the details of that. So it's a very large package in total, almost $4 billion in total, and specifically there's $2.85 billion in presidential drawdown authority, which is the largest to date that we've seen. Really just a huge amount of equipment that's going to be headed to Ukraine, coming directly from US stock right away, and we're going to see these things in the field in the near future. So the first item would be the widely expected Bradley fighting vehicles. This is the M2A2 ODS Bradley, and along with those vehicles, there will be 500 of the TOW missiles, tube launched optically tracked, wire guided anti-tank guided missiles, and 250,000 rounds for the 25 millimeter main gun. There's 100 M113 armored personnel carriers, 55 MRAPs, 138 Humvees. There are 18 Paladin, M109 Paladin 155 millimeter self-propelled howitzers and 18 ammunition support vehicles along with them. 70,000 rounds of 155 ammunition, 50 155 PGMs, 1,200 155 Rams. Those are artillery shells that deploy anti-tank mines. There are 36 towed 105 millimeter artillery guns and 95,000 rounds for those. 10,000 120 millimeter mortar rounds. There's more Gimlers for the HIMARS and M270s. There are RIM 7 Sea Sparrow surface-to-air missiles, which are going to be integrated onto Ukrainian Buk surface-to-air missile systems to help defend Ukrainian airspace. There are 4,000 127 millimeter Zuni air-to-ground rockets, which are very large unguided rockets, much bigger than the current S-5 and S-8s that Ukraine uses on their attack helicopters to suppress Russian positions. So those are going to pack a very significant punch. There's 2,000 anti-tank rockets, probably just more man-portable anti-tank weapons, I would assume. Miscellaneous small arms and ammo, claymore mines, night vision equipment, and other spare parts and field equipment. So a long list of a lot of really great stuff headed Ukraine's way. Just again, this is the largest PDA package that we've seen so far. A really significant amount of equipment. And on top of that, there is also additional funding both for Ukraine and European allies as well. Ukraine is getting, let me see here, Ukraine's getting $225 million in foreign military financing funds. So that will allow them to buy systems that they want from the United States on an ongoing basis. And there's also $682 million in FMF funds for Eastern European allies as well, which will allow them to procure equipment from the United States and in turn will allow them to deliver systems that they currently have to Ukraine. And this is very important because Ukraine still needs legacy Soviet systems, which they are currently operating. They need ammunition for those systems. They need spare parts. Particularly on air defense, they need more munitions for those. So this funding will hopefully allow some of those very key systems like S-300s from Greece or Bulgaria and other systems to be transferred to Ukraine. And those are desperately needed because unfortunately, we also learned today from the Pentagon that the training on the Patriot battery from the United States has not yet commenced and is slated to commence later this month. So we're still looking at a period of some months before they become operational in theater. So in that interim, it's very important to get Ukraine more S-300s, particularly S-300 systems that are capable of intercepting ballistic missiles because Russia still has many of those and Ukraine has very limited defense against those. And later on, when we can get John Rajep, we'll be having a much more in-depth discussion about Russian missiles again as well. So that's what I have for now.
These are very important issues, aren't they? Given the fact that what you just highlighted about Bulgaria and Greece, and we discussed it a little earlier today, that I think you had a thread which you shared with people before, and did you not, about the specific case of Bulgaria. I mean, we know all about Greece, we know about their stock of systems, but Bulgaria specifically during the Soviet times and even in the years thereafter has been doing what? They've been building up the biggest, and they've been the hamsters of the Soviet Union. They've been stocking up on ammunition and rockets, like no one's business. Can you speak a bit about Bulgaria and what we've been looking forward to as to the defense ministry post-changing?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have the list from the US up in the nest. I'll link my thread on Greece, which also links to my thread on Bulgaria discussing these key weapon systems that these countries and others, there's others as well, have that Ukraine wants. So Bulgaria is one of the largest producers of Soviet pattern equipment and ammunition. They produce a lot of these old systems for the considerable demand that exists for them around the world due to proliferation during the Cold War. And Bulgaria has covertly been assisting Ukraine since the beginning of the war, providing arms and ammunition to Ukraine. And lately, there's been some positive developments from the Bulgarian government on making a more overt and public stand and willing to come forward and deliver even more things to Ukraine. But there's still a lot of political infighting in the country, as I understand it. And we're hoping that the the right side continues to win these arguments, and Bulgaria hopefully will continue to support Ukraine even more than they already are doing so, and we're not going to have to rely on them. What they've been previously doing is passing the weapons to Ukraine via intermediaries through the United States and Poland. So the things are shifting there, and hopefully we continue to see momentum in that direction, because there are a lot of very important systems that Bulgaria has that Ukraine definitely needs. S-300s, other air defense systems, and tons and tons and tons of just the small arms and ammunition for various different systems that are very much needed by Ukraine, because of course most of their infantry are still fighting with Soviet systems. The AK-74 is still the main battle rifle of the Ukrainian army, so they definitely need ammunition for that, and Bulgaria is one of the countries that has got a lot of capacity to produce those key munitions, and we're hopeful that the obstructionist factions in the Bulgarian government will soon be removed from office by their people, and Ukraine will get a lot more good stuff from them.
Yeah, and it seems that the individuals in the Bulgarian government who've been, shall we say, suppressing this process have reached the end of the tether at the moment. So the defense minister was about to be changed earlier today. That has not quite happened. It may happen over the weekend, or then a recall on Monday, who knows what. But it's a matter of essentially days, and then the path is free, because any one of his successors, as well as similarly the army commander, are quite in favor of actually relinquishing the stock, because they want to have different NATO systems in future, and they feel significantly more comfortable being integrated, and would like to have a different procurement option, and therefore upgrade their overall troop size. And they don't get training unless they have new systems. So all goes hand in hand in that regard. Can you give people a bit of an idea as to the size of what we're talking about? What actually Ukraine needs in terms of S-300 missiles, and how many missiles our friends in Bulgaria amazingly have in stock?
Well, Bulgaria's S-300s are a bit of a mystery. I was able to establish that there's probably around 10 launchers, I think. I don't know how many missiles they have in inventory, but a decent amount probably. Greece has quite a number of them as well, and importantly for Greece, they have PMU-1s, which can hit ballistic missiles, which is obviously the most important capability that you would get with those systems. But Bulgaria, certainly between S-300 and the other systems that they have 9K-33 OSA or SA Geckos, and they have the 2K-12 Cubs, SA-6 Gainful as well. So these are other Soviet systems that Ukraine already operates. So all of these are very important, because Ukraine has finite supplies of the munitions for these systems, and getting them into theater so that they can continue to intercept Russian cruise missiles and other aerial targets is just super important, because obviously Russia continues to be very unrelenting in their bombardment of Ukrainian civilian infrastructure.
Colby, can I ask you a question? So you were telling me, or we were offline, we were discussing it, and you said that Greece has the missiles. You said the PMU ones, and they have the missiles that actually have the anti-ballistic missile capability. So obviously, getting those in as soon as possible, since the Patriots won't be coming in for a while, obviously has become a crucial point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Greece, at minimum, has 12 launchers and 96 48N6E missiles, which are more advanced and have the ability to intercept ballistic missiles. So that's the minimum number that Greece has. They may have more than that. It's a little bit uncertain. I spent many hours trying to find more information about this, but those definitely would be very useful for Ukraine. And Greece also has other systems. They have 25 Tor M1 Telar surface-to-air missile systems, and a bunch of other systems as well. They have more OSAs themselves, and they have command vehicles as well for these systems that will further enhance their lethality. So Greece has a lot of different very useful systems that Ukraine wants. and the Greeks have shown a willingness that they'd be interested in providing them to Ukraine, perhaps if the United States would just assist them with providing some replacement coverage with the United States' own Patriot units. So if the U.S. were to just deploy 2 Patriot batteries to Crete to cover off Greek airspace, then Ukraine could get these S-300s and other systems from Greece, and then this big batch of FMF funding that's slated for allies in Europe could be largely allocated to Greece. Would be one of the most important places to send it, in my opinion, so that Greece could procure some replacement systems on a long-term basis. So that would be the most sensible use of those funds, in my opinion.
I have one more question for you, really quick, Colby. So, what is the cost of a Patriot battery? Do you have that? Maybe a rough figure on that one?
Yeah, I don't have a rough number. Again, it's variable because the Patriot batteries can have different configurations. They're not always going to have the same number of launch units, not the same number of radars, and not the same missile configuration, because there's different interceptors. So I don't have a rough number. I was doing some research into this a while ago, but I wouldn't feel confident making a statement right now. I'd have to go back and see if I can even come up with a rough ballpark.
Well, the German
and
donation was
obviously
rumored to be 1.05 billion.
Wow. The reason I'm asking is so it would the perfect scenario would be that the United States, because they have Suda Bay on Crete, would move 2 Patriot batteries to Crete, and then the $685 million may be used for Greece to purchase tanks if they send their Leopard 1s and other kit to Ukraine.
I see what you did there.
You see what I did there, right?
the friendly guy with the mustache in the east will not be happy.
Yes, he wouldn't be, but who cares? Ukraine would be. So I don't know, Colby. You think that would be possible? We'd be able to swing that kind of a deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything along those lines is certainly possible. Whether it's the air defense systems or it's the tanks that Greece has, all of those are good options.
Alrighty. On that happy note, we Matthew, please.
Yeah, I was just going to add that a few weeks ago on MriyaReport, I had brought up that Russia has these Topol ICBMs that are set to be retired in, I believe, 2023, 2024, that they were going to convert some of them for commercial satellite launches. And they have about 100 of them that they could instead use on Ukraine's infrastructure. So I've been suspecting that the impetus for the Patriots is that ballistic missile threat. Or one similar, because Ukrainian air defense has actually done a remarkable job, especially in recent weeks, without the Patriots, against the threats that already exist. But the ICBM threat is one that would require the Patriot.
And that is exactly what it's for. And I think we discussed it last night when General McRyan was with us, that the layering of the defense is exceptionally important. And in that regard, the combination of the NASAMS, the IRSTs, and the Patriot batteries will become very effective. In that regard, talking missiles, we didn't even have to say missiles 4 times. John Rich has come up. John.
Yes, so just very briefly on the Topol or Topol Ms. So, in principle, yes, the Russians could try and figure out how to put a conventional warhead on those and launch those on targets in Ukraine. I doubt that they would do that because there isn't really much added utility of those compared to, say, an Iskander M. The one thing I will say, though, is that Topol or Topol M, both of them are ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. Patriot has 0 capacity to intercept them. Ukraine has 0 systems which can intercept ICBMs, and they will not be provided such systems because the only systems that provide that capability are Aegis, which is based on U.S. Navy and warships as well as some other warships of navies of other NATO member states, as well as potentially Aegis ashore, of which there is one facility located, or one currently operable facility located in Romania, and that's in a mobile, static, constructed installation. That's not something that could be transferred. It's an utterly massive complex of an extremely large system of radars and vertical launch tubes for standard 3 missiles, or standard missiles 3, standard missile 3s, I should say. So I doubt that that's a threat profile that Ukraine would need to address. But if it was, unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done about that, practically speaking.
Yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. And by the way, John, when we spoke to Mick Ryan about, I was just talking about the layered missile defense. It's a pity that the US system will be delayed. But then again, if I understand it correctly, we've been told that as the Germans had already prepared for their Patriot battery going east to Poland, that training on those could actually begin right away, because the missile system was, I wouldn't say flat packed, but it's ready to be delivered. And why could training not begin right away on any of the other German systems whilst this system is being conveyed?
That's certainly a possibility. In terms of the likely ballistic threats that Russia poses, in terms of difficulty intercepting them, there's really only Iskander-M, as well as potentially Iranian ballistic missiles, either the Fateh 110 or Trafalgar. All of those are short-range ballistic missiles, so less than 1,000 kilometers published range. Patriot with PAC-3 MSE should be able to address all of those threats. In the event that Patriot was not able to, say Trafalgar, due to it having a 700-kilometer range, posed a problem to Patriot, then what can be done is we could ship part of a THAAD system, not the full thing, mainly just the radars and the command posts. We can integrate that with Patriot. PAC-3 MSE is designed to interface with THAAD in addition to its organic Patriot launcher, and that should enable that kind of intercept capability, because Patriot cannot take full advantage due to limitations in its radar systems of PAC-3's full kinetic engagement envelope.
Is that a combination which has been tested out already in ROC?
So I don't believe it's been actually that combination has been operationally deployed. We've done some, I believe we've conducted one live fire test of that integration thus far. So I'm not sure it's necessarily operationally ready, but if there was a need for it, that process could potentially be expedited.
Sorry, one of the host phones is just restarting.
Welcome to Twitter.
We need, Joseph, we need that voice next time with the music. Welcome to Twitter. Alrighty, Ben, you had a question.
Actually, Ben has 2 questions. Can I indulge?
Of course, naturellement.
Ooh, lucky me. The first one is, I was wondering if John would be so very kind as to explain to me what is the layering thing with the air defense, because I understand layering when it comes to what our friend Erland speaks about when he's talking about winter warfare. But when it comes to air defense, I understand it a lot less. Is it just a short range, long range, medium range, or is it something a lot smarter?
Can you say that again, Ben?
I think I heard the term layering for air defense, or something to this effect. And I was wondering if you could explain to me what it was, and what it implied.
So layering is a application of a more general theory of there's a technical name for it that I can't recall. So it's often called the Swiss cheese model of protection, whereby in order to achieve a desired protective result of something, you don't simply rely on one layer of defense or one barrier. You rely on multiple with the expectation that any individual layer will fail to provide protection in some cases. However, you rely on the net combination of them to provide a much greater level of protection than you would get from an individual layer. That's kind of like the theoretical concept in general. For applied to integrated air defense systems, that generally means that you will deploy air defense assets that have varying ranges and engagement ceilings. Your highest tier would be your long range, high altitude systems. And then from there, they decrease in range. And please forgive the background noise. They decrease in
Did you
range
not
and
feed the
engagement
little,
ceiling.
the cat?
That's a good point. I need to go see how much food she has, but I will do that in a few minutes. So at the high level, you have your long range, high altitude systems, and then it generally decreases from there. And that's one component of the layering. Another component is usually the geographic distribution of where these assets are deployed. So you might have a system like, say, S-300 providing area defense over a larger area, say 100 kilometers around each launcher, depending on the specific capabilities of the system. I'm just giving these numbers as an example. And then, below that, you might have NASAMS, which protects 30 kilometers around the launcher. And then you might have point defense systems that defend 5 to 10 kilometers along around the launchers, and you would deploy those around specific assets that you want to defend in particular against a certain category of threats. And those two together, those two components, broadly speaking, form a layered or an integrated air and missile defense system.
Okay, thanks. That makes it a little bit clearer. I'm sure there's a method to this madness, but yeah, I see where it's aiming, where it's getting. And my second question was for Colby. When are you writing a long thread about Jordan and Jordan equipment? Sorry, Jordanian.
It wasn't planned, but I suppose I can add it to the long list of things that I need to do.
We really don't give you enough homework, as it seems.
All of us here are overworked, but it's by choice.
All righty, we have two hands up. Pam and then Latham. Pam, please.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to ask the panel's opinion about the latest announced sanctions against Iran for supplying UAVs to Russia. And what, if anything, anybody thinks about the efficacy of that kind of a move by the United States?
I have a view, but I'll start with Colby.
I would defer to Ben. I mean, my position is I don't understand why we continue to see progressive rollout of these very narrow sanctions on Iranian entities, which I would have assumed had been sanctioned for some period of time. So I'm perplexed by that. It speaks to, the ongoing failure of administration policy towards Iran, that these entities were not under sanction already, and I don't think it really is doing a whole lot to address the problem when you just sanction a couple entities here or there, or a couple individuals here or there. I would much rather see a full embargo on Iran enforced. That would be my solution, but I'm sort of
Colby, you went into a tin can.
I'll probably come back as Ben. He's the economics
No
expert.
problem, but it's a good point. Pam, we had a longer conversation earlier today with Rachel, and Rachel is a sanctions expert in that regard, and we discussed it then, and I had a longer chat with her about the efficacy of sanctions, both wide as well as targeted, and the difficulty of sanctions being supplemental and supportive. But Ben, please go.
If I may, just in answer to the Colby's point, if I were to be taking an educated and perhaps not educated guess, my suspicion is that the reluctance of the United States to go too hard on sanctions on Iran was really motivated by the impact on gas prices and how it would impact narratives during the election season. I think for a while, Biden was extremely reluctant to do anything that would put pressure on oil prices because it was such an effective narrative for the GOP that gas prices were out of control. And so I think to some extent, a perhaps ill-conceived rapprochement with Saudi Arabia occurred, and a soft pedal with Iran occurred because they did not want to see a decrease in production that would put even more pressure on gas prices. And so I think that's my guess, okay, as to why they were so perhaps
that would have been a very short-termist a tactical move, given the fact that the Treasury has been essentially tightening up the sanctions screw. But hold that thought for a second, Pam, if you don't mind. Ben, talk about the efficacy and structural impact of sanctions. Do you want to revert back to what we discussed earlier today?
Oh, yeah, very quickly. We had Rachel Zambia on the panel, and she was great. And we talked sanctions for an hour and a half, which is my idea of paradise, but that's another question. The point that she and you were making quite convincingly is that while there could be an argument for a slightly more a slower approach when it comes to a good management of microeconomics and things like that, as Colby said, there are some entities that really don't fit this pattern, and the one that OFAC has designated, the OFAC, the American Treasury's and how do you say, branch that is in charge of the sanctions, OFAC, has designated this Iranian manufacturer of drones as a target for the sanctions. It's incomprehensible that the whole sector of Iranian aeronautics and at the very least drones had not been heavily sanctions a long time ago. I mean, we just have to remember what's going on in Syria, what's going on in Israel, what's going on in Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's amazing. Those guys have attacked one of the closest allies of the United States. They should have been under sanctions a long time ago. And anyway, so finally now one of the manufacturers is under sanction. And this is very serious because we're talking the sanctions against Iran. And there is still one big difference between the sanctions against Iran and the sanctions against Russia, is that the American sanctions against Russia do not include secondary sanctions, which means that if you engage in a trade with whatever, any entity which is not the actual Russian army, you are not going to be targeted by legal action in Europe or in the United States. This is not the case in Iran. Iran is under secondary sanctions, which means that if one way or another you engage with those guys and you sell them anything, a toothbrush, a comb, a bottle of soap, I am in my bathroom, you will come to experience the wrath of the American Treasury. This means that you're going to lose billions and billions of dollars. The threat of this leads the main companies in the world to buy the services of the best lawyers that there is to make sure that this does not happen. This is the sort of threat that it implies. I hope that what happened today is going to open a path towards this sort of sanctions, so that we never, ever see a single American, European, Israeli item, chip, anything in the constitution of an Iranian drone. This is crucial. This is beyond economics. This is survival. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen literally yesterday, literally 5 years ago.
They're all made. We had someone who's been waiting patiently, our colleague and friend Latham.
Hey, Axel, thanks. Now, first, just a couple of questions, and the first one for John and Colby, probably. I noticed when the list was read of some of the items in the American aid package today, the Zuni rockets caught my attention, and my understanding was that would be for use in helicopters. So, do we know if that includes, is that the standard variant, or I know there is a laser guided variant as well. So that would, do we know if that's, I know it's early. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Do we know if that's included in this?
It is the standard. It is not laser guided. Laser guided wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, in my opinion, given the struggle that we've had with even getting the APKWS Hydra rockets equipped on a Ukrainian system. So I don't see how they would fare much better equipping the new Zuni rockets, given that difficulty. So perhaps in the future, but these ones that are being provided are going to be the unguided variant, most likely just going to go straight onto Ukrainian attack helicopters as a supplement and eventual replacement, possibly for the S5 and S8 rockets, of which there is a finite availability with limited prospects for resupply. I believe Bulgaria does produce some, but I don't know how great their production capacity is.
Okay, great. Thanks, Colby. So that it could be a combination of supply issues on the side of legacy Soviet ammunition. I'm thinking also with the very dug-in positions that they're going after, they may be looking for some of the higher velocity, higher explosive charge of the Zuni. Okay, we'll see how that plays out. Second question for Matthew and James, because I always like to ask this of anybody who's been on the ground, who's close to the action, and it's related to the helicopter question. We've had some interesting comments made from people that are on the ground in the last couple of weeks, a couple of months, about Ukrainian Army aviation and some of what they've been doing. It's definitely it seems to be a very important part of the Ukrainian effort, the close air support that they're offering, the ground forces working very hard. I know there are things that can't, details that can't be discussed, but James and Matthew, any general thoughts about anything you may have seen the Ukrainian Army aviation and their helicopters doing near the front line?
I saw them back in summer. I guess this was June, near Bakhmut. I didn't see them when I was near the front more recently. They were flying in pairs, low or along the ridge line. You'd see them go by, you'd hear some booms in the distance, and then you'd see them come back. Both helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, actually. I know that when I was fighting in Libya, just knowing that you had some air support above you, in that case NATO, was a huge morale boost. Having been in that war before there was NATO involved, and then also once NATO got involved, it was a huge difference in morale, just hearing even the noise of an engine above you and knowing that there's eyes in the sky above you made a huge difference. So I imagine that it would, beyond even just affecting us on the battlefield, the morale boost to Ukrainian forces that they were able to have their own aircraft above them is a huge boost.
That's a very good point. I need to cycle a few people down, so if you give me a second, otherwise I can't get Daryl, Ryan, and others up. In the meantime, Colby, you had a segment coming up with John, as I understand, as to Russian missiles, correct?
That is correct. It got a little bit overlooked, I think, amidst the huge news from the United States. But during the Pentagon briefing, and while we had our all-star panel going, Ukrainian intelligence has released a new assessment on Russian precision-guided munitions inventory and production. So John and I are going to discuss that information, which I have put up into the nest.
Okay, that's helpful.
So
please continue. I'll just swap out Bionada and get Daryl up because Daryl needs to go to goals. Give me a second. I'm just rearranging.
Yeah.
Keep
so
going.
Yeah,
Sorry,
some of
Cole. One thing I will say real quick too. Sorry, Colby. Is please, folks, retweet the space. Let people know we're going to talk about the Russian missile stockpiles. I know it's something people are always asking us questions about. They're very curious about. We're going to do our best to pick through these numbers, and John and Colby are going to tell you guys what they know. So please retweet the space. If you have any questions after they present their information, have their discussion, of course, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Also, please do check out MriyaAid.org. It's a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. All volunteers, 100% of all donations go directly to getting non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. Of course, we have Matthew Van Dyke also joining us, and James Vasquez. So please do check out Ripley's Heroes and Sons of Liberty. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Sorry, Colby, go ahead.
No, thank you, Joseph. Always important to do those housekeeping reminders. So in my tweet up in the nest, there are two pictures. The one on the left is the new intelligence assessment that was released. On the right is the old intelligence assessment, which was released back in November. John, when the first assessment was released, if you look at the picture, I feel like part of it got cut off and we didn't even get the whole thing. So I don't know if you ever saw the full version of that chart, or that's just what we have. It kind of looks like something at the bottom was missing. So the new assessment is a little bit different. They've recategorized a few different missiles, combined a few categories, added some information that wasn't missing before. We have the Iskander cruise missile variant information now, which we didn't have before, and they've kind of broken things down in different categories. And they've also included the Shahed cruise munitions at the very bottom as well. So we've got a lot more information to work with here. So I'll let you kick it off with however you want to start with this.
Right. So if everybody's got the graphs pulled up, or the charts, I should say, pulled up in front of them, I was thinking let's just start at the top and work our way downwards. So at the top, they have split what was previously just labeled Iskander into Iskander M, so the 9M723 ballistic missile, as well as what is commonly known as Iskander K, although my understanding is it's not the phrase Iskander K doesn't actually exist in Russian service. So that's going to be the 9M728/9M729 ground launch cruise missiles. They were previously merged into one category. That they have now been split off into their own separate sections, which is very helpful. So for them, the production rate for Iskander M seems to be about constant. I'd estimated about 6 per month previously, just by taking 48 over 9 months. That gives about 6 per month. That's now been split off into, since that has now been split off into Iskander M and Iskander K, we're looking at 36 Iskander M's in total over about a 11-month period. So that works out to about, in reality, about 3 Iskander M's per month, which is 50% of what we had originally estimated based upon the prior data, and about 20 Iskander K cruise missiles in total over the past 11 months. So that's just under about 2 per month, which is nothing. That's a drop in the ocean compared to what Russia is expending. I had anticipated that Iskander K production was probably going to be pretty minuscule based upon the other sources that I was looking at. Granted, this is dramatically lower than I had expected. I had been estimating somewhere along the lines of about 50 per year. This is looking like about 25 per year in total, so about half that. So not really a significant factor either way. And then move. Oh, go ahead, Colby.
So John, just so comparing the old production estimate between the two was 48, and now it's 56. So that's just 8 more missiles. So basically, Ukraine's original assessment, either they were off by 8, or Russia in the time between then and now has been able to produce an additional 8 missiles on top of what they were already doing, which is a pretty small number.
Yeah, that more. Sorry, go ahead, Daryl.
No, go ahead, Kobe. I mean,
no, I was just going to say that's more or less what seems to be the case. I'm trying to extrapolate based upon these new numbers and work backwards to see if I can get all this math to work. But that roughly seems to if you take the new estimate, multiply that by the past 9 months for the original, that puts you at 27 Iskander M's, 2 Iskander K's per month times 9, that puts you at 18. 18 plus 27 is 45. They have 48 on there. So that math seems to approximately work out.
Okay, so with the caliber next?
Yes. So for caliber, more or less seems in line with what we've seen. So previously they've estimated that Russia had, over the previous 9 months, produced 120 caliber sea-launched cruise missiles. Again, if you break that down by month, that's about 13 per month, or about, in total, 160 per year. With the new data, it indicates 150 have been produced thus far. If you break down that monthly rate from the previous estimate, and factor in the fact that 2 more months have passed, that puts you right about at 150 calibers produced. So the data looks very consistent between the two. The major difference is that the number remaining in Russian inventory is dramatically reduced. They're down from originally 229 remaining calibers to an estimated 59. So that is not much left. That is 9% of their original stockpile, plus the ones that have been produced thus far in the war. So that is critically low.
Yeah, there's very few calibers left. So the Black Sea Fleet, unlikely to be much of a factor, at least in terms of the strategic bombing, or not so strategic bombing campaign of Russia going forward. Just 59 of those left is a really, really small number.
The other thing is that General Budanov, the director of GUR, Ukrainian military intelligence, he had stated in an interview that Russia was attempting to increase monthly caliber production from about 13 units per month to around 20 units per month. This data indicates that has not occurred. They are still producing about 13 per month. That production increase has thus far been failed to materialize.
Alrighty, so those are the ground launched and the sea launched missiles. So onto the air launched, and here they've combined some categories that were previously together. They had KH-101 and KH-555 broken out previously, and those are collapsed into a single category now, John.
Yes, so this is where things get interesting. I wish they hadn't combined it into a single category, because that makes things marginally less certain, the numbers I'm about to talk about. But I suspect it's not that big a deal, all things considered. So the first thing that's of note is that it looks like, if you just look at the production from the old data compared to the recent data, it looks like it's more than doubled, from 120 units produced in total to 290 produced in total, and that's over a span of 2 months. Now, that seems concerning on its surface, but the indications that I've seen are that the original number that was published in the first infographic were completely wrong. The New York Times reported shortly after, based upon an interview with a currently serving Ukrainian general officer, that their estimate was that Russia had produced 240 KH-101s over the preceding 9 months, not the 120 as had been included in the original infographic. If you take that 240, break that down into an average monthly production rate, factor in the 2 months that have passed, that gives you about 290 new units of KH-101. So it almost exactly agrees with the new figures that have been released. So it looks like they have corrected the error that was present originally in the infographic. And the assumption is that all of this new production of the KH-101, KH-555, and the KH-55SM, that's all KH-101s. As far as I'm aware, they are not producing new KH-555s. There was no new production noted in the prior infographic, my understanding was that all of their pre-existing KH-555s had been converted from older KH-55 SMs, and that they had expended most of the original KH-55s that they had manufactured or converted, I should say, in Syria prior to the invasion, and then they had already expended about half of them as of November of this year, following the invasion in February. So it looks like those numbers are still zero for production or conversion of those. The KH-55 SM is a new addition. It was not included on the previous infographic. And I'm not sure how to parse this. This is where the numbers, I think, are, I don't say incorrect, but unclear. So Russia definitely has KH-55 SMs left because they've been launching them as decoys. As originally designed, the KH-55 cannot support a conventional, or there was no conventional warhead originally designed to be mounted on it. It was exclusively nuclear armed, as well as some inert training warheads. This was due to the fact that its precision was extremely poor, and the only way to reliably guarantee meaningful effects on target was to use some sort of nuclear warhead. Russia definitely has some. They've been using them as decoys, but the issue that we get into with these new numbers is that it says it gives the total KH-101s, 555s, and 55 SMs as 444. Well, they've obviously just added up the previous categories of 144 KH-101s and 300 KH-555s. So if I interpret that quite literally, that means that they have 0 KH-55 SMs, which we know is for a fact to be untrue. So either they're just not, either this infographic is mistaken and that figure is just not included in the total when it should be, or those 300 KH-555s that were originally reported, some of those could be KH-55 SMs, and Ukrainian intelligence, for whatever reason, couldn't accurately differentiate those two figures. That's a possibility. But I say all this just to acknowledge that there is some uncertainty in the actual meaning of this specific number.
Okay, so next up on the list is the KH-22 and 32. Now, John, this is the very antiquated cruise missile that has a very unstable propulsion system. Is that right?
Oh boy, so the KH-22 and the 32, they're interesting. They are very old air-launched cruise missiles. They were originally designed as anti-shipping missiles. There was an anti-radiation version developed, and I think some various different land attack versions were developed, or there's a secondary land attack mode for some of the anti-shipping variants. It's no longer produced. Its propulsion system is quite interesting because whereas most cruise missiles nowadays use some sort of turbofan or turbojet sustainer engine, a few use solid rocket motors to accelerate them to relatively high velocities, then cruise from there. But most of them use turbofan or turbojet engines. The KH-22/32, on the other hand, uses a liquid-fueled rocket engine, an actual liquid-fueled rocket engine, running on two hypergolic propellants. Hypergolic mean two substances are said to be hypergolic if they ignite instantaneously on contact, even in the absence of an ignition source. They use, I believe, what was it? TG 250 or Tonka 250, I think as it's also called, which is a mixture of two chemical substances that I do not remember the name off the top of my head, plus, if my memory is correct, dinitrogen tetroxide. Both of those substances are massive handling hazards. They're explosive, they're flammable, they're corrosive, they're toxic, they're carcinogenic. They're absolutely horrific to handle. Using them simplifies your rocket engine design and fuel tank design because they're stable at they're liquids at room temperature, and you don't need an ignition source. So while it simplifies the engineering of your rocket, it massively complicates any handling that has to be done.
John, can you give us one quick break? I know that Matthew is in the same time zone as me, so it's 1:15 in Ukraine, and he just wanted a wave goodbye. By the way, thank you, Matthew, for staying with us this evening. Absolutely great having you.
Yeah, it was great to be on. Thank you for having all of us on tonight. Great questions as always. It's always nice to talk to all the listeners, and hopefully we'll do this again sometime in the future.
Oh, absolutely. We should make this definitely a regular
Absolutely.
thing. And people, if you haven't done it quite yet, have a look. Give Matthew and Sons of Liberty International a follow. You've heard it here. Yet again, the amount of training required, tactical training and support for that is absolutely significant, and one of the key things as to how we can assist our Ukrainian friends in their defense. So thank you very much, and thanks, Matthew, for staying up to date.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Heroin Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smelt
Smert Moskaleon.
And folks,
Alrighty.
I just want to let everybody know if you.
No, shoot, Daryl. I apologize. I was too quick.
Yeah, I just want everybody to, if you are here listening to John and Colby go through these numbers and these missiles, please copy, retweet the space, let everybody know what we're talking about. Let them know that, we're going through the numbers and trying to get good info out there on what is happening and what is coming up in the future, and what the battle space could look like in the future with these missiles. Thank you.
And why Patriots are being sent to Ukraine to counteract some of these missiles and mitigate the threat.
Absolutely. John, anything else on KH-22 and 32 before we go to the Kinzhal?
Yeah, just one last item on there. Usage of those has decreased somewhat over the previous months. My understanding, based upon the reporting, has been that the Russians have had some issues with them exploding in midair on their way to their targets. I suspect that's because of the specific propulsion systems they have. The rocket engines they use are extremely old. The youngest one is at least 30 years old. With any kind of rocket propellant, but these in particular, you get a single leak in some valve or joint, that is going to start spraying hypergolic propellant everywhere, and very quickly you are going to have no more cruise missile. So that seems to be the reason why usage has somewhat decreased. And now there is a weird discrepancy in this in these numbers. Originally, it was reported that they had expended 250 as of November. This reports 208 having been expended as of beginning of January. So the original expenditure figure seems to have been an overestimate by about 50 units. So there are more of those remaining than anticipated.
Alrighty, and John had written a really great thread about the KH-22 specifically, so check that out for more information about that specific missile system. So last on our first list here is the KH-47 M2 Kinzhal.
So these are the quote-unquote hypersonic. They aren't actually hypersonic. They're air-launched ballistic missiles. Russia has, I believe there are 4 visually confirmed instances where Russia has deployed Kinzhal thus far. Originally, it was with the first infographic, it reported 16 having been launched and 16 having been produced. So Russia was at net zero change in their total inventory. This tweaks those numbers slightly. It reports 20 as having been produced and 10 having been expended. So they've revised their expenditure estimate from 16 to 10, and they've increased their production estimate slightly. The original production rate that I had calculated was about, it was about 2 per month. So this would, I think, correspond to that same constant production rate of about 2 per month, going from 16 over 9 months to 20 over 11 months.
Okay, and they have put all of these missiles that we've been discussing, they've recategorized them under a new heading, strategic missiles, and then they list the total for all the missiles in that category and what's remaining, and it's 536 missiles, or 19% of the original pre-war stock in this category of strategic missiles. Any sort of commentary about how they're classifying these specific missiles as strategic weapons specifically, John?
I mean, the classification seems sensible to me. The strategic missiles in this case, they all have significantly longer ranges than any of the missiles that are listed as tactical. So that distinction seems perfectly reasonable and sensible to me. The only final point I have to add on the strategic missiles is that if you add up the remaining mainline cruise missiles, and by that I mean the Iskander Ks, the Calibers, the KH-101s, 555s, 55 SMs. I'm not including the KH-22/32 because they don't really seem to use those very much anymore. If you add up those three, which are the main three that they have been using for these cruise missile strikes, that comes out to about 230 cruise missiles remaining in inventory. That's almost exactly what I had initially estimated based upon the prior infographic. I had estimated I had estimated 240 cruise missiles would remain based upon that initial data release back in November. 240 would be remaining by this date. They're at 230, so broadly speaking, this lines almost exactly up with what I had been estimating initially.
Joseph?
So, I mean, John, obviously Dr. Paul isn't here at this crucial time. We're talking about how many Russian missiles are left. But I wanted to know, I mean, this is a question that people come up and ask a lot, right? It's understandable too. When's Russia going to run out of missiles, John? So, I mean, like now that we have this data, broadly speaking, what do you think this says about like moving forward? You know, I guess to speak in the most simple terms, right? What does it mean moving forward in terms of Russian missile attacks on civilian targets broadly?
So they can sustain if just relying on my previous estimate, I need to update it. The previous modeling I did, although I need to update it now with these figures. I had initially estimated that they would, at their current expenditure rate of about 200 per month, of the main three, the 101, 555/55 SM, Caliber, and Iskander K, that they would totally empty their inventory at their current expenditure rate, about 200 missiles per month. They'd run out approximately what is now 50 days from now, or 45-ish days from now, I believe I'm doing, or 40 days from now, sorry. So a little over a month from now, if they keep up their current expenditure rate and assuming all this underlying data is accurate. And I should be very careful with, I'm not proposing that as a definitive prediction because there's always data could be incorrect, underlying assumptions could be false. Russia could reduce its expenditure rate to draw out the length of its the life of its inventory. There's a number of different possibilities there. So I'm not proposing that. I'm just presenting that as one of many potential models.
And real quick, I know Daryl had something you wanted to say, but I just want to say, John, we don't want to say that Russia will ever be totally out. In other words, they do have production. And so once we hit that stage where they're quote unquote out, how long would it take for them to save up for a saturation attack, just in very simple terms? And then we'll go to Daryl. Sorry, Daryl.
So at current production rates, they're producing about 480 cruise missiles per month. That is Caliber and KH-101. Divide that by 12, you get 40 cruise missiles per month. So in principle, if they are totally out of inventory, then going forward, they could sustain expending 40 cruise missiles per month against Ukraine. And again, currently right now, they're expending on average about 200 per month. Although again, I need to update some of those estimates and figures.
Thanks. Back to you, Joe.
All right. Hey, first of all, Kobe, when you were speaking about the zooming missiles, is it any way we can actually find out if those guided ones possibly are coming? Because the way that they are firing those missiles right now, they're basically a blind launch. They kick up they go in low, kick up, fire, and drop, which is rather inefficient if they are not hitting a specific target. And so that is probably a better reason to have the zoomies if they are guided, because then the ground forces would be able to help them sight in on targets because that would make it a more efficient barrage in that case. So is it possible we can find out if those are going to be the guided? I know that's going to be something we'd have to get into the weeds about, but I think it will be important at least to know what they're getting is going to serve a more specific purpose for combined arms in that case. The second is the with the missiles. John, are you calculating these missiles for every missile that they have, even those that are possibly aboard a ship that they can bring in? Or are these just the stores that are currently maybe warehoused? And if they are using missiles to, say, interdict targets that the Ukrainians are firing in, is that in anywhere near the calculation of the 200?
So that 200 figure is just based upon, again, current estimated inventory of Scander K, Caliber, KH-101, 555, 55 SM. That, if I'm interpreting this data correctly, and I am making a few assumptions here, this includes all of those munitions that Russia has in inventory in warehouses and deployed, as far as I can tell. That's my underlying assumption. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, that helps. Because what I'm looking is if they're using that many stores here, that means they may be inefficiently guarding the rest of their territory, which could be really dangerous on their part. In case I'm not sure if they have any, relative threats, but it does leave them in a predicament in that case.
Yeah, so the one of the major unknown factors here is if they have a strategic floor of standoff munitions that they will not expend, because you have to remember the KH-101/102, the 102 being the nuclear arm variant, and as far as more, they're directly interchangeable. You can take a nuclear warhead, put it in a KH-101, and it's a KH-102 now. They form the airborne component of Russia's strategic nuclear triad. Once they run out of KH-101s completely, they will not have I don't say they will not have one, but they will not have an effective airborne strategic component of their strategic nuclear triad. They will still have, obviously, nuclear freefall bombs, but that's more of a component of the tactical triad. So I don't know how that factors into this. That's also true for Caliber. I'm not sure if they equip Caliber with tactical or strategic warheads. It's certainly nuclear capable. And I believe it's directly interchangeable between conventional and nuclear warheads. I believe it uses the exact same one as the KH-101, I think. So I'm not sure if there's a floor there as well. Iskander K, similar reasoning applies. And Iskander M, again, that's a part of their tactical nuclear triad. So I don't know if there's a floor there for how many they will be willing to expend, because one would imagine there would have to be if they want to maintain these munitions as a credible part of their tactical and strategic nuclear triads.
Okay, and can we assume that missile failure rate on that one missile, could that be due to pitting or something to that effect? And also, what would be a limiting factor on production for them? Is there any raw material or whatever that could limit that even further that we're not seeing, or that there may be a sanction or no sanction on?
So the two most difficult components to either source or produce for Russia are going to be, in no particular order, A, microelectronics for the guidance systems, as well as various other components of the missile, but primarily the guidance package, and B, the turbofan engines themselves that provide propulsion for these munitions. The turbofan production provides a hard upper limit on how many they can produce. The estimates that I've seen range from an annual production capacity of 500 to 1,500 turbofans per year. So they're currently producing, again, about 500 of these cruise missiles annually, based upon all these figures. So that seems to be at the lower end of that estimate range, just below it. So I'm not sure if they can increase that potentially. They have set targets for increased production for both Caliber and KH-101. Neither of those have yet to be realized based upon this data. So microelectronics are already being targeted to some extent. They need to be targeted more efficiently. There needs to be better enforcement and leveraging of secondary sanctions. For the turbofans, I would need to do some more digging into what specific items would need to be sanctioned in terms of impeding their ability to assemble those.
All right. Thank you very much.
So on the Zuni rockets, it is not the laser guided version that would have been specified if it had been. I don't know even if the United States has many of the laser guided equipped variants in existence. They certainly have the unguided variant still. They were used by the Marine Corps. I think they still are, or they're at least in inventory because it's being sent in the PDA. So the Department of Defense has these in operational condition. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to be provided in a PDA. The company that makes the laser guidance kit is MBDA's American subsidiary, and they're actually a European sort of consortium of a bunch of different companies that came together to form that company, which is a big producer of missile systems. I don't know what their capacity to produce these guidance kits is. And given the difficulty we're experiencing with the APKWS, I don't think that we're going to see those guidance kits anytime soon. Certainly possible in the future, perhaps once they finally figured out how to get APKWS working on an aerial platform. They're going to be fired by the systems that Germany has procured for Ukraine, but those are land-based launchers, and there's still no indication that those rockets are in service on any sort of Ukrainian aircraft. So after they figure that out, or if they figure that out, then perhaps they could provide the Zuni rockets as well with these guidance systems, pending the ability of the manufacturer to produce those guidance systems for it. But in the interim, they're just going to be a supplement and possibly replacing the S-5 and S-8 rockets on Ukrainian attack helicopters. So it's still going to be just these unguided saturation attacks, but these things are really big. They're 127 millimeter, so they're going to pack a much larger punch than the S-5 and S-8 rockets do.
All right. I appreciate that again. All right. Ben?
Yeah, John, are there other types of missiles that you'd like to talk about?
Yes, we still need to go through the tactical missiles here. So this one is the section's shorter, thankfully, and then finally after that, there's the Shaheds. So for the tactical missiles, well, let's start off with the 3M55 Onyx. So that is a supersonic.
John, I'm
Yes.
sorry. What do you call a tactical missile?
So they're using the terms very loosely here. Tactical is a reference to the missile's range and the type of target it can leverage effects on, or rather, the type of target it's meant to leverage effects on. So tactical missiles would be shorter range and are designed to be used on targets within the tactical depth of the battle space. And then as the distances become greater, then you get into the operational level, and then finally the strategic level. So that's the main distinguishing factor here is the range. All of these tactical missiles are going to have sub 1,000-kilometer ranges. All of the strategic missiles are going to have 1,000+ kilometer ranges. That's not a technical definition. I'm just saying that because I know the ranges of most of these munitions. All of the tactical ones are below 1,000. All of the strategic ones listed are above 1,000. Well, not sure about the KH-22, but in any case.
And do the tactical ones have a bigger boom?
Not really. No, it varies munition by munition. There isn't really a direct correlation between warhead size and tactical or strategic here.
Yeah, John, the inclusion of the P800 Onyx is interesting in the tactical category because it most certainly has a longer maximum range than the KH-22 does. So that's interesting. And also, they're putting it into the ground-launched category, but P800 Onyx can be launched both from surface vessels, from submarines, from land batteries, the K300P, Bastion P shore battery system, and as well, I believe there's a air-launched version, but that one has a different designation, which isn't present here. But it's kind of interesting that they're putting that specifically in the ground-based category rather than sea or just sort of, I don't know, a different category because it has so many different launch platforms.
Okay, so you are correct. Onyx is launchable from the vertical launch systems of a number of Russian surface combatants of the Black Sea Fleet, and I believe it's also horizontally launchable via the torpedo tubes of the Kilo-class submarines. However, as far as I'm aware, all of the Onyx launches that have occurred thus far, or at least those who have been publicly documented, have all occurred from Bastion K300P complexes in Crimea.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I've definitely posted about these launches from those telos before. So I guess that explains that question.
Yeah. So thus far, data appears broadly consistent with the previous infographic. Russia does not appear to be producing really any new Onyxes to speak of. They're still they've expended about 20 more over the past 2 months, so it's about 10 per month. Not very much, all things considered. It's a supersonic anti-shipping missile, range for about 600 kilometers, if I am remembering my figures correctly.
Up to 800, I think.
Okay, so maybe
at least for the newest variants, I think can go up to 800.
Well, how many of the newest variants does Russia really have? But in any case, my understanding is that they have not been overly effective in a land attack role because that is a secondary capability. Their guidance package is designed for an anti-shipping role. The land attack capability is very much secondary. So my understanding is they have poor terminal precision and have not been overly effective in that role.
Okay, and so next up in the tactical category then is the S-300, which is making up the real bulk of Russia's quote-unquote high-precision missile arsenal, which this is a bit of an oxymoron, perhaps, with the inclusion of S-300 in these figures, although it's definitely worth discussion, but it's just kind of funny to have it listed here along with things that have considerable more accuracy than it does, and but without it, really, there's not a whole lot left here. But so I talk about that basically. The inclusion of S-300 here is really sort of giving an inflated sense of what Russia has left in terms of PGMs, and if you actually took it out, there's really not much there. But of course, we do have to discuss S-300 because it is a unique system that does still pose a threat to Ukraine.
Yes, so S-300, it is So when it says S-300, it's referring to S-300 interceptors. So that's going to primarily be, in this case, 5V55 interceptors and 48N6 interceptors. Those are compatible with both S-300P and S-400, which are Russia's primary high to medium altitude air defense systems. Think of them as they're Russia's analog of Patriot, more or less. They went into this with about 8,000 interceptors in inventory. They've expended, according to the newest data, about 1,300 compared to about 1,000 previously. So I'm not sure if that's referring to those used exclusively in land attack or those used for both land attack as well as in its original intended use of an actual surface-to-air missile. So I'm not sure if that includes surface-to-air engagements. S-300 has been retrofitted of sorts to carry out a land attack role. It was originally designed to have that capability, but I'm not very clear on the technical details. When these strikes first began with S-300 against land targets in about June or July, the Ukrainians pulled some apart. They found that GLONASS receivers had been retrofitted onto them, so it looks like they were trying to provide some makeshift crude GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System, guidance to these things. The precision of them is notably quite poor. It's not enough to influence things in a tactical role, so at the front line overly much. So they've been primarily using them to strike Ukrainian infrastructure within about 120 or so kilometers of the front line. The range of these systems is not clear. There is a wide variety of range figures for, at least for surface-to-air engagements, for different types of interceptors. 5V55 and 48N6, they're both families of interceptors. Different interceptors in those families have different range figures, again, for surface-to-air engagements. I don't know what those translate to individually in terms of land attack ranges. I've only seen a 120 kilometer figure referenced once in a single Belarusian source that's quite old. So our data here is really lacking. But in any case,
John, are these supersonic or subsonic?
These are well, I need to be careful with my terminology. They're ballistic targets. So they will be in terminal phase, they will be traveling probably Mach 3 to Mach 4. So high supersonic.
Which is another reason for the Patriot.
Correct. As of right now, Ukraine does not have many systems with anti-ballistic missile capabilities. They have 3 S-300V, SA-12A battalions, 2 to 3 of those. Their Buk systems have a limited anti-ballistic missile capability, although I'm not sure how effective that has actually been in practice. I just don't have any good data on that. Those 2 Patriot batteries will expand their inventory of ABM systems. There's discussions of Italy and France delivering a SAMP-T system. Think of that as the Franco-Italian analog of Patriot. It definitely has an ABM capability. That will help as well. The Greek S-300 PMU-1 systems, they have 4 of those systems. They should have ABM capability. The S-300 PMU-1, that was the S-300 version that an ABM capability was first introduced for S-300P. So that should hopefully help as well. In any case, S-300s are a problem. And they will continue to remain a problem, especially as Russia's cruise missile inventory is depleted. They were expending about 100 a month as of November. They are now expending about 150 a month as of the past 2 months. So usage of them is definitely increasing as they expend their cruise missiles and start to run empty on those. The issue is Russia has sufficiently many S-300 interceptors as well as launchers to make trying to reliably intercept them with Patriot, S-300V, SAMP-T, or any of these systems that will be delivered really unfeasible. To just have too many of them, we will burn through all of the interceptors that we can provide to Ukraine before Russia will run out of S-300s. So there's unfortunately not much that can be done about them besides attempting to destroy the launchers.
And there is no anti-air to air missile that's capable at this point in time, correct?
Not that's deliverable to Ukraine. There might be some prototype systems, but none that would be readily available for us to deliver to Ukraine.
Thank you. Joseph?
John, I have many questions, but they're not specifically about tactical missiles. I do want to remind our listeners, if you have any questions for John, Colby will be back shortly. He said he had an engagement. But please do come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. John, I'll try to keep my questions as succinct and to the point as possible. So my first question would be, Or actually, I would say this. Sorry, let's just go to the Shaheeds first, and then we can kind of have maybe a big picture talk. So I'll leave it there. John, did you want to talk about the Shaheeds?
Do you want me to do the Shaheeds, or there's one more tactical missile after? Do you want me to do the Shaheeds
Oh,
first?
I'm sorry, John. Yeah, no, I wasn't. I didn't know there were still more tactical missiles. I'm
Just
sorry,
one.
John.
There's a
So the
whole
last
slew,
category.
Joseph. There's a whole slew. We have to go through them.
So the remaining category lumps together the KH-29, the KH-31, the 35, the 58, and the 59. The KH-35 is a anti-shipping missile with secondary land attack capability. KH-31 is an anti-radiation missile. The KH-29 is a air-launched short-range land attack missile, about 30-kilometer range. The KH-58, I believe that is also that's an anti-radiation missile as well. And the KH-59 is also these are all air launched. The KH-59 is also about a medium range land attack missile, depending on the variant. We're talking 200 to 100 kilometer range. So originally, only the KH-55 was given. They cited a production figure of 360 total units. That's about 300. You do the math, 360 divided by 9. That gives you approximately 40 per month. So if we extrapolate that forward, 2 months have passed, 80 were produced, we add those up, we find that more or less agrees with the new figure. 450 is listed. Calculating it forward, we get 440, so those numbers are approximately consistent. That seems to imply that Russia is not producing many, if any, KH-29s, 31s, 58s, or 59s, which is interesting. A Ukrainian reporter provided the contents for Russian state defense order that was originally signed in November, that purported to include production targets for the end of 2024 for a number of Russian air-launched munitions. They seem to imply that production of all of those systems was still ongoing, so there's some potential inconsistencies there. I'll need to go back and look at the specific numbers to try and get an idea to quantify that. But it looks like KH-35 production is still continuing as expected, or as was originally estimated. I'm not sure how effective these systems have been. They seem to have been not overly effective. Their range is somewhat limited. They've mainly been launching them against targets in Mykolaiv and Odessa. Again, they're relatively limited range, makes it difficult for them to strike targets with these munitions deep in Ukraine. They've launched some of them from Belarus, but most of them from Russian tactical aviation operating over the Black Sea.
All right. Did that take care of you, Joseph? I'm gonna go ahead and go on to Bianale.
There's also the Shaheeds. The numbers there are interesting. I have not been following the Shahed figures as closely as I have. This indicates that the latest figures indicate that 750 were provided to Russia. Of those, 660 have been expended, leaving 90 left. I had seen figures that the original agreement with Iran was for about 1,700 Shaheeds. I don't know if I don't remember if that original reporting indicated that was the amount delivered or just the amount in total agreed that would be delivered. So this could be an indicator that only about half or so, a little under half of what was agreed to has been delivered thus far, or that could be indicative of discrepancy. I'd have to go back and look at the original reporting on that. But it does indicate that Russia has potentially expended most of the Shaheeds that they had immediately on hand.
So John, I had a few questions. I'll cut it short so Sabina can go, and then I'll ask if we got time. So my first question was, John, I guess if we're describing all these missiles, it sounds like this is like what Russia has left. I mean, they're they're a regional military power. I'll put it that way. What does it mean for them not to have a strategic missile reserve, and like what was it supposed to do in military terms for them. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? What are the strategic implications of this?
Well, the strategic implications are, on the one hand, components of both Russia's nuclear and tactical strategic triads have been significantly degraded. As I said, the air-launched component of their strategic triad has simply been devastated by this. Their tactical / strategic. I should be careful about my terminology here, because strategic sea-based tends to refer to ballistic missile submarines, but I'm referring to nuclear armed cruise missiles. That would be Caliber. That's been enormously depleted. Their ground-based component has also been their tactical ground-based component of their nuclear triad has also been enormously depleted, because that was based upon Iskander M and Iskander K. So these are enormous losses in that regard. These munitions, in their conventional role, were meant to provide long range. The idea is long range precision fires. It is to produce effects on hostile targets at great depth within the enemy's lines. Their ability to do that has been enormously degraded just based upon the number that they have expended. Their capacity to do that in the future is significantly reduced. For example, I don't anticipate we'll be seeing many cruise missile strikes in Syria going forward for the foreseeable future. And that's just a consequence that having dramatically fewer of these munitions physically degrades their ability to project power abroad.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll just leave it there. We can go to Biennale. Daryl, if you had anything to add, otherwise we can go to Biennale.
All right, thank you very much.
Nope, let's go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering, we have seen in the last couple of days many attacks with the Shahid drones. Sometimes a few cruise missiles between. Are they running? Is it already that they are saving up cruise missiles? Are they running out and they know it and replace it with the Shahid drones? Or are they just trying to send swarms of Shahid drones to figure out where the air defense is? What's your suspicion?
I suspect it's more so the latter, due to the fact that the Shaheds have been intercepted at much greater rates than the Russian cruise missiles have on average, particularly in recent weeks and months. The Shahed's ability to cause damage is also somewhat more limited, just based upon the fact, 30 kilogram warhead, 20 to 30 kilogram warhead versus a 150, 200 plus kilogram warhead on some of these cruise missiles. So I think it's more so the latter at this point, although in general, I think there's definitely an element of they're just throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks at this point, quite frankly. Though I think they have been trying to use the Shaheds in a specific role to either reveal the location of Ukrainian air defense assets, to incorporate that data into their cruise missile route planning preceding a strike, or to invite or to try and get Ukrainian air defenses to waste interceptors, particularly S-300 interceptors, Buk interceptors, etc., and other difficult to replace munitions of a Soviet heritage. So I think both can be true at once there.
Yeah, but John, in their ability to, can they track the Shaheeds?
In flight?
Yeah, are they able to track them?
So as I understand it, the Shahed, once launched, has no communication or data link capability with its launcher or any other system. There is no radio system on board. There is no satellite communication system. It's literally a bootleg cruise missile. You plug in the coordinates, you launch it, it's one and done. So they might be able to observe some of them if they have a mainstay up and airborne. That's their Russian equivalent of AWACS, the A-50U. They might be able to observe them via their airborne radar capability. But in terms of having a data link or some way to communicate with the Shaheds in flight such that they can provide their positions. No, they do not have that capability as far as I'm aware.
John, where are we
So if
going to
they
find more Buki ammo? Oh, sorry, Joel. I didn't mean to step on
go
your
ahead. No, go
I was
ahead.
just going to say, John said that rare munitions like Buki ammo, and I just wanted to say, John, where are we going to find Buki ammo real quick?
Apparently birds, sparrows. One might even say a sea-dwelling sparrow, to be specific.
Right. So the Ukrainians figured out how to convert a munition that can be provided in pretty good quantity for the Buk. So it's definitely less of a worry, I would say, than it was in the past with that news that broke yesterday. Was it, John?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Sorry, I just wanted to cover that. Back to you, Daryl.
Yeah, you mentioned okay, if they can't track them, if they're using the Gepard to shoot down Shaheeds, how are they able to determine the location of these then when you're considering route planning and avoidance?
On the Russian side of things?
Yes, because that's who I'm just looking at how they're able to determine whether they have a valid route or not, considering that the theory that they may be using the Shaheeds to come up with a route plan for the cruises or other missiles.
I suspect it's probably the mainstay in addition to potential other ISR assets, but I think it's definitely the mainstay and probably human sources in Ukraine as well. That is why Ukraine is very big about not posting videos and images of air defense engagements or air defense positions, because Russia still does have the ability to collect human intelligence inside Ukraine. So I suspect ISR assets are like the number one source of that data, particularly the A-50U mainstays, the airborne early warning and control aircraft, and then followed by Russian human assets in Ukraine. That'd be my best guess.
John, could you just explain for listeners what an ISR asset is?
Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance.
And then which drone is that particularly for them?
They have a couple. They have, what is it? They have they don't have that many. So in terms of long range ones, well, there's also manned ISR platforms as well. Like in the U.S. or NATO, we have J-STARS, and there's a couple others as well that fulfill their various different functions. But in terms of UAVs, they have the Orion, but that's a UCAV, and its cameras and sensors are kind of crap, from my understanding. The footage that I've seen is kind of awful for their thermal imagers. They have a few larger ones, but I don't think they have that many of them. I suspect it's the mainstay doing the majority of the work there, and I think there might be some ISR variants of the IL-20 that have various different miscellaneous roles. The IL-18, the IL-18, I mean.
Have any of those been shot down over Ukraine, or are they primarily been staying across the border and just long range sighting?
They've only operated over Belarusian and Russian airspace, and potentially over the Black Sea as well.
All right, folks. Please, if you are up on the speakers panel, I would ask you raise your hand, please, and ask so we can get to your questions. I do have a gallery of folks that are trying to get up, and particularly I got Colby down there waiting. And so if you would, please ask your question, and we can keep this going. Go ahead, Paulie.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. Thank you for good hosting. Actually, I have a question to Axel, if that's all right.
Sure, I'm just chewing a cookie. That's the only kind of cake I
Yeah.
ever eat.
Well, you will need this one because it's one to chew. Did you see the Twitter post from Scholz 5 hours ago?
No, I didn't. Which one? On his personal account or the overall?
Personal account, like Bundeskanzler, and I think it was about like, well, well, the tweet was about giving the Marauders, and basically, I think this was the first actual tweet of him making a millimeter concession towards sending arms to Ukraine. In my opinion, it was the first tweet. Or I think you have to see it, but you can analyze it better.
I mean, yeah. Well,
It's
it's
Scholz,
passive
but
aggressive.
still.
It's passive aggressive. Liefern wir nun auch. Now we are
Yeah.
also delivering. You shouldn't write it this way. You should never write it this way. It's terrible. From anyone, I mean, if you're German, I understand. In English, it doesn't really ruffle your feathers as much if you say, we're now also supplying. No. But liefern wir nun auch. This is dismissive. It is passive aggressive. It's the wrong kind of statement. It's just bad style. But then again, he's not a communicator.
Exactly. Do I like read it correctly that maybe like he's like now pants down and trying to do whatever he can, like best as he can.
No.
Do something.
No. He give you an inch, and then you have to constantly keep him on his toes. This is in that regard, he is the administrative version of a stubborn terrier.
Exactly. All right, then just one brief follow-up. Did you see the postings regarding Visegrad and our defense committee chair Antti Häkkänen, posting about that we are ready to send Leopard 2s now?
I saw a number.
From Finland.
I saw a lot of posts, but nothing from Häkkänen. I can have a quick look. Visegrad, you mean the Visegrad group or
the Visegrad 24, maybe the news outlet?
That channel is that's like jumping hopscotch through the meadows. I mean, you can get your feet wet.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but in general, this Antti Häkkänen, one of our MPs, he is really smart, and he's the in defense committee, and he's from the coalition party, soon to be the prime minister party, and he's joining the forces and saying that we should ship the Leopard 2s. I guess that's good signal in my books.
I agree. I mean,
Good
if you
thing.
scroll, I understand what you mean, because Visegrad today joined the campaign quite literally. The only thing they haven't done is they haven't put the hashtag Free the Leopards and at MriyaReport there, because they don't want that, of course. But what should I say? But they started putting this out a few hours ago about the leopards because they were referencing the aggregated articles of the Wall Street Journal. Then they referred to the Polish, hubbub with the Czech official and the playbook, which was running out there. Then they referred back to your head of the defense committee, and then afterwards they even went one further, talking to some Danish military experts and referencing Alex Aronsen from the Danish People's Party. That's all good and fine. I mean, I'm quite in favor. They should be doing this all day. If Visegrad 24 had been doing this for many months, we wouldn't have so many critical points in that regard. That they don't necessarily put up the sweetest and nicest photos or images of the leopards on the Danish flag is a different thing. They should have taken something from the live shooting range of Oxbow. But hey, so what? It's definitely a step in the right direction in that regard. Yeah, happy to see it.
100%. And then last, I promise this is the last one. So you're gonna have Jarmo Lindberg in MriyaReport. That's wonderful. Yes. And like you said, he's the former the head of the Air Forces commander, but also for the last 5 years of his career, he was the army commander of the whole forces in Finland.
Chief of Defense.
So yes, and also F-18 pilot and MiG-21 pilot.
Yes.
So
and he flies one of my most favorite civil aircraft from time to time, and that's the Pilatus BC-21.
Exactly. So top guy, and would highly recommend tuning in. Thank you.
Yeah,
And it's been a wonderful night and evening. Thank you, Axel.
much appreciated, Paulie, yet again, and thank you very much for your regular contribution. And I'm very much looking forward to this. I think the Sunday will be fantastic. We have the former head of Finnish defense and a very seasoned fighter pilot and great general and a great communicator, Yarmo Lindberg, with a Doolittle, air wing, and then we have Thomas Tyler right after. I mean, what else do you want for a Sunday evening? Okay, yes, you want a roast, you want a decent wine, you want a glass of whiskey, maybe a cigar. But other than that, all right, okay, you want a whole Bakhmut. Fair, get it. Yes, and you want leopards. Okay, I get it. Okay, right. But hey, we have Lindbergh and we have Tyler and the Doodle Air Wing. Sunday evening. You know what to do. 6 p.m. Kiev time onwards. That's 11 a.m. Eastern. Sorry, chaps in North America, you'll have to deal with it. Start the roast early, put something on the barbie. It doesn't really matter. Go with the flow.
Axel, we got land and air. We don't have any sea with that.
Yeah, well, the sea salt we'll have to do on Monday. I haven't gotten someone yet.
Land, sea, and air. Okay, we're going to be short land sea for Sunday, but looks like we're going to have a packed day. And folks, charge your phones. Get your earphones charged up. Just wake up, put on the earphones. Don't disturb the husband or the wife. Listen in. Get your fill of us, because it'll be a long day. All right. You got your hand raised for, John.
Oh, I think Colby and I are about to say the exact same thing, that the press conference that Visegrad mentioned, it is happening. It's on the Polish Prime Minister's webpage. It'll be at 2:20 in the afternoon local time, I believe. Let me make sure I have that time correct. Will be at 2:20 p.m. Polish time, so that's UTC +1.
Yeah, apologies for dropping suddenly. I trust John was fine going on without me. He's the real brains behind all of that. So yeah, just the Polish government here making a very sort of short notice announcement of a press conference. Our colleague CJ spotted this, and I went and looked and see if we could actually verify this, and it is in fact true. So that's up in the nest if you want to go see for yourself. It's on the website of the Polish Prime Minister. You can just Google translate it. They're hosting a press conference tomorrow at a military airbase in Warsaw. So I don't want to read too much into it, but it is interesting timing with everything else going on, and the reporting from the Wall Street Journal earlier today that Ukraine was asking for leopards from Poland. So we're obviously very optimistic and hopeful, given our campaigning to free the leopards, that those calls are going to be heard soon, and that we might see some leopards on the prowl on the Ukrainian steppe.
Well, we will definitely be sitting here, toes curled, waiting and attentive, whilst Mr. Blaszak says what he believes that he can do. And we'll take it from there. Alrighty, Latin.
Hey, that's very interesting news, by the way. As soon as you said that, Colby, the first thing I noticed was at an airbase. Okay, maybe too early to read too much into that. I'd love to hear that at the very least they're officially announcing transfer of the remaining MiG-29 fleet in Poland to. Sorry, I just swallowed some feta the wrong way. It's really salty. The remaining MiG-29 fleet from Poland to Ukraine would be great news. Let's see. I'm looking forward to that. Now, question about missiles for both Colby and John. There was a little bit of talk there. I picked up on some of the air-launched air-to-ground missiles. Tell me if this is correct, or what is your impression? I have seen a lot of Russian Ministry of Defense videos and images that show, especially the Su-34, Su-35. You know, like they're more advanced multi-role platforms carrying some of their precision-guided munitions. On a couple of occasions recently, I think it's the anti-radar version of the KH-29. Colonel Jeff noticed when he saw some of these images, he's mentioned a couple of times that he felt the loadout was a little bit weird because there were so many empty pylons. But either way, my impression is that there's a lot of propaganda going on there, but they're leaning much more heavily on the loitering munitions, that they're not willing to really push the fixed wing assets, which they know they can't replace, too far forward. And I'm wondering whether that sounds right and whether or not either of you have picked up recently on any indications of actual successes that they've had against ground targets with those air-launched munitions.
Colby, John, which one? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so if they're using the anti-radiation variant of the KH-29, was it the KH-29 MP, I think, that is a very short-range munition. I want to say it's on the order of a 10 to 20 kilometer published range. I'm not even sure if they're getting if they're getting their fixed-wing assets within 10 to 20 kilometers of the front line in general. So I'm not really sure what to make of that, to be quite honest.
Do you get the general sense in recent weeks that the fixed wing assets are sitting back? Because that's definitely the impression I get. Where I think occasionally you get the Su-25s getting shot down. They definitely do a little more work near the front. But these more sophisticated platforms with the precision, better precision guided capability, I definitely get the feeling they're sitting back.
Yes, I definitely get that sense. I don't want to put an exact range, an exact distance figure to it, but I've seen some reasonable estimates that they're keeping their fixed wing assets at least 20 to 50 kilometers to the rear of the forward edge of battle in most cases. Again, they'll push the Su-25s up sometimes. Sometimes they might push some specific aircraft closer in specific circumstances, but broadly they do seem to be keeping some distant standoff from the front line.
Right, and that would probably speak to, well, the Ukrainian Air Force fixed wing has been working hard and trying to deny Ukrainian airspace, but also, like both of you have been describing so well, the increase recently both of you have done a lot of work to explain the Western assets that have been brought to bear now. And I'll just close here in a sec, but Daryl, just to let you know, Carlos is working on trying to get some former Marine Cobra pilots into the mix here on the space. So not 100% seaborne, but they're pilots, but I think they get their feet wet occasionally.
We already have one rotor guy we tolerate. And we only tolerate him because he's a Philadelphia fan.
I take offense to that as someone from Dallas.
Axel, they get their feet wet and they come. They're very nice to have around you. When they come in low, and they can rain hell on somebody, I love them every day.
What you need is a strike eagle.
Yeah, but they come in fast and they got a payload, but these guys can be close and they can linger for a little bit.
Latham, how long can a strike eagle hover?
In technical terms, not long.
Oh, come on. It's a good long time for a fixed wing.
Did you say hover?
You know what I mean. Stay in theater. It has a good amount of fuel.
Oh, loitering time.
Yes.
I
was trying
to
get Daryl into it. He is ground forces.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. No, a tremendous loiter capability and great range on that aircraft. Oh, in this theater, um, I don't want to get my hopes up, because its capability would be, and especially with once they would get the crews up and running on the precision guided capabilities that it has, it's tremendous. Just tremendous.
These fixed wing guys, they always want to harass the rotary wing fellows. I when I originally was supposed to go in, Axel, I was supposed to be in the rotary wing side of the house.
I like these guys when they save you. Medevac, great. If they fish you out of the water after you had to eject, I'm sure that's grand. But on the other hand, I mean, seriously, they are flying a cargo lifter.
Damn. Well, that cargo loader. He still has a lot of fire on the in his gullet that he can set out.
True. Daryl, do you like whiskey and guns?
I can either confirm or deny.
Do you like leopards, whiskey and guns?
Well, of course.
Okay, then I have something for you in a minute.
Let me get my bottle.
Well, y'all sort that out. Let me ask John and Colby a quick question.
Go ahead, George.
All right. Okay, John or Colby, whichever one. And if you guys don't know the answer, that's cool too. But the basic Sea Sparrow. Now there's the enhanced Sea Sparrow. And I'm not talking about all those. The basic Sea Sparrow. Do you know when production for that was stopped? And any idea on how many were produced?
I don't know how many were produced in total. It's a large number, over 10,000, I believe, at least. I don't believe they're building new units, but Raytheon is upgrading the existing stock to the latest model, which is P. John?
Okay. Yeah, there is some quote unquote production occurring of the RIM 7P, but I don't know if that's new builds or upgrades.
It's retrofit.
Yeah,
it's
that's what
retrofit
I'd
as
say.
far as I'm aware. But there's a huge number, so there's lots of them to retrofit and bring up to that standard.
Are they still being produced for export customers, or are we just drawing on existing stocks for export orders at this point?
I think Raytheon is just taking stock both for the U.S. and whatever current operators there are and upgrading it to Papa standard if they want it. I don't know. I can go look and see if there's been any FMS contracts for new customers for it lately, but I don't think it's actively being procured by anybody. The current operators are just keeping it in service, but I could look and see if there's been contracts sold or signed anytime recently for them.
Okay, so just hear me out really quick. Those missiles were paid for a long time ago, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the fact that there's 10,000 of them floating around somewhere in the world, at least 10,000. I think someone said there's about 10,000 in Europe alone, in Western Europe alone. So the fact that the Ukrainians, talk about they blow our mind every other week. The fact that they can use now their Buk launchers for Sea Sparrows. Who cares if they use them to shoot down Shahed drones? What's the cost? Those things would be wasting away, right? There's no way we're going to convert 10,000 of those, John, to Papa standard or whatever and use them, right? Eventually, they're going to have to be scrapped.
So all of the remaining ones, as far as I'm aware, are either 7 hotels or 7 Papas. It's being replaced in U.S. service by the RIM 162 ESSM, the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile. So even the Ps are fully paid for, except, most of the Ps should all be fully paid for, I think. So, Colby, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, they should all be paid for. I mean, there may be ongoing work for the U.S. still upgrading really old ones, but I would think that pretty much all of them have been upgraded to the standard that they want them to be upgraded to. But I'm looking.
So the ones just sitting there gathering dust in all the warehouses across Europe, they've already been paid for, and somebody's taxpayers, paid for those, and the chances of them being used are slim and none. And Slim probably left town a couple of years ago. So the fact that these countries have them, they should just ship them to Ukraine, because at least Ukraine's going to put them to good use.
Well, there's countries that are using these actively on their ships, so they would have to be replaced by something, because it is an existing point defense capability that even the U.S. Navy still has them for.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can understand that, but I'm saying that they're not going to use thousands of them unless they're bordering Russia. So there's plentiful supply, is what I'm saying, of these around to get to Ukraine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So even if 3,000 or 4,000 of them get into Ukraine, John, what are the chances the Ukrainians run out of targets before the Russians run out of missiles? If, let's say, 4,000 of those show up.
If we're taking S-300 out of the equation, since Sea Sparrow cannot intercept ballistic targets, then Russia will run out of munitions first, very likely.
Okay, thank you. So everybody on the space, get a hold of your local politician and say, hey, do we have any extra spare Sea Sparrows just sitting there, gathering dust? How about, we already paid for the damn things, and they're just sitting there collecting dust. You're probably wasting more money trying to guard the warehouse than they actually, so they're losing money unless they send them. So.
Now, see, they already getting all of this paperwork for leopards, and now you want us to talk sparrows? Is this guy a bird brain or what?
Daryl, hey man, just think about it, man. If we got if we got a spare 1,000 that we're never going to use, and we know we're not going to use because we have other stuff in the pipeline that's newer.
I'm with you. I'm with you, George. Yeah, I'm with you with it. But I'm just saying, we keep talking about animals. They're going to be like, what is this guy's problem? He's always writing me about these damn animals.
they're gonna think we work at the local zoo. Maybe a padded one, but the local zoo.
Hey, sometimes being in the military, you feel like you're at the zoo.
Oh yes, most definitely. John, did someone say that the announcement tomorrow or at 2:00 by the Polish ministers, is that at an air base?
Military airfield, yes, in Warsaw.
Ooh, that's very interesting. Because, would they announce the release of those 20-something MiG-29s?
Sorry, go ahead, Daryl.
No, go ahead, John.
No, I was going to say that might be feasible, especially if any agreements are close to being reached with the U.S. or others about replacement aircraft. That's definitely a possibility, or the Poles just might choose to, screw it and send them anyways. The question for Latin, while we have him here, Latin, do you know if Poland still has any Soviet vintage rotary wing assets that they could provide to Ukraine? Or have they already sent everything they have?
And we got Goldman. We got Goldman here too now.
Goldman is here too. Wonderful.
Yep. Goldman, you can probably confirm this. First of all, just on the MiG-29 file, I mean, if Slovakia already made it official a couple of weeks ago, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Poland makes it official tomorrow. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But as far as rotary wing, they got a lot still. Yeah, Mi-24s, Mi-8. both of the mainstays of the Ukrainian force. Goldman, you probably know more about that.
Yeah, they still have what they think they need, right? So the question is what can they give up? I just wanted to come up and make sure I defended the rotary wing side of the house from Maxwell's attack there. I know that.
Thank you.
I know.
Thank you.
There are 4 fixed wing guys, in the group, and 1 rotary wing. I still got them outnumbered, so I'm not worried. But all I got to say is there's not a fixed wing aircraft that can hover 15 feet over an infantryman and rain brass down on him, and that infantry guy, loved that hot brass raining on him because he knows he's being protected. That's what the rotary wing aircraft bring to that guy on the front line.
Thank you.
He's sitting 15 feet above him, raining hot brass on him, protecting him, and letting him do what he needs to do. And he's not doing a pass by, and he's not wondering whether that fixed wing guy is going to come back, or did he just, was that his last pass? He knows. He's there. He's staying there. He's with him. Only kidding, man.
We never disputed that, but the F-15 strike, the F-15 Strike Eagle has loitering capability, which makes it a fantastic fixed-wing gunship.
I want, as I've said many times here, the best Western rotorcraft and fixed-wing asset to give the Ukrainians is the one that can get there the fastest, because they're all better than what they got.
100%.
Amen.
That's, I don't care where they come from. I don't care what model they are, because they're all better than what they have. So, pretty simple in my mind.
Hey, Skolan, you like bourbon, guns, and leopards, right?
I like them all, yes.
Good. I have something for you. What's your Twitter?
My Twitter, zgoldman at AOL.com, or zgoldman.
Yeah.
And when we, Poland, it's going to be interesting. The air-based part caught my eye too. So maybe this is the beginning of that leg of the journey being, top being popped off there. I don't know.
Kitty.
Every little push is good. So I think we're trying to get Anna up, if there's a possibility, because Ryan wanted to have a chit chat with her.
I was trying to get her up, and she was cycling there. Let me see if I can get her up this time. Let's see, folks. If you are sitting here, I need a slot for Anna because I'm
gonna drop Daryl.
And I'm getting George up to co-host, so you have more space.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm gonna drop to make some space. I gotta do a little bit of work, and then I'll join back on later this evening. Before I'll just say that the most recent contract that the U.S. Navy signed for upgrade of Sea Sparrows was in December of 2017. It was a $10 million contract to Raytheon to upgrade those. So that's the most recent contract for any upgrade services. I don't know. There may be FMS contracts prior to that. If it was signed as a DCS, I wouldn't be able to find that very easily, but that's the most recent contract that was signed by the U.S. government for themselves or anybody else.
Just out of curiosity, do you think that was just a rail upgrade, or was that
No, that was a missile upgrade. Yeah, it's a missile upgrade, not the launcher upgrade. There's been a lot of contracts signed for the launchers, but those launchers also fire the Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, is my understanding. So there's a lot more work being done on those launching stations for that reason. I think it's like Mark 58 or something like that. But this is specifically a maintenance and upgrade sustainment contract that was signed specifically for RIM 7, and that's back in 2017.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm going to drop.
You always come up with some great stuff. And I am going to say good evening to Anna. How are you this fine Friday evening?
I am doing great. Thank you so much for having me on. My voice is going in and out. I've been sick for the last 2 days, but I'm still working on care transfers and have an important one. So I am happy to be here and speak to you guys about it a little bit.
Well, you want to just we have a lot of people here tonight, and so your voice is going to go long and wide out here. So, do you want to just kind of tell everybody what you do, just for those that haven't listened to us before?
Yes, absolutely. So I am a nurse in the United States. I collect a lot of medical supplies or procure them to donate to hospitals in Ukraine. And then as a side hustle, I've been working on care coordination and transfers of Ukrainian defenders of all nationalities um, to get specialized care, mostly surgery, but also PT and rehabilitation. So that is it has gone a lot farther than I ever expected it to go. And I'm working on a new one right now. So I just threw up on my post on Twitter. This is You guys are
It's
so
in the
amazing.
nest.
Yeah, it's been less than 45 minutes and it's shared over 260 times. But my current ask right now is for a bed in a burn unit in a hospital that will accept a transfer of care for a defender of Ukraine as a patient. That is what I'm working on.
And
And the guy,
you
the,
and
the
you
patient has. Sorry, go ahead, Daryl.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan. I didn't know who that was at first.
I was just gonna ask her to clarify if she could. I know she tries to play a lot of this stuff close to the vest, but the patient specifically in question has pretty significant burns over a large portion of their body, excuse me.
Yes. So when we speak about burns in the medical world, we do it by percentages. This soldier has burns on 40% of the body and needs very specialized care. So I don't, in the United States, we have specialized burn units. The doctor has reached out to me specifically for this one that I've spoken to, and she is pleading for help with a transfer. They don't have the capacity to care for the severity of this burn, or his burns, and they're getting absolutely hammered with transfers with other traumas out of Bakhmut. So we are trying to accomplish this as quickly as we can, and I'm trying to cast a really wide net here for solutions or openings.
And this request is not only for the U.S. Am I correct?
You're correct. You're correct. I mean, I have sent official requests to hospitals in Europe just because of the ease of transfer, but for American facilities, but also other neighboring countries as well. So I've gotten a few little bites here and there that I'm going to be following up on, but time differences and everything make it tricky as well. But I am hell bent on getting this person out of Ukraine so that he can get the treatment that he needs.
So for you people out in the audience, what we are asking you to do, if you know someone that works in a hospital that has a particular burn unit, if you know someone that is a doctor that works with these type of patients,
if you have any kind of influence into helping, Anna is here looking for that type of connection so that they can get this patient to the next step. It is very vital. If for everybody out there, if you didn't know, Anna, tell them what can happen if a burn patient isn't cared for as soon as they can.
Well, so I mean, these burns, they have to get washed out and cleaned in a sterile environment pretty frequently. Infections are really common. We're lucky in this case that this soldier's airway is intact, but there's um without proper care, I mean, we're looking at amputations eventually. I mean, without the right antibiotics, infections, sepsis, death. I mean, this is just the worst of the worst that can happen. So, um, and they're short on resources too. So, so many people need antibiotics, and a lot of times it can't just be any antibiotic. You have to run cultures for susceptibilities so that that antibiotic actually works, and you have to have the staff to run those. You also have to have electricity, and we're talking about an area that has power outages, is getting shelled. So really time is of the essence here.
He is still in Ukraine at this moment, correct?
Yes, he is in Ukraine.
Is he in Lviv or is he in Kiev?
I'm just
right
gonna say
now?
he's in Western Ukraine. He's actually
Okay.
in neither of those, but I don't want to
So,
say where he is.
so he's to a point where if we find a hospital, if there's a hospital that you can connect with, he is very near a place where he can be lifted out and be there.
Absolutely. This is a person that if we can um, move him and match him with the right facility, which I'm confident that we can save his legs, we can save his life, he can walk again, and he can recover. I can't,
Well,
we can't promise that if he stays where he is.
presumably above and beyond the daily exfoliation, I guess you'd call it. I'm not sure that's the proper medical term, but whatever they do to prevent necrosis, this individual's going to need some skin grafting and some reconstructive surgery as well, and then tons of rehab because they're spending probably the majority, if not all of their time bedridden.
Correct.
And the draw on resources for pain meds and antibiotics and gauze and just attention from medical staff and everything else is overwhelming for somebody with injuries like that.
And hey, I'm gonna teach you a new word to nerd out over in your vocabulary. It's called debridement, but
There we go.
exfoliation is it's really close. I appreciate that.
Yeah, debridement. And most people probably wouldn't know what you're talking about. I don't want
No,
to
man,
get too graphic, but it's like scrubbing all the dead skin off of a really, really, really bad sunburn, and it's incredibly excruciatingly painful.
Absolutely.
Unless all your
Absolutely.
nerves are burned off, in which case you're in an even shittier situation.
Yeah, it's not something that anybody wants to go through because they have to do, and if he's burned over a good portion of his body, it's a very large, so it's like having a very large sore that they have to do this to quite frequently because the skin, it'll get too tight. Am I correct, Anna?
Yeah, you're correct. And then if when that happens, they have to make incisions to relieve pressure, essentially. And they need OR space to do this because it has to be in a sterile environment. These aren't things that you just are doing at the bedside. So if you can imagine the amount of traumas that are coming in at the same time that also need the operating room, that becomes a really big problem too.
Latin, you got a question for Anna?
I'm actually DMing, so sorry, I just forgot the mic, but I'm DMing Anna, so I'm working on something on this end, Anna, and hopefully we can, the dental community in Southern Ontario can hopefully find some things for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I will check that out.
Hey Anna, it's George. We spoke before. I'm the guy that also works in a hospital.
Right, George.
Yeah, there's a list. There's actually a website. I'm gonna DM you it, and it's the burn centers in Europe. And what it is, there's a form that the doctor in Ukraine can fill out, and they can place they might be able to place the patient in one of the hospitals. There's a lot in Austria, Belgium, all over Europe.
So we have him on a list with the Ministry of Health. There's one part of that I am actually searching down some better info on, is how to get it specific to certain countries, because my understanding is that exists as well. So yeah, that's one of my other goals, is if there's a list, I want to put them on every list that there is to put them on. So thank you so much. I will check that out too.
I'll DM you now, and then just get on the website and look through it. And it also has a list of all the burn centers in Europe that are with this organization and their phone numbers.
Sweet. All right.
So you cut out the middleman. You can just call them directly if need be.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Don't tell her that.
It's dangerous.
Dangerous.
Okay.
Hey,
What's that?
She said that's dangerous to give her all the numbers.
That's okay. So yeah, when they do the debridement, the debridement, I know that's very, very painful. We have a small burn center in our hospital too, and yeah, so yeah, with 40% burns on this person's body, yeah, they need to be transferred to a facility that is just specializes in this.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. We're gonna do it. It'll happen.
Yeah, and just, you're a nurse and you know this. It's not just for people on the space. When you go to a facility like this, it's not only the doctors that are specialized in the care, it's everybody else also that works in that facility, in that hospital. The nurses know what to do and what not to do. The PTOT, the physical therapy people and all that stuff, because that's what they do. They only work with burn patients, so they're specialists in that type of injury.
So that's a good point. For example, in the hospital where I work, our burn unit, it's a completely locked unit, because the chance of these patients getting infection, and as you know, our skin is what can protect us from infections. It serves as a barrier, literally. So we don't just let anybody in on those units. Before you go into a room with a patient that has a severe burn, even if it's just like a small one on your hand, you're gowned up and wearing gloves. I mean, we have to treat these patients very, very differently from other types of patient population. So that's why my specific ask for a place with a burn unit is, it's a hefty ask, I will say.
All right. We got Mark. He flew up to the panel when as you were mentioning this. Mark.
Yeah, hi, Anna. Fantastic job you try and do there. Well done. I've just replied to your tweet with a website, which is the London and Southeast England Burn Network website. If you go to that link, there are basically for the NHS in the UK, it looks like there are, if I'm reading this correctly, there are 4 what they call operational delivery networks for specialist burns within the UK. And the this is the London South East England one, covers 21 million people, covering 2 burn centres, 5 different hospitals with burn units. But in that website, top right hand corner, there's contact details, I notice, and there's some email addresses there for 2. I would recommend perhaps there's a guy called David Barnes, who's the consultant burn surgeon. He's the chair and clinical lead. There's also a lady called Nicole Lee, who's the network lead nurse. I mean, I really don't know what's happening in terms of partner countries to Ukraine for these sort of things. One would hope that there is the proper processes in place, but maybe there isn't. So can I suggest you email those 2 individuals in the absence of knowing anyone else in the UK who might be dealing with these sort of things to provide support to Ukraine?
Yes, I absolutely will. I just wrote those names down as you said them. They'll be getting an email from me. And even if there's not a process, one of the things I'm doing is raising awareness that there needs to be a process.
Exactly. So it's one case, but there'll be many more people who need that help.
Absolutely. Well, thanks.
Yeah.
That's a great.
So look at so as I say, look at my reply in your tweet to your tweet. The website URL is there, and in the website, go to contact details in the top right hand corner, and you'll see those 2 names.
All right. Thank you so much.
See how that goes. All right. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, let me ask you a question. Do you know any of these individuals yourself?
Not at all. Not at all. No, unfortunately, I don't.
Okay.
But
All right.
they put their names on the website. You know, it's good of them to actually to provide a public contact. That's fantastic, isn't it? So let's try them.
Absolutely. I was just hoping you had a little.
No, I'm sorry. No. Okay. Thank you. I'll drop down.
Mark.
Cheers.
All
Bye.
right, thank you. Cheers. Chaplain, good evening. Chaplain, you were here the last time Anna was here.
Oh, maybe her mic doesn't seem to be working.
I think she came in for a second there, and then she went back out. Okay. Chaplain, while you figure it out for a second, I'm gonna go to Bianale. Go ahead, Bianale.
Yeah, just a quick question to Anna. We were talking about burns and how much is burn, how many percentages. I think it's also important maybe to mention what kind of degree of burns, if I remember correctly. There were like 3 degrees of burns.
So these would be these are full thickness burns. This is pretty much the worst kind of burn that you can get, that goes through all of the tissue. And yeah, so this is going to be some very extensive treatment and skin grafting that will be necessary.
Yeah, thank you very much. Daryl, should we try Chaplain again?
Anytime Chaplain wants to come off mute, just go right ahead.
Yeah, Chaplain, when you just press the little pink button in the bottom corner.
This is like what you used to have to teach me how to do. I couldn't get on there either.
All right.
They may be on an iPad. If you're on an iPad, it doesn't work. You have to be on a mobile phone device.
No, but I see him online. He's up in the speaker panel and has his hand raised. So
yeah,
I think those functions work on an iPad.
Chaplain has been here before. I'm just not sure how she's not getting the button. Latin, go ahead. Well, Chaplain, I'm waiting on you, but I'm gonna go to Latin here.
Okay, thanks, Daryl. This might be pretty quick. And I was just talking to my wife, and I was DMing you, but I thought it might be easier to because I've seen that through the summer and earlier last year, you've occasionally listed things that you need. So I wonder if you could help me with something of a list of surgical. This is a slightly different subject, right? Not about the burns, but about surgical supplies that I've been trying to source from dentists. So anything you got? I think forceps is one of them.
Oh yeah, any surgical instruments that you can get your hands on at all, and from a dental plate. So when I had asked for forceps, that was just I picked one thing to target just to see if anybody would bite on it, and ended up getting 1,500 pounds of surgical equipment. But I do think anything that you can get from the dentist, including gauze, like any instruments they might be upgrading, even the little sterile dental rolls that they put in your in between your gum and your cheek. There's plenty of oral injuries and whatnot that are happening over there. So they'll take pretty much anything that's not expired. So
Okay,
thank you.
and scrubs are still useful.
Yeah, scrubs are useful.
They
I've actually
took,
I have done some scrubs over there before, and yeah, those are
we delivered some of those scrubs and they snatched them up like you wouldn't believe at the hospital in
right.
Kharkiv. We went in there and took them about 10 or I don't know, maybe 10 boxes of medical supplies and let them know, hey, before we even brought them in, anything you need specifically immediately for the hospital here, go through all this stuff, take whatever you need, but don't take anything you don't absolutely need because we have a home for it much closer to the front. And they went through things very meticulously. A bunch of them weren't even printed in Russian or Ukrainian. So we had to do the whole translation game of telling them, what the medication or the item was because it's, in a generic box. And as soon as we would translate it, yes, they need it, no, they don't. And scrubs were on the list. It was, something they took that they had an immediate need for, especially
Okay,
when they realized they were in a sterile package.
great. Okay, good to know. And Anna, I will keep working on this with my wife. She's going to talk to some colleagues, and hopefully we can put something together.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm gonna just say that it's not something that I normally think about, but if I get anything splashed on me at work, even the tiny little thing, I'm changing my scrubs into the hospital scrubs. So so absolutely, if she has access to those, then for sure those will be very useful. So thank you.
And they can be used in good condition, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hmm.
All right, thank you. Anna, is there a you want to mention your nonprofit so that people know where they can donate, please?
Yes, absolutely. Work with Renegade Relief Runners. That is who makes most of my deliveries for me. And I have said this before, the care transfers is sort of outside of the scope of any of the NGOs currently right now, but medical supplies that and deliveries, that is all through Renegade Relief Runners or 3XR.
Anna, can you guys, as far as the flights and things of that nature, how do you guys handle the flights? And I'm going to ask a question here because I do travel a lot. Is there a way to donate flight miles if you guys can use those?
Well, nobody's ever asked that before. Donate flight miles, like for patients, you mean? Or
Yes, absolutely. It's like they have this thing where you can donate flight miles to organizations or like a lot of times they do it for soldiers that are wanting to go home and things of that nature for U.S. soldiers and the like. But I was just wondering, is there a way? Have you guys thought about that? Because although they may get their treatment here, sometimes they may need to get a flight home, and if there's a way to get flight miles too, and they be able to use those, that may help defer some of the costs. I'm not sure how the whole transfers are handled in that case, but I'm pretty sure that there should be a way to do this for you guys. And for people like myself, I got a couple of 100,000 that I may not ever use, and I
Those are
could certainly
usually,
donate.
I think those are usually medical charters. They're private jets that are specifically set up kind of like a hospital room or a sterile environment. But that's not to say they couldn't be used to transport loved ones that are traveling with them. If if this guy's married, he might have a spouse that wants to go stay with him in the hospital while he recovers.
I'm actually gonna. I'm gonna talk over you, my friend.
No, go ahead.
Because actually, so none of the actually only one of the guys that I have worked on his transfer has gotten out of the hospital. But I do have several. I mean, for example, one of them is from South America, and he is not anywhere near home. He's recovering. He's going to be in the hospital for a while, and his social worker at that hospital actually did ask me specifically, what are we going to do? How do we get him home when we're done? So there is a need for that. That would be really helpful, because I think that this the countries that are accepting the care of these patients are essentially signing up to pay for the treatment. Their government is paying for the treatment, and a lot of the guys want to go back to Ukraine and fight as soon as possible when they're done, or train people in any capacity. But I do know that one of them is not interested in that and does want to go home, and it will be a long and expensive flight. So that actually could be put to good use, and is something that I think we'll have to look into. That's a really good idea.
And I think if depending on who books that flight and how it gets booked, we might even be able to upgrade them to a more comfortable seat, considering their situation. And that would probably also encourage some of these countries that are accepting them for care to accept them if they know that they have a return flight to their country of origin, and that they're not, going to be staying indefinitely. Can't hurt.
I mean, Anna, just let me know, and or let us know when you find out something. Come back here and talk to us and say, hey, if you got flight miles, you can donate flight miles, and that will certainly help. Because I know people out there, folks. I know you got miles you're not using, but yeah, it's one of those things that it's simple. All we need is the organization, I think it is, and whether it be American, Delta, whomever, they have partner airlines, and they should be able to honor these.
Yeah, the United and Star Alliance, you can fly all over the world with partner airlines. We just need to figure out what country, what airline is the major carrier between those two nations, and we can probably call them up and get something worked out and get some miles donated.
All right. Anna, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a couple of hands here. Chaplain, have you figured out your button yet?
Yeah. Hey, Anna, real quick. I was going to just DM you, but I'll ask because I'm sure you have an avalanche. Is Turkey one of the options that you can look at for transportation?
I'm sorry, you said, is Turkey one of the countries?
Yeah, because there is a very large burn center in Istanbul that I know previously taken patients from Ukraine.
Like I've said, I'm not I'm not going to be too choosy here. Actually, one of the reasons that I put my post out and came on this space is to brainstorm with a few hundred people. But I certainly wouldn't rule that out if they'd be willing to.
All right.
So yeah, sure. I'll check.
And I think let Anna let her speak, but I'm gonna ask you to mute your
I
mic
will
because I think
the hospital and the info, but
Am I the only one that can't hear her?
No, she's got choppy audio. Chaplain, we're having issues hearing you.
Okay, go ahead, Anda. Chaplain, we can't hear you, so maybe try not using a Bluetooth if that's what you're using, and just talking to the microphone of your phone. Otherwise, we can't hear you at all very much.
I think that's a signal issue. It's not even our Bluetooth.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead to Anda.
Yeah, morning, Billy. Morning, George, Brian, bye, Anade.
Good morning.
Good morning. So Anna, you're up very early to do a good thing. I DM'd you in the meantime. I thought Daryl didn't see my request, so I sent you a DM. Basically, I'm gonna try. I tried to do this one more time previously, some months ago, about other burn patients, and I would probably need your help if I manage to go through in, because I will need the details. They will need the details. The doctors will need the details before anything else, so they would be sure that they can handle the case. So we don't start the papers before they are sure that they can actually do it, but it's 3 in the morning here, so I will I'll have to wait until morning, and I will start making my calls in the morning and see if we can, I don't know, do something. I hope Romania is closer, but to Ukraine, but the road to get here is not uh, it's not easy, and I don't know. Maybe we can do something.
Absolutely, yes, I would love to. I have a little bit of a lead on some hospitals in Romania, and I understand you have some very specialized burn centers there. So that would be fantastic. I'm aiming for the public hospitals versus the private, based on my understanding. Um, and in terms of I've I act sort of as a liaison. I have the records and the information and the contact with the doctor, so I can absolutely facilitate like a doctor to doctor um handoff as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. We'll see what we can do. Thank you, and sorry that I barged in.
Oh no, you didn't barge in. I love to hear from you. All of the help I can get is appreciated.
Awesome. Take care. I'm going back to sleep.
Okay, sweet dreams.
Hey, And I just want to let everybody know, if you are waiting to get up to speak, hang fire, because I have a full panel. With that, I can only get so many people up at a time. So I will get to you. I do want to ask Justice, you are in the speaker slot, but you haven't raised your hand. Is it something you want to speak to Anna about, or was it on the missiles? Hello, Justice. Okay. With that, Prince, you want to go ahead and
Hi, Anna. It's so good to hear you. And hi, Ryan. And to go back to bed. I was like, what is Anna doing up at this hour? But it was a really good reason. Um, if I know you spoke about it just a little bit, um, and not with a burn victim, but I had the opportunity to spend an extensive time in a burn unit with somebody. Um, so I think probably more people have had the opportunity to spend time in an intensive care unit than they would have in a burn unit. And you got to think of a burn unit as more intensive than intensive care, and intensive care is extremely intensive. The person that I was with was so sick that they required a burn unit rather than intensive care. And it's a long story, and the story doesn't matter, but they were too sick to even be in intensive care. So they had to put that person in the burn unit um, in order for them to get the kind of attention that they needed and the kind of supervision that they needed to be able to deal with all of the medical problems that were happening at that time. So I think people, like I said, have probably had the opportunity to at least go into an intensive care unit to visit somebody, but I don't think as many people have had the opportunity to spend time in a burn unit and realize how much more intensive that burn unit is. And you have the same staff day after day, for the day and the night. And so they end up establishing a good relationship with that patient. And they only have one, maybe two patients, and they get to know each other, their patient, a whole lot better than they do even in intensive care. So I just sort of wanted to give that perspective, because it's a really different kind of care that you see in a burn unit than you do in any other place. And I think that's important for people to understand, because it's not just your average kind of care that this person is going to need. Being there, I had the opportunity to see them taking people for debridement and things such as that, and it's a whole different level of care than you have ever seen in your life. And Anna, God bless you for what you're doing. It means the world to Ukraine and to people in this space and to people all over the world, because you are working so hard to get these people the care that they need. Thanks.
thank you for that, Prince. You always seem to come up and at the right moment with some very good info and words for everybody. And I just want to thank you for your contribution there.
Thank you.
Let's see. Well, I brought Chaplain. I brought you up. You don't have your hand raised, but if you would,
I'm
I'm
here.
gonna go ahead and call you.
I am here. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a part of an organization under MET-T, or MET-T, if you know what that means. It's Medical Evacuation Tactical Training, and it's a organization that's in Poland right now, training combat medics with special forces as our instructors. And we raise the money to do that because it's all volunteer group, and our group or our team is
Chaplain,
yes,
Chaplain. Yeah, just hang fire on that. let me ask, do you have something for Anna here? Because without any information on your group, we really would rather you come to us and we'd speak to you beforehand, before putting any information out about a group. Because if we do not know that group,
I understand.
it could very well influence our people in a negative way. And we would rather you speak to one of us privately through DMs before platforming another organization here, if you don't mind, because
No,
it
I don't
is
mind.
to make
No,
sure that everybody, we
one
want to make sure
option.
that the groups that we platform here are legitimate and that we understand
It
who is working with them.
Okay.
So if you would,
I do
just
have a few things for Anna.
hang fire on it. Okay, thank you.
Lambstool, Germany, with San Antonio, Texas. I doubt Walter Reed will even take a Ukrainian fighter, but maybe. And those are the three right off the top of my head.
You have any connections with those folks?
I have zero particular connections. Most of the doctors I know are like a neurosurgeon or a anesthesiologist. And those are guys I just served with when I was in the Army in the 82nd Airborne Division.
Well, let me say this: there's no lack of need for those type. Anna, go ahead.
I was going to say that I have connections to 2 out of 3 of those hospitals with intake coordinators.
Perfect.
So they're always on my list, and I can say 2 out of 3 of them have heard from me and will continue to hear from me. I don't know in San Antonio, but I did used to be a nurse in Texas. So my problem with getting people, I guess, that far away is when we start talking about the medevac flights. When somebody's in critical condition, it gets really tricky. So that's why they're not always a solid option at first for this particular patient, but it doesn't mean that they won't be for somebody else.
And I know this might sound crazy, but how possible is it for an organization to purchase like a C-130 that's equipped to handle patients? Because the military had those when I was in Iraq. We had those.
So I don't know what a C-130 is. Is that
It's an aircraft. It's a propeller aircraft.
Hey, Chaplain, they're a volunteer organization. I don't even think they have the that type of money.
I know.
Everything they're getting is through donations here.
How do we get Ukraine to purchase one?
You can't fly anybody out of Ukraine. The airspace is closed. You have to drive them to the border and get them into Poland or Romania.
Dang
and they can be put on a plane.
I'm spitballing, guys, just out of the top of my head. Don't think that I don't think large.
Well, we appreciate it, Chaplain.
It just seems that is needed because this is a brutal conflict. This is not like anything that even I ever experienced as a soldier in Iraq or Afghanistan. So I'm surprised that there's not something. I know they don't even have a helicopter flight for lives. I don't even know how many, if any, they have, but probably not many.
Well, we're working on making these things better. But for right now, what we work with is ground transport to the border, and mostly ground transport to a hospital afterwards. But yeah, so these are extraordinarily difficult conditions that we have to figure out, but we're working on it.
That's why I was platforming our organization. And I'll DM you. Ryan, is that your name? Correct?
Yep.
Jeff and Ryan, or Jeff and Anna?
No, it's Ryan is in the top. He's one of us. He's one of the moderators, and he's also working in Ukraine. And then Anna is with 3XR.
Okay, I'm figuring this out, guys. Just give me a minute.
All right. All
I
right. Thank you very
deliver
much.
Anna's stuff
Well,
for
that's what we're
3XR
gonna do.
sometimes.
It's my
Okay.
point.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and move on, Chaplain.
Go ahead.
I got a bunch of people trying to get up. Michelle, good evening.
Hey, good evening, guys. I've been listening to you guys for a while now, and today, and I speak, I'm a nurse as well. I'm a CVICU nurse and medical ICU nurse. So I'm just thinking, transporting these patients, you have to have not only the physicians, but you have to have high intensive care unit nurses that are trained to be able to transport these patients if they are in any types of drips or for medications. I don't know the level of criticalness that some of these patients are in. And I am finishing my NP course, and I wouldn't be able to go or do anything until April. But is there any type of organization that is actually reaching out to nurses out there, like with the skills that I have? Because I can transport patients for sure. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be so different to what I do now, especially because of the cardiovascular ICU experience. There would need to be some training with the equipment on the plane, but I'm just thinking about how do you get these patients from point A to point B, with the level of care that they need safely.
So there's a lot of different organizations that have different levels of medics and nurses and physicians. I think, and there's several NGOs. We can talk about that on DM, but some of my patients have required ambulance changes in the middle and have different levels of medical care. It's really just unlike anything that you could possibly receive training in. If you're in how do I even want to say it, in a traditional hospital setting, because the equipment is not always there. You're not always in an ambulance. Sometimes this is just people being thrown into the back of a truck. Things don't work. So it's very bare bones, and supplies run out. But yes, to a short answer to your question, there is a need for medics there. I'm not really sure, because I'm in the United States and not doing that type of work, who the best ones would be to hook you up with. But if you're interested in that, there would be something for you to do, surely.
Yeah, I'm in the US as well, and I'm on the East Coast, and that's where I practice.
Oh, perfect. I'm in Virginia, so.
Yes.
All right. You guys get contacts, make connections here. And please, I hope there's some positive outcomes to this. Folks, you're listening to the Maria Report, where we not only just talk about talk about Ukraine, we actually are here as volunteers to help get aid to the Ukrainian people, whether it's in the battlefield or, in this case, the troops that are needing help after they've received injuries. We are here 24/7 getting this information out. And I would ask that you please retweet the space, go to MriyaReport.org, and please look, give if you can. It is that is the organization that is the one that's closest to our heart. But we have 3XR, Ripley's Heroes, Malcolm Nance's Tapestry, his organization. There are multiple ways you can help, and this is the type of things that we take the most pleasure in seeing this type of interaction and making sure that the troops are getting the aid and the people of Ukraine are getting the aid. We are here for information, but also to help make these connections. So, if you like what you're listening to, please retweet the space and make sure you get others involved. Thank you. I see Alexander, you're there. You haven't raised your hand, but I'm going to call on you.
Yes, thank you for having me. Test, 1 2 1 2 microphone.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me. I've been in line for about 3.5 hours, but that's cool. I want to add on to the mortar Spähpanzer thing. The silent majority of Germans are.
Alexander,
Yes.
if you would, hold fire on that conversation. We are here with Anna with relief runners. We'll
Yes.
go back to the
Okay.
tanks and everything in
No,
a little
okay.
while.
I understand.
If you want, you can drop yourself down. If I see you, I'll bring
Daryl.
you right back up. And but
Daryl,
I
I got you.
get,
Daryl,
okay.
I got you. I'm with Anna. I'm with Anna even better than that. I'm willing to no matter where you are, Anna, in Texas or Arizona or Florida, I am in Germany and near Hamburg right now. If you're telling me today, go to Kiev, I will follow you, Anna, and I will pick up your patient no matter where. Tell me where to go to, and I will follow you. Here's my heart is open, my wallet is open. I'm here to help. Please understand that I'm here to help.
Well,
This
thank
is
you very much, Anna.
Daryl, Mr. Motel. Understand me. I'm not joking. The picture that you see is my grandson. I'm fighting for him. I'm not a fighter, but I want for people like him, little people, to see better days. And I want to support Anna, who is a nurse, and I understand that ICU type of work that she's doing. Please excuse, I'm excited, and that's why I'm kind of mumbling. Let me just take a breather. How can I support you? I'm willing to go from Hamburg into Ukraine toward Bakhmut. You tell me where to go, and I will do it. That's all I can say. DM me, direct message me, and please contact me. Anna, the nurse. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you, Alexander.
Thank you.
She has her contact information on the 3XR website. You can go there, and if there's something that you can donate to them. If there's a service that you can provide, I'm pretty sure that they'll reach out to you. But go to their website. That'd be the best way, besides her DMs, to get in contact.
Thank you for having me, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. I got UK.
Okay. Hello.
Fine. I can hear you fine, UK.
I'm no nervous. Yeah, nervous.
What's your message, UK?
Yeah. My name is Amy. Yeah.
Don't be nervous, Emmy.
Do
We're
you have a
here.
question?
What can we help you with? Do you have a question?
Yeah. I'm nervous. I'm pick up foreign country. Okay.
Yeah. That's fine. We're fine with the languages. You just be comfortable. Say what you want to say, and if you want to just speak slowly, that's fine. We can handle it.
I'm little speak English.
What is your first language?
Yeah. I'm
Where are you from?
I'm Japan. I was born Kyoto. I was born Kyoto. I was born Kyoto in Japan. Yeah. I'm iPhone broken. I'm no money. Yeah. I'm say truth. Yeah.
Can somebody co-host me?
Uh,
Yeah.
you, Amy, I'm not sure of what you're trying to get at. This isn't a site to raise money like that. If you're looking for, raising funds, this is not the place for that, for your personal use. We are raising money for Ukraine here, and we're getting information out. So I don't want to be rude, but if you are just trying to cash in, this is not it. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Folks, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of folks that need help, but I just want to say, we get a lot of people that troll as well. I'm not saying that that person was a troll, but they sounded like they were trying to raise money, like a GoFundMe, and we all know how the internet is, and it's pervasive with that type of stuff. Um, so don't look at me sideways for doing that, but it's just not the place here. We are about Ukraine. We are about uh, aid. We are about information for Ukraine. Anna, you got something?
Oh no, I don't have anything else right now. I was seeing if there were any other questions.
I got Prince. She's coming back up for the second. Ryan.
I got a couple of questions. How's that big medical transport going that you put together, and how are some of your other patients doing? What else was cooking?
What else is cooking? Everybody is still just doing really very well. All of our patients are thriving. I've gotten some new connections with some charities within Ukraine that are helping with prosthetics and potential amputees that are absolutely phenomenal. So those are new partnerships from this past week that I've been building. And then of course our US soldier is walking with assistance, about to start physical therapy or get downgraded in care again to do some more intensive therapy. So yeah, we've it's pretty much all good news, and we're seeing really good outcomes. I'd say my biggest challenge right now is just working on shipping pallets worth of supplies overseas. And I hate logistics, so that's something I would be happy for you to work on. I think can't be bothered with it.
I thought you had somebody taking stuff over there. You still working on getting all that from one side of the pond to the other?
Well, I've got several people. I've got a few people that are, adding smaller things in in their suitcases and carrying over extra luggage, but The problem when it gets to be 1,500 pounds and pallets worth, making a long-term solution for that isn't something that I've really been able. Well, I don't really have the bandwidth to build something like that and accomplish it. So I'm trying to get some help, and luckily there's a lot of helpful and willing people, but the holidays really slowed things down with that. So we're still working on it.
Yeah, we need to figure out a conduit for that. I know some Scandinavian countries have given free postage if you're sending aid to Ukraine, and I wouldn't expect any of the postal carriers to do it, but maybe there's some way we can get stuff sent over there at a cost rate instead of a profit rate.
All right.
Prince, go ahead.
Did you say me, Ryan?
I said either one of you.
Okay, well, Anna needs to go back to bed. Either that or I hope she found her coffee.
This is her pre-cup. She's on vacation still.
Okay, let's hope she's still on vacation. But what I wanted to ask a little bit about, Anna, was Daryl's idea about the flight miles got me thinking. And have you had instances, just for example, of loved ones of our U.S. soldier wanting to go and be with him overseas there? And could we use some donations of air miles and things like that to help pay for that kind of thing, to help the family to be with their loved one as they're recovering?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be an absolutely fantastic idea. There was actually a veterans group that also offered to pay for his parents to come over. They actually um had the means themselves to come over, so it wasn't necessary for him specifically. But it's going to come up. I think it will come up, and I think that anyone that's in the hospital appreciates having a support person from their family members to help them. So this is honestly, Daryl, nobody's brought that idea up before, and I think it's fantastic, and that we definitely need to work on that. We will see better outcomes, and people will have more motivation to heal when they have that support system with them, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea, and it's also made me think of how many people that I know who work for different airlines, well, around the United States. Obviously, I've got friends who work for Alaska, and I have friends who work for United, and I have friends who work for American, and you know, and and I've been told, just as a friend, to, hey, if you're going to fly somewhere and you're going to use our airline, let me know. I'll try to get you bumped up. So, I think that we could maybe even leverage some that kind of relationships too, in the long run, of trying to get a hold of some people in the corporate offices of some of these airlines, and then in reciprocating with their partners to get some deals to get these people over to be with their loved ones. It's just brainstorming. I know it's not a burn unit, but it's like you said, it helps to have a loved one there when you're going through something like this.
So that's an excellent point. I think most NGOs have spent a lot of time making connections. Like, I know that 3XR has, I think, with Delta and KLM, to get supplies over or get deals on luggage. But for me, like as a nurse and a care coordinator, it hasn't come up yet. We've so But that would be part of a comprehensive plan for any patient, is figuring out who their support is and how they can support them. And it is not cheap to fly overseas. So no, this is great. Thank you so much.
All right. Asra?
Yes. I wanted to tell Anna, I work with I know we're not supposed to name organizations, so I work with an organization currently that has a sister organization in Lithuania. And we have reached out to other organizations. I'm located in Illinois, that help us to transport large shipments overseas. We just had one recently again. And if you can DM me, I'm following you on Twitter. If you can DM me, I can get you connected, because this particular organization is also commercially a transport company, and they are Ukrainian American, and they do help a lot of organizations in the United States to get their shipments over. I don't, many times it's at no cost. It just depends. Or the costs are very minimal, or they share the costs, or we can help share the costs. So if you want to DM me, at least you'll have a regular company that deals with Ukraine, consistently sends out humanitarian and other aid. That's the other half of their business, is a nonprofit 501c3 that does the transporting. So that might be of help to you if you've got stuff coming. And they have picked up. We had a huge shipment a huge purchase in Virginia, because we get money donated to us, and then we get requests from military units and civilians and hospitals and so on. So we'll get the items, and then they have helped us pick them up from whatever state they're in at no cost and bring them back to their warehouse to then transport further. So if that's of help, then please DM me and I can get you connected.
That would be perfect. I just followed you back, and I wrote down your Twitter handle with some notes in my little notebook. So yes, we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's all I had to say, Daryl. I'm going to drop back down.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, Anna, I think we have exhausted the hands. Anna, do you have one more question for Anna? Anna?
No, I have a piece of news for you. I will talk with Anna in the morning. For the moment, I have nothing new for her, unfortunately.
Okay. Anna, well, I have exhausted my hands. I appreciate you coming on. I hope that you have gotten enough information here. Please let me know something with those flight miles, because if you can use them, I don't have a qualm about donating. These are American, but they hopefully they can help you if that's the case. But please reach out. I thank you for coming up and talking with us, letting everybody know what 3XR is doing, the great work you guys are doing, and I want everybody out there, please follow Anna. Let her know, if you have something, if you got information for her, please let her know, and she will be in contact if it's something she can work with. Anna?
Yes, thank you so much for having me on here and letting me share and amplifying my message. You guys are just such a great help to me, and I'm really grateful to hear from everybody on here. All of your questions, they're fantastic. So thank you.
All right, and folks, give Anna a hand. But remember, she is trying to get a soldier who has experienced burns to a burn center. If you can help her, please reach out to her, DM 3 or go to 3xr.org. Is it, Anna? Anna, is it 3xr.org, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, we have the org, and then our Twitter page. I always get it wrong too. I know, I'm the absolute worst.
3XR underscore team, isn't it?
It's the underscore that gets me off. It is 3XR underscore team is the Twitter. And our co-founders are Julia and Chris. Julia checks that mess all the time. And please, yes, give them a follow as well. They deliver things for me. And Ryan also volunteers with them. And I couldn't do what I do without 3XR. So
All right. See, I thought I was the only one that had a problem with the website. I mean, with the handle. See,
oh
I'm
no,
not
Daryl,
alone. I'm not alone.
it's me too. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, it's getting a little bit late. I know you do early mornings for all of your meetings, so I am going to say Happy New Year to you. Sleep well if that's where you're getting ready, what you're getting ready to do. If not, don't make it too late.
Oh no, I'm going to bed early. Good night, everybody.
All right. Night, night.
Night, Anna. Thank you.
Thanks.
And so you're saying that you have something for me. What do you? What do, is it? Does it fly? Does it drive? Does it swim?
Well, as we discussed sometimes some weeks prior about things on wheels and how do they move. First thought when I saw this post was, well, Daryl, these are our roads. So we discussed prior how Romanian roads are, and that was my first thought, I swear. So besides the fact that these are some, so I will try to put it in the nest. Okay, so it's in the nest now. It's a footage of some BMCs from some Turkish BMCs who are on their road to Ukraine. They have been equipped in the fabric, so they have not been equipped in Romania, but in Turkey, with some Romanian stuff. There are a lot of letters there. I can spell Anubis, but the main idea is they are going to Ukraine. If we can lure some of the guys who actually know what they are talking about, we can have a proper discussion, because I can bring up the topic and ask the questions that I'm qualified to do. I'm here in the back of the class asking questions. One of the guys who commented on this said that the Kirpi BMCs from Turkey, that they provide significant protection, and he had some technical stuff. I can read them. He says something like this: it combines, so his name is David Stringfellow. He actually replied to this post, so I'm reading from one of the replies, but I'm waiting for Colby or John or someone who actually knows more about this. It says that it combines standard and add-on armor, providing protection against ballistic threats, while its V-shaped underbody and yes, monocoque I can I can. This is a word in English that I don't know, and I cannot. I think it means it's from one block, but yes. Allows it to protect the personnel inside from landmines. I will actually ask Colby about this. I feel very stupid, but sometimes
No,
apparently
no.
I cannot
Well,
read.
here's the thing, Anna. Don't feel it. The MRAPs, what it is, they have a V-shaped hull that allows them to, when a mine goes off, it diverts the blast. Like most vehicles have a flat hull on them, the MRAPs, when, because of the high threat of mines in Ukraine, what happens is when that mine goes off, it actually diverts the blast outward from under the vehicle by just lifting, being a solid, uh, flat plane that the blast actually contacts with, you know, so that the blast, what do you want to
And
call it? The
kind of
blast wave,
lights.
yeah, when the blast wave hits the bottom of the vehicle, rather than it just basically punching up on the vehicle, the V-shaped hole actually directs the energy outward, so that there's a greater survivability of the crew on the inside. It may tear off the tires. It can do a bunch of other stuff, but the idea behind the vehicle is so that the men inside can survive. And I see I got Raver up here. Good evening, Raver.
Hey, good evening. You pretty much said what I was going to say. Is the V-shaped hull is to deflect the blast forces away from the vehicle. You may blow a tire off, roll over, broken bones, concussions, but that's a whole lot better than cooked and blown apart.
Absolutely, because one of the things they learned to do with the in Iraq and in particular, I think it was Iraq they first started seeing them, is that the mine that some of the IEDs that they would blow up, these IEDs would actually turn into a hot uh, molten copper um, projectile, and that would go up into the vehicles, and that did a lot of damage to both men and personnel, um, personnel and vehicles. And so what that MRAP did was able to direct that molten um, piece away from, hopefully not in what they call it, intruding into the cab of the vehicles. That was the whole idea behind them.
Hey, Daryl.
Yeah.
You're confusing your threat. So the EFP, the explosively formed projectiles using a copper cone, are basically a remote detonated heat round, and that is different from an IED, which just uses explosive force. It does not try to form a penetrator. So you're talking about different threats. EFPs generally come in from the side, and if they're big enough, they can even burn through tank armor. But it's an insurgent weapon, but a different threat. The Germans actually use a professionally made EFP. They gave some to Ukraine. It's a remote anti-tank mine.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the nomenclature for them, but I just knew what they did. They actually produced that molten piece of copper that is the most dangerous part of it.
Yeah, that's the type of that molten jet is what explosive reactive armor was actually invented to try to disrupt. Although it doesn't work against EFP because EFP is formed well away from the armor, and some of them can have a range of like 100 yards or more.
Oh, they have that much of a distance on them?
Yeah, I mean you're only limited by the amount of copper and the amount of explosive behind it used to form the projectile. You may not have a whole lot of accuracy, but that projectile will stay intact and at super high velocities for quite a ways. Like I said, there have been M1 Abrams that have been punched in the side by these things and suffered damage. They can be made very, very big.
Yeah, that was the reason. But the reason why I thought that they were, I thought they were primarily used to go underneath rather than from the side. That was my whole. That was where I mixed up them being like an IED itself. Is because they were originally, I guess, supposed to be ground based rather than on the side like a what they call the. I'm trying to remember those anti-personnel mines with the on the side. But anyway, yeah, I didn't realize that you could mount them on the side as well and have that effect. Yeah, like a claymore. That was what I was trying to think of. I didn't realize you could use them like a claymore. Prince.
Daryl. I'm just
With enough high explosive, you can do a whole lot of damage.
all right. Hi, Raver. I don't get to see you very often lately. It's good to see you. I just am being sort of weird here. We're used to Axel falling asleep when he's a speaker, and then he all of a sudden comes out of nowhere in the middle of his night. But did James fall asleep as a speaker too tonight?
I'm still here.
See, I told you that's exactly what Axel does.
Jesus, man, go to bed.
I'm reading through documentation you wouldn't believe.
He's reading that French manual someone was talking about last night, 70 pages of French. Oh, it was for those new things that they're sending over.
Their manuals tend to be short.
Only 70 pages of French. You can handle that.
Pas de problème, mon cher.
That man must speak 100 languages, I swear, for cheese and crackers.
Mon cher, yeah, okay. Good evening, David. How you doing?
Yeah, so good. Good morning to you. Yeah, so I was just listening. Now, I don't intentionally want to correct Raver, but the in my world, improvised IED, improvised explosive device, could be pretty much anything as long as it's improvised, right? So really, what it means is something that's not manufactured. If someone has the ability to make a shaped charge and to do that, and that's what they do is a made device, because that's really what improvised means, then that it's still an improvised device. So around the world who do make as IEDs shaped charges. It depends on what they're trying to do. Obviously, look, in the theatres that you guys have been in and the rest of it, is that the chances are of finding someone who does that, because most people, when they're doing an IED, go for make it big, right? So instead of doing something with a bit of finesse and a shape charge, they tend to just go, well, can we put 2,000 pounds of AMFO in something, or are there 30 different 155 millimeter shells we can put in and then just aim them and then set them off, or something like that? But it was just a technicality. IED, improvised homemade device. Think of it as homemade device.
So those.
So if someone has the skill to make a device that would go through a hull, i.e., they would know how to make a shaped charge, and if you did a little bit of reading, it's not difficult to do it, then they could do it. But if it is a mine, obviously that wouldn't be an improvised. It wouldn't be an ID, would it? It's a mine. It's a device that's been manufactured for it. That makes sense?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I see Raver stuck his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Raver.
Yeah, so the reason, and you're not wrong, David, But the reason I drew the distinction is most of the EFPs in Iraq were being manufactured by Quds Force, which is, when Trump was saying he went after Soleimani for all those American deaths, what he was talking about wasn't just, bombs and bullets supplied by Iran, but a lot of these EFPs and other roadside munitions that were being distributed by Quds Force.
Hey, folks, I see I got a little bit.
Sorry,
a little bit of dead.
there I was speaking away. I'm sorry. Yeah, I get what you mean. Obviously, this is after my time, so I've never really seen them. If they're it seems like there's a little middle ground, isn't there, between a manufactured thing that someone else has got hold of and they're using it really. Well, yeah, I mean, either way, shape charges aren't that difficult to make, but they're probably out of the ken of most people who are looking after goats, etc.
Did you say looking after goats?
Yeah, I was really talking about people out in the burbs in Afghanistan, etc., etc.
Lord indeed. They had sheep.
They do exist.
They had sheep.
Oh, there will always be someone, right? There's always someone there who can do it.
That's right. That's right. I got something I'm gonna read here in a second, but I'm gonna go to Phil first because there was a little bit of an update that I want to read out here.
Hey, Daryl, I'm okay with you reading a kind of silly question. So if you want to do the update, I can ask my question afterwards.
All right. Well, this is from the ZSU, and what the statement reads is, hold on, let me pull it up so I can get my glasses here. The adversary continues to suffer losses. It was confirmed that the January 5th, 2023, a location location of the Russian occupation troops in Havlivka Drua in the Kherson Oblast was hit. According to recent reports, up to 100 wounded servicemen, 100 plus wounded servicemen were brought to local hospitals. The number of invaders killed is being finalized. Well, folks, that's another couple of hundred a day. And if you guys remember my little math thing I did, if they continue on this trajectory, the Russians by June, the Russians will have lost over 250,000 people. That's only, this is taking these losses that they're getting attributed a day. And if they lose continuously the same amount, and it has not stopped, they lost between December 25th and January 2nd, they lost well over 600. They lost over 6,000 in those days. But if they continue on that trajectory, they will have lost 250,000 men by June. That's pretty significant. And the reason for this is because the West is finally sending a lot more kit. In June of this last year, it was about 50,000, I think it was. And after June, when a lot of the higher precision armaments were being sent, those numbers steadily creeped up a lot faster. And if you look at what's been going on, the Ukrainians, rather than wasting rounds on just hitting Earth, they are actually hitting strategic targets for them for what they are trying to do, whether it be airfields, whether it be barracks, whether it be fuel depots. They are using this equipment to the point where they are turning out the numbers. And in this case, I think that I am going to bet you 250 by June. Just looking at what's going on, you can fight me on that number, but I think I'm gonna be. I think I'll be right. Phil, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it back to you there.
Thanks, Daryl. And I read somewhere that they were saying that basically if the trajectory continues, they would have lost all their mobilized soldiers by April. So I don't think your numbers are that far off. Sorry, an ambulance was passing me. But so my question was, with all these announcements from the West, how the powders, the babies were Lavrov and Medvedev, and Putin would say, "Oh, we condemn the West" and all that stuff when HIMARS, before HIMARS were announced, and now that IFVs are announced, again, we've heard dead silence from them. You'll feel our wrath if we if you send those things, but now everyone's announcing IFVs, different types of IFVs, and we're not hearing anything from the clown crew. So I just think it's interesting that they haven't responded yet, and that was my only point. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate your comment. Here's the thing. The West initially, and I will say just about everybody, wondered what Russia would do. Nobody was afraid of the nuke deal because that would not end well for them. But they wondered what Russia would do. And it's been no different. They have not changed not one thing about what they are doing on the battlefield. They are still amassing troops. Those troops are dying. They're losing equipment. They're losing airframes. They're losing missiles. What they are doing is destroying infrastructure in Ukraine. There are troops, God rest their soul, that are dying, and I'm not going to be, coy about that. But the majority of what they are doing is to the civilian population with these strikes on the infrastructure. They think that they can destroy the will of a people, and they're sadly mistaken. They haven't learned anything.
And they've also solidified the will of the West finally, and we got off our butts, and we're starting to send kit that they could use in close combat as well.
They train. What it is, they had to be trained. These troops had to be trained on the kit before it was sent. A lot of that was being done behind the scenes. Some of it covertly, some of it overtly. But it's been done, and it has been done, and will continue to be done, and they can't do anything about it. Before I keep going with running my mouth, David and then Raver.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when you were talking about the numbers, they're just astonishing, aren't they? So the UK over in fighting a war around the world, right? The most we lost in any 1 year was something like 74,000 people, right? 74,000 troops, and they've ramped past that in record time. It's just astonishing that numbers of troops. We have to remember is that is the dead, and the number of crippled is going to be double that figure. So they're going to have 500,000 cripples walking around Russia as well, to remind them if they keep going for that amount of time. It's just astonishing that they're just carrying on like this. I just thought I'd add that little bit.
You know, David, one of the things I said a long time ago, I was just joking about it. I said every time they have a hit like this, that's almost a lost generation of people.
Yeah, very much so.
They are, changing the dynamics of their country every time one of these barracks get hit. Whether they be from the different ethnic regions or from St. Petersburg, they're changing the dynamics of their country without even, time being the factor.
Yeah, it's a huge change. These are people who aren't probably going to likely go on to the injured people who aren't likely to go on and get married unless they're already married before, might not have children. They already have a demographic problem. There aren't enough kids in Russia as it is, which is why they're stealing people. They're just adding to all their woes, and it's never going to get better. Never going to get better.
Nope. And they're always going to blame somebody else for it as well. That's usually how it goes with people such as that. They blame the world on their issues when they're not looking internal. Raver. Oh, go ahead, David.
No, I'll wait for Raver. I'll say my little bit in a moment.
Raver?
Yeah, David hit on it when he was talking about the wounded and the crippled. I like to use the times two as well because the Russian medical care just sucks. But even if the Ukrainians are double counting every Russian loss, the Russians are going to be losing a division every 2 weeks, a corps a month. If their numbers are accurate, the Russians are losing a division's worth of troops a week. That's World War II level total war losses that we weren't ever supposed to see again. And yet here we are, and Russia's just throwing bodies onto the fire for no appreciable gain. Now, I get that they're supposedly training in a spring offensive force in Belarus and behind the lines and whatnot, but they're still putting the bulk of what they've been able to mobilize into the mud and blood, and just it's pure wastage. And you're right, Daryl, it is going to be a lost generation. So right now we're at 110,000 dead, another 500,000 fled. That's 600,000 guys or 500,000 guys or whatever that are never going to have children. Russia, the Duma is passing laws to make sure that the fled never get to come back, so they might as well be dead. That's what, 1.5 million children 10 years down the road that will never be born in Russia. That's a huge demographic problem for a population that is already rapidly aging. They're going to overtake Japan in their ratio of young to old.
What's that number, Raver? You know offhand?
What number?
The ratio.
So no one knows the actual ratio of, are you talking about wounded to dead or old to young?
Old to young, man. Old to young.
Man, I'm driving. It should be listed on some one of the stat pages, or Wiki should have some basic facts there. Demographics aren't exactly national secrets.
Well, you mentioned it. I thought you had a number in your mouth. That's all.
Oh no, I'm just looking at the number of dead and fled that will never have children in a population that's already suffering a baby shortage and an aging population. You're massively unbalancing things.
All right, I'm sitting here talking to a mute.
Well, I can answer that question for you. I just went. I'm just looking at the demographics on Wiki. Right, so the population's went up a little bit apparently, but the growth rate is down by 0.39%. Birth rates are down. They're at less than 10 births per 1,000. Per 1,000, the death rate has changed. They're claiming it's gone down. I think we can say that's a lie. right? Life expectancy is really bad. It's 71 years, right? 66 if you're male, right? 76 if you're female. And apparently fertility's gone up. I think that's a bit of a lie as well. Yeah, but that it's not good news at all. And as to your point about how they blame everyone else, I'm going to send you a tweet that was sent out by a Russian who is in Mexico trying to get to America, having a rant about how everyone hates her. It's not actual fact condemning the murder, rape, or genocide, just upset because everyone looks at her in a funny way. At the end, she's about to know what it's like, what it was like to be a German in 1946 all the way through to 1970. People aren't going to forget this. In 10 years' time, there are going to be a lot of people who don't forget, who don't forget and don't forgive. I had a sort of a second cousin, one of my mum's cousins. He was on at the Burma Railway as a prisoner. If you said the word Japan when I was a kid, he would spit. And this is by the time he was probably 80 at the time, right? Didn't forget, never was going to forgive, and this is what Russia is going to have to contend with.
The thing is, you look at she's in Mexico trying to come to America, who they have long since said, oh, we are just, the worst ever. Then why are you coming? Why don't they go back to Russia and figure out their country, since you said we're so bad and that our countries are so screwed up? Why has their government been the bane of the existence of the West for so long if we are that bad and they just want to come? That whole process just is lost on me.
And lost on anyone who's got any common sense, right? Isn't it? I mean, that is really what nationalism is, isn't it? And their strange version of it, how spectacularly in their own minds that superior they are, and yet they're desperate to go somewhere else.
They're not even allowed to complain that much in the countries they're trying to leave. I'm not carrying any water for them.
Oh no, they definitely don't want to say nothing. Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Darryl. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? To think about what the impact of all these deaths will be on Russia. I think there are so many parallels between what's happened in other countries in the past. I think probably, I would imagine in Germany in 1946, 47, and probably in the UK, 1919, 1920, when so many men were killed during the wars, and the impact it had on society back in those days in terms of the imbalance between men and women. But the bit I wanted to just come on to, if I may, is I'm just really intrigued about what the hell's going on in Russia, because how many more people can they get out of jails to feed into to give to Wagner? When, and in parallel with that, they've done one mobilization, they've done a partial mobilization. They haven't really gone for a wartime economy yet, have they? They haven't switched to. They've only done very limited changes, I think, to their industrial base, as far as I can understand.
They've done massive things already. They've already impaired economic freedom. They've rerouted, say, supply routes. They have done significantly more than often is discussed. And we have good tracking of this.
Okay, yeah,
and they will be probably conscripting another 500,000.
Sure.
Of which they can use about 160, which gives them approximately maybe 60 to 70 combat troops. with no
Right.
training, no guidance, no NCOs, no officers. So it's just
Yeah.
meat, which means Ukraine will have to kill them.
Right. But I think my point I'm making, I understand what you're saying there, Axel, but they haven't gone for a total mobilization the way that, say, the UK did in the Second World War, where they just went, right, we're going for... No. So they're trying to hide the impact of the war on especially in Moscow and St. Petersburg, which is, they're probably not hiding to nothing because of that. And at some point, the more they mobilize, the more impact they're going to have on their industry. And that happened here in the UK. It happened, no doubt it happened in other countries as well during the Second World War, for instance. But, you know, my granddad, he was an engineer in the UK. He got mobilized fairly late in the war because he was older. That no doubt, because he was taken away from his workplace, maybe he was replaced by a woman. I have no idea. There was imports coming into the UK from America and elsewhere, which perhaps made up for the lack of stuff being generated locally. But I don't see how that's gonna what's gonna backfill the mobilized forces in Russia. I don't see it happening.
If I may, so
Sure.
if I remember right, Goebbels' Sports Palace knife to the hilt speech was February of '43. So Nazi Germany was able to coast on residual economic production to pacify the civilian population for 2.5 years of total war before they finally had to cut the civilian economy off and shift everything to a military focus. Russia probably has that kind of a reserve capacity, and so then Putin's using it to keep the people in line, to keep at least the big cities stocked full of consumer goods, to keep his core supporters pacified while he raids the hinterlands for men and raids the prisons for men to feed into the mob.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, but Raver, how much of an economy did they have before this? That's the question.
Exactly.
Because they imported quite a bit.
They did, and they can still import quite a bit. There's a lot of consumer goods still going in there because who's the world's big consumer factory? China.
Yeah, but their railroads are starting to slow down. That's the other factor to that. And with most of their rail capacity now feeding this war machine, I'm wondering how much of that is actually how much consumer goods they're actually getting in that case. I really don't care if it's not that much, but that's the one. If it's putting that pressure on the society, I'm all for it. David.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, so I was going to add to that. Of course, their problem is that because they're taking out of the hinterlands, as it were, pretty much everywhere, or as many as they can, but they are taking the trades out. So they're really struggling out in those areas. They're pipe fitters, gas fitters, etc. They're all being sent, right? So they're going to really, really struggle. So whilst he's attempted to protect St. Petersburg and the Muscovites, etc. And he has, but what he's doing is brewing a whole pile of trouble for himself later. But look, right? I guess he thinks that he's got enough firepower inside Russia to maintain control. Question is, does he really?
I guess we will find out shortly.
Very true.
With that, today's morning report of the General Staff of the AFU states that Ukrainian military repelled Russian attacks near Stelmachivka, Makalivka, and Plochenka in the Luhansk region. Spinay, Soledar, Krasnohora, Bakhmut, Klitschivka, Kurdumivka. Yeah, thank you. Perpomitsky, and Marilinka Pobayev. Oh shoot, I'm murdering this, guys. But there's been a lot of repelling of the attacks today in those regions. If you could understand my pronunciation of those, okay? Pobaye, Pobayeda.
They're testing you today, Daryl.
Yeah, they're testing my languages skills out here today. How did I do? Where's my Ukrainians? How did I do?
Could do better. Keep trying. Keep trying. Go for it.
Oh, he must be going through he must be going through the hinterlands.
Were you talking to me, Daryl? Because I didn't hear a thing from you.
Yeah, I was talking to you, but you got your hand raised. I was trying to come back to you after I read off that list of attacks that were repelled today.
Yeah, I didn't hear a thing. I'm just going to give you some more supporting fires. Not with the pronunciations. I'll let you wear that hat all by yourself. But just going to point out that early in the war, Russia had ideas that they were going to take major cities, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, and now their trolls are crowing about that they've made it into a Solidar or whatever, which looks like a 6-block by 6-block settlement of a couple of thousand people. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, they're down. They are steady. I guess the number is steady at 18% of the territory that they're holding at this rate. The numbers fluctuates, but we know that the gains that they showed today on the map actually was just farmland primarily. They're showing it probably because they probably had troops in the field. However, that's you can't really say that's an advancement if they haven't met the resistance uh, in that case. It probably was lightly defended, and they moved the lines on the map. But we'll find out more tomorrow in the coming days exactly where these battlefields are. They did say there was rumor that there was a lot of heavy fighting around Bakhmut. So let's just pray for the troops there. Let's keep giving them what they need to fight this, and let's just be right there for them what they need, whether it be beans, bullets, or bandages.
Speaking of beans, bullets, and bandages, I can't hear anybody else. Am I free to continue?
Yeah, go ahead. My earbuds just died, so I thought I'd lost audio for a second.
Hold on.
Okay, so
Rayvert, hold on. Check fire for a second. Let me read off something here. Records from the Russian Federation Penitentiary Service indicate that Russian prisons contained a total of almost 349,000 people at the start of August. By September, that number had decreased by 1,000, a change consistent with a years-long trend of the number of prisoners gradually decreasing. Over the 2 months that followed, however, the prison population declined by more than 23,000 persons, reaching a 338,000 by early October and 325,000 by November. That's still a lot of folks that they got in prison, but they're only bleeding them off slowly, the way it looks. But that's a little over 1,000 a month. That's, I wonder who they are keeping. That's my question. Who are they keeping in prison as opposed to who are they using in this war? Comments? Go ahead, Raver.
I think they're keeping the old and the unfit in prison, and the people that are particularly untrustworthy.
I mean, you look at, okay, in our prisons here in the States, you don't have that much of an aged population per se that you do a middle to youthful population. In Russia, I'm just wondering what were the crimes these people committed that they were in there to begin with and they're letting out, whether they are political prisoners or are they um, just dissidents from bygone times. How many of them are still serving prison sentences from the Soviet era, per se, vice what they are having since the 91?
When Wagner was going in a few months ago, they were not allowing people over a certain age. I don't know what the average age at time of death is in Russia, but people tend to be live pretty hard and be worn out a lot sooner than somebody would in other countries where they don't work so many manual labor jobs and drink themselves to death. But Wagner specifically was requesting people under a certain age and nobody with an active drug problem or other specific issues. And they told them, if you can fight for 6 months, you're free to go. And if you try to run, we'll kill you. They won't have to kill you. But I think they'll take anybody they can get, literally murderers, rapists, drug dealers, you name it. If you're not too old and you're not too overweight and you're not on drugs, they'll send you to Ukraine.
As far as we know, that was still voluntary. Am I correct, Ryan?
Yeah, but I don't know how voluntary that is. If you're facing 20 years in a Russian prison and somebody tells you you can get out in 6 months and they don't tell you how badly they're getting their ass kicked, and you've been eating up that Russian propaganda for the last 2 decades yourself, you might be inclined to sign up for that. If you're lower level on some Russian prison gang and one of your friends signs you up and says this is what you're going to go do and we're going to take the money, then I don't know how much choice you get. But the fact that they're literally scraping the bottom of their societal barrel in order to fill the ranks or the trenches or the graves in Ukraine speaks volumes.
Just as a note, though, here in the States, in certain places, there's a program similar to this. I'm not going to say exactly like this, but where judges give people a second chance.
That's
But it's
totally
not
different.
Yeah,
That's totally different.
It's totally different, but we use it more of a positive thing, where they're using it as a way to get rid of the dregs of their society.
I know
But
2 people who ended up in a military diversion program. One of them went into the Army and one of them went into the Navy. The one who went into the army is still in the army now, and I think he's a non-commissioned officer that works on all that biological weapons stuff. But he literally turned his life around with that program, and he wasn't convicted, is the big key difference. They'll divert you into a program like that here in the US if you're young and just stupid, but they're not diverting young, stupid kids from Moscow into this program. They're going and getting convicted murderers and rapists and all the other unsavory people that you scrape up in Russian society and putting them in a trench on the front and telling them that they'll be fed and clothed and trained and everything else. And they're not.
Absolutely not. Ryan, what's the temperature over there right now? I know you have it on your phone. What's the temperature in the eastern part of the Ukraine right now? I don't know which cities you may have on your phone, if you do have them. What's the temperatures at right now? James, what if Ryan is looking that up? James, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, good day to everybody. You know, this wasn't what I was going to talk about, but I think it's very closely related.
Then why'd you raise your hand if that's what you
now
didn't want to talk
now
about?
it was
Come
it
on
was
now.
to talk about something very related, and that was the recruitment of Russians and what happens to them, and what happens to them we've seen, and so they die frequently is my point. And
yeah, that's where I was asking what the temperature was.
yes, there is that. Yes, and so
7 degrees in Kharkiv, and that's Fahrenheit, not
minus
Celsius.
12 in Luhansk.
Wow.
Minus 12 in Celsius?
Yes, minus 12 Celsius, yes.
Kind of cold.
Minus 12 in Bakhmut.
Well, tomorrow morning may be a little quieter.
Yeah, it's minus 13, almost minus 14 in Kharkiv.
It may be a little bit quieter on the Russian side of the front tomorrow morning. Am I sad? No. Let's hope.
You know what the good thing is, Daryl? On Sunday it's going to be daytime -4, nighttime -10, and sunshine all across the front line, anywhere and everywhere between Sloviansk, Kramatorsk, Bakhmut, Soledar, Kremina. Sunshine, glaring, ice cold sunshine.
Yeah.
What do we do when we have good contrast, Daryl?
We sight them in. You can sight them. You can fly in. You can sight them in. There's silhouettes become very apparent.
You can shoot from a distance significantly better.
And Ukraine has some pretty good sniper rifles that they built themselves.
Some of them taller than a man.
Say what? Say what, Ryan?
Some of them are larger than a man.
What?
Yeah, but those two just look good. Yeah, he means those strange guns they produce, but they're not as sharp, and they're not as good, and they're not as, they look better than they are. They look very impressive, but they're not as good.
Fair point. Looking at the weather for Kharkiv specifically, it's not going to be above freezing for the next week. So tomorrow is Saturday. It'll be 10 degrees Celsius, which is probably roughly minus 10. Excuse me, it'll be 10 degrees Fahrenheit, which is roughly minus 10 Celsius, and then it won't get above freezing until the following Saturday. So 7 full days of below freezing temperatures.
highs, not lows.
If I was a Ukrainian tanker, I would be walking out with a stick, putting it in the ground, seeing how far I can get it. If I can get it through, it's not yet. The next day, if I can get it through a little bit, I mean, it holds for a minute and then sinks. Not yet. When I can't stick that thing in very far at all, it's time.
So Sumi is minus 15, but they think they're going to have a low of minus 19 today. It's going to be pleasant for them there.
I mean, that's obviously the one city which is safe at the moment, other than, of course, the odd strike out. I mean, they had a couple of strikes recently in the area. Sumi Konotop on that line.
Yeah, exactly.
There's going to be a little midget screaming to move, and nobody's going to be able to move because they are no longer with us on this earth. Let him scream. Just let the Ukrainians just walk over, pick up the weapons, keep walking.
Does anybody here happen to know the regulations on whether or not you can take scopes and scope mounts to Ukraine without declaring them? I'm not talking about some kind of high-tech thermal scope. I'm just talking about a standard AK mount.
Ryan, you are the only person right now in this panel that is even close to walking over that border. And you're asking us. You're asking us. Come on now.
I'm not close to walking over that border. I'm
Have a word with
in the
Ryan. Have a word with Rip. He has a
10
whole
for.
list.
There you go.
Yeah, I was reading up on that myself earlier, but Rip's probably the person to ask. You're exactly right. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, Daryl, about your estimation and what you were basing it on. I think you were talking about like 700 or something like that a day. And I was looking at one of Ragnar Goodmanson's reports, which I put in the chat, just one of the graphs from his reports. And the line is rather steep of personnel. I used the dead officers graph because it has the total killed in action personnel as a comparison line, and that line is really increasing, and which goes to the prison population, and that if they're going to continue with the tactics that they're using and they don't have many vehicles left that they can fight with, then it stands to reason that they're going to continue that way. And if also the weather is like it is, then yeah, if you were just using like multiply the number of days times 700, it might well be very low estimate. I estimated quite a long time ago that we'd get to 120 by the 1-year anniversary of the start of the war, and now that seems like, boy, did I lowball that. So it could be a
So
lot.
what is your figure projecting for June?
Well, I haven't figured it, and I haven't been doing any numbers myself, like actually putting something into a formula. I just kind of
Well, I use the numbers
Yeah.
that they from from December 25th to January 1st. When I put those numbers in, my number came out to approximately 250,000. 150,000 deaths by June, by the middle of June or so, or right at the beginning of June. And you add the 100,000 that was already there, that's where the 250,000 came from.
That makes a lot of sense to do it that way. And I don't think that we can use the regression line that I would draw through the recent data, because that's probably going to overestimate it. But I might even.
I mean, there'll be days where it's more, there'll be days when it's less.
Yes.
But I use that 1 week as an average because of everything that had gone on. We know that they're hitting a lot of the barracks, and they're hitting a lot of basically populated areas, and that's where the majority of that's where those numbers were so high. However, I don't think it's going to be out of the norm going forward.
Well, I'm going to stare at the data some more and come back with some kind of guess to compare to yours. But I think that you're at least correct. I don't think you're undershooting it. I think you might, or I think you're undershooting it, if anything. So, which is good news, really. So, the dead officer number is going down because there aren't any left, but they're not running out of other personnel to kill. And the equipment number, I was happy to see the trucks from yesterday was at 38, I think, 38 trucks. And that was kind of like, yay. So good news.
Mic check.
Sorry, what's it? House reconvenes at 10?
10 Eastern. That sounds about right. I haven't watched much local U.S. news as of late. I don't assume they found a new Speaker of the House yet.
I don't think so.
Well, they found him. They just haven't elected him, right?
Yeah, he's in the building. They just can't figure out who it is.
They're getting closer, aren't they?
I don't know. It kind of feels like
Have they surpassed Jeffrey's number yet?
papal succession or succession. It's like, are they just going to lock him in at one point and then tell him, send some smoke up the chimney when you figure this out?
Can I? Sorry.
I laughed when Gates asked why is he in the speaker's chamber when he's not the speaker's yet.
Can I comment, if I may?
Yeah,
go ahead, Mark.
What I find is really interesting is that America, the Constitution, is all designed to divide power between the different parts of government because of the fear of, an overarching or an overbearing strand of government. And often when I look at it, I think, my word, it's just ungovernable. How on earth does it manage? So often it's,
but it works.
It's crazy.
It
works
for us. It works
it
for
really
us.
works, Mark.
Somehow.
And somehow it works well.
Hey, Mark, what the system isn't allowing, it's not allowing the crazies to control this asylum right now.
Well, I hope.
I'm
not saying the UK is a much better system, by the way. I'm not arguing that at all, brother.
But they're holding up. Actually, I like when I watch you guys' parliament when they are, because they speak. I like the frankness of your House of Commons. I love the frankness that goes on there. That's just, that's classic TV for me. I wish ours could get that frank with each other, and maybe we could have a lot more understanding, and there'll be a lot more realism rather than the posturing that's in there right now.
Well,
yeah,
and there's
less
benefits.
elevated politeness.
There's benefits and drawbacks to both systems.
Of course.
The parliamentary system has a little more streamlined executive because they pick them from the legislative branch. We pick them entirely independently, which is supposed to create a better division of powers, but there's been a continual creep of governmental control ceding from the legislative branch to the executive branch. And it's happened over decades. And honestly, I think we need more than two parties. That's probably our biggest downfall right now, is that people become too entrenched with party politics instead of getting the government, the business of governing done.
Oh, come on. Stop complaining. You've had this since Theodore Roosevelt failed to get the Bull Moose Party to do anything.
Well, and we've had the rise and fall of multiple different parties over the years, and I'm not advocating that the current wannabe three-party system actually be a good thing, because it just neuters the vote of one party or the other. But multipolar system, or within American politics, instead of just hardline Democrat Republican politics, wouldn't be a bad thing, and ranked choice voting wouldn't be a bad thing either.
Yeah. The only thing I was saying though, Ryan, it's not the system that I was talking about. I was just talking about the frankness that goes on. In the House of Commons, it is the challenges and the not decorum, but the challenges that go forth, and the way they speak to each other, it is more direct.
Well, and part of that's because they have
nobody's getting around the words.
There's always a shadow government in the parliamentary system, so there's always somebody on the other side who's ready to take your job, and they know everything you've done and you've screwed up on, and they're ready to grill you about it at any moment.
Can I interject something just for the fun of it? All right. I mean, just highlighting this. Okay. Prior to Mr. McCarthy, the last one who's been elected later in the ballot game was William Pennington of New Jersey on the 44th ballot in 1859. Now, hold. This is not something unusual. 34th Congress had Nathaniel Prentice Banks of Massachusetts, who was elected on the 133rd ballot. Now, everybody knows this who's ever done a civics class, but that was not unusual, because Hal Cobb of Georgia in 1849 had the 63rd ballot. Robert Mercer in 1839 had the 11th. John Bell in 1833 the 10th. And Philip Pendleton Barber of Virginia was elected on the 12th ballot in 1821, and his predecessor John Taylor did it on the 22nd ballot. It's nothing unusual. It's just that television hasn't grown up to the fact that actually democracy can be embattled. I love it. Let them haggle it out.
Yes, Axel, though, in that time period, I believe we had more than two parties, though.
Well, you had two, then you had 2.5, then you had 3, then you had 2 again, then you had 2 different ones. Yeah, so what? Come on, let them battle it out. It's democracy.
Yes, I'm not.
There just wasn't a camera in the corner of the room broadcasting it real time live for the world to see.
Imagine this. Imagine Tip O'Neill had been elected on the 133rd ballot. Everybody would have had imagery of this. All right? Everybody would have a, say, royal memory of this. But it's not the case. So what? So they're making history at the moment. I love it.
I like to. That was the first House Speaker I could remember. As once I started voting, Tip O'Neill was the House Speaker.
Absolutely, and supposedly a raucous man by any estimate.
But he got things done.
Our presumptive speaker.
I'm trying to add a couple of new speakers. I'm having an issue doing it.
I'm going to drop
See?
down and say goodnight to you all. Thanks for the chat. Take care, everyone.
Thank you, Mark.
Good night.
Thank you, Mark. I'm trying to get John up, and I think let's see, we got John's coming
Daryl,
up to top.
wasn't it nice when he said, "I'm gonna get some new speakers"? He didn't like the old brand, you know. He doesn't like us anymore.
Nope.
He needs some fresh voices because
No,
we're
no.
tiring him out.
I'm trying to bring up John Ridge and Prince. I saw we had some requests, and I was trying to be a good co-host. I haven't done this in a while. I'm rusty.
I've been sitting here about having a
John.
stroke.
See, folks, we do delve into American politics on occasion.
Yeah, I've been sitting here about having a
and it didn't
stroke.
get raucous.
I could
We have to go back to the antebellum era.
I could give you all a rundown. Axel, they are supposed to adjourn in 10 minutes at 7 p.m. Eastern time. It will be the 14th vote. He has overtaken the Democrats in the vote total for the last two votes today, and the gap that he needs to win has shrunk. There are 6 people voting against him right now. He needs 2 more of those people to flip, and they think they have it by a couple people voting present instead of voting for him.
Yeah, it sounds likely. Are they actually not present also? I mean, are they already gone? There was supposedly someone who's not actually even present.
Oh, the guy who had the baby, who's in the NICU, who flew home to be with his wife and child, who's in the NICU, he's flying back so that he can vote for McCarthy. His plane should have landed about 50 minutes ago, and he should be taken right to the Capitol so that he can vote for McCarthy. So, yeah.
Has anybody nominated Liz Cheney?
Liz Cheney has been voted out of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, she lost her seat.
She lost her seat.
Okay, but even if she lost her seat, you could nominate people who are not sitting members of Congress to be the Speaker of the House, could you not?
That's how Trump has been nominated.
Yes, multiple
Okay,
times.
so I'll reiterate my question. Has anybody nominated Liz Cheney?
I don't think that's people's jam, honey. But I did discover Axel, I think that we need to have the Ukrainian born member of the House of Representatives on the Maria Report.
Who's that?
And Radek Sikorsky. You need to email me about that, Axel, but you should be asleep at this moment.
Yeah,
I'm still
I will do that.
scratching my head.
What state?
About why you're awake.
Daryl, her name is Victoria Sparks, I believe. Interesting character.
That is an understatement. She has been so much posting aggressive notes against Andriy Yermak, Reznikov, Zelensky, pretty much everyone in power currently. She's been following up with the same kind of narrative as to corruption and supposed audit and control requirements and whatnot. And then she's been silent again. Then she goes to Bucha prior to that as one of 2 House members. Logs a fantastic speech, by the way, there. Does all the right things, and then comes out and I don't know how to put this. Soils everything. I can't figure that person out.
Yeah, okay, so maybe not. She was just been a very interesting character to follow for the last couple of days, because yesterday she started voting present instead of voting for any of the people who were up for speaker, because she thought that them having this process was a good thing, until more people started voting for Kevin McCarthy, and then she started voting for Kevin McCarthy again.
Charlatan. She's a charlatan. Yeah, I said it. That's right. Because if you see your home country at war, and the only thing you can do is spout garbage. Yeah, you say a couple of nice things on occasion, but then you go back to speaking garbage. You're just a charlatan. Love
In
me,
my
hate me.
defense,
Love me, hate me, but that's how I feel about it.
I didn't know about all the crap she had spouted. I really did not know who she was until all of a sudden this woman on my TV with the Ukrainian accent was talking yesterday, and I was like, "Wait, she's from Ukraine, and she's in the United States House of Representatives. That's an interesting twist."
Okay. Let's ask one critical question. How has she voted on the aid?
I
That
haven't
would be
kept track.
no, I'm saying that would be the most significant thing. Because if her mouth isn't doing the same thing her votes are, then that there may be some redeeming elements to that. But if her vote is against, then there's nothing redeeming about that. And good
Maybe
evening,
worth
Charles.
maybe worth investigating.
I just want to direct everybody's attention to the really dank tweet from Thomas Steiner that's up in the nest. And then I want to invite John Ridge's comments about my use of the term dank tweet.
No.
And then I want to ask, one more. You gave us the long
mean from one Texan to another?
He gave us the long explanation earlier of long, short range, and ballistic missiles and everything else, and then he apologized for his nomenclature, but he also called his feline a cat, and I think that was a gross oversight on his part. I was a little disappointed when he referred to it as his cat. I think his cat was probably a little disappointed as well to know that it had been demoted from feline to cat.
But we don't know whether the cat is alive. It could be either alive or dead, or at the same time. We do not know whether John Schrödinger Ridge has fed the cat sufficiently.
Well, the cat is currently sitting in my room about 30 feet from me and is currently sitting on top of a shoebox staring at me.
Wait a minute. I missed something with this whole feline thing.
It's an old line that John used probably last summer, if not late in the spring. The cat went traipsing across the keyboard or the desk one night, and he said, "Please excuse my feline."
Oh, he went sedity on us.
It was pretty suave, if you ask me, but I'm a little disappointed he stopped referring to it as his feline.
John, you heard that term before? Getting all sedity.
I've heard it once or twice. I have a vague idea of what it means.
Make a beeline, John. You make a beeline for the feline.
Whiskey, go ahead.
I just came up to say good evening, good morning, folks. But John, if the cat's sitting on the box, it's trying to get in the box. If it fits, it sits.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't fit because there's two pairs of shoes in the box. Or, sorry, excuse me, a pair of shoes in the box.
But if it fits, it sits.
Them's the rules.
Them's the rules.
Go ahead, John. I do actually have a little bit of news. I'm not sure if it was discussed earlier today, but Reuters published a piece, looks like a few hours ago now. Should be up in the usual place for those of y'all, co-hosts, etc., that want to go take a look at it. It would appear that what I assume is likely an advanced persistent threat or Russian-based hacking group known as Cold River that is based out of the Russian city of Syktyvkar, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, has over the summer attempted to breach 3 U.S. national laboratories responsible for nuclear weapons research, Brookhaven, Argonne, and Lawrence Livermore.
I always have to question, why are these places even online?
It looks like they're attempting to fish and acquire the login credentials for lab personnel, or of lab personnel, I should say.
Again, my question is, why are they even online? The online portion of their networks should have no way control of the systems.
Some buildings do, some buildings don't.
But that's my point. There should be a zero connection where they can even operate.
There are recent activities of Cold River, the Russian group. They also attempted to infiltrate and compromise a number of European NGOs investigating war crimes. As part of Russia's intelligence collection efforts relating to war crimes investigations against Russia. And I believe, I believe they also targeted another one in the U.S., and then they've targeted various other NGOs over the years. And I believe that they have also previously targeted a number of institutions, particularly, I believe they targeted the UK Foreign Office in 2016.
How much you want to bet they're trying to get certain names off the list rather than all the names off a list?
I suspect they're trying to figure out who's on the list to begin with.
So wait, John, they targeted Lawrence Livermore. Was Lawrence Berkeley on that as well?
No, just Lawrence Livermore and Argonne and Brookhaven.
Thank you.
Is there something new where we can't have 12 people up at once? Because I show we've got some open speaker spots and there's 2 requests and I can't bring them up.
I had Charles up. I don't know what happened to him. Hold on.
He's still shown as a speaker as far as I can see.
He was I had James. He came up a little while ago. He requested, and then Charles was requested, and I got. Oh, James is still there. Okay. James Vasquez is here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just reading the mail. I'm just listening to you guys.
Oh, okay. Well, good morning.
Good morning. I was on last night with the rest of the boys, and I'm a little under the weather, so at some point I just fell asleep, and the report was still on. I woke up. It's 5:03 in the morning over here. So I was just listening to you guys, and I figured I'd chime in if I felt like I had something interesting to say, but I don't think I have anything interesting right now.
Well, top of the morning to you, Vasquez. I thought you might have fallen asleep just knowing what time it is over there, and I wasn't going to say your name because I didn't want to wake you up.
Yeah, no, it's obviously we have a different time zone, and not only that, but excuse me, but I've been under the weather for the last couple of days, so I'm just kind of trying to nurse I don't know, I guess what I would call a really bad cold and or something else. But
did you get one of those Rona tests yet?
You know what? I have first of all, I've had it before. So and I'm double vaxxed, and I do have a rapid test over here. And if things don't improve by the time later today, then I'm going to actually use that test because, I think everybody knows that it's just because you had it once doesn't mean you can't have it again. And I was starting to think that today because, my symptoms were getting worse and worse. And I was like, oh, you think it's possible? But it has been kind of running rampant over here. So
yeah, lots of people traveling, holidays. I was worried about getting it coming back. I'm double vaxxed as well, and I haven't had it yet. But you can definitely get it multiple times. So if you've got a test, you might as well use it.
yeah, I got it like 4 months ago, and it
Yeah,
was like
those things
3
have a
days.
shelf life anyway. Just use it. You can
Yeah,
buy
it
a
was
new
like
one.
yeah, it was like 3 days of death, and then the fourth day, I just kind of like rose above it. But yeah, I mean, I have the test here. I might as well just check it out. But if it's not that, then it's just listen, it's I heard you guys talking about the weather over here.
Yeah.
It's pretty cold right now, but I don't think it's bad as everybody thinks it is. It's you guys were talking about 0 degrees. I think it's probably about. I mean, I was just listen. I'm walking out on my balcony right now, and it's
Well, they said it was 13 in Bakhmut. I mean, down that way,
yeah. But
13.
I mean, I don't know where you guys are from, but 13 degrees to me is like that's good fighting weather.
Without a
No,
wind,
minus
it's not a
13.
problem.
No, yeah,
minus 13 Celsius.
Yeah, I mean that's but it's to me it's as long as you got good winter gear and I'm not really deterred by weather. Never has been. I was up at Fort Drum. We were training in 40 below weather, and that's without a wind chill. That was just like that was actual weather. I mean, if you ever look up Watertown, New York, Fort Drum, I mean, it just snows and it's freezing every day. That's 10th Mountain Division, and these guys are like beasts. So, the weather
James,
doesn't really deter me.
James, you know that railroad that runs through there?
Through where?
Through Fort Drum.
I do.
Yeah, I'm on that thing sometimes.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty cold out there, right?
Pretty damn cold. Watertown gets snow when nowhere.
Watertown, New York, man. It's funny because I remember the first time we went over there, and my whole unit we were we got bussed over there like like commercial buses, and at some point we were all sleeping, and I remember just waking up, and I'm like looking to the left and looking to the right, and I'm like, damn, what is there a tunnel in upstate New York? I mean, there's. I thought we were in a tunnel, and I looked to my left and right. It's just like white on both sides. I'm like, what tunnel is this? What the hell? And I realized it was just snow piled up to like 10 feet high, and when we got to our barracks, there was like a a little door carved out into the snow just to get into the barracks. That's how crazy it was over there. And I remember that's where I deployed out of my last deployment. And I remember when I got back, it was like literally, we got back and we had to, we were there for another few weeks when we got back. And I was there on Mother's Day, which is, I think, May 14th or something like that. It was snowing on Mother's Day in May over there. That's how cold that place is.
It was funny because I do go up to the border there in Messina, up that way, and it would be cold up there. And I remember going up there, and there was no snow on the Canadian, up toward Montreal. There was no snow. It was cold, but there was no snow. And then all of a sudden, I get down to Watertown because I'm like, oh, there's a storm front moving through. And I get down to Watertown, and it's like snow, ice, everything. And I'm like, where'd this come from?
Yeah, I mean, Watertown is like literally the armpit of the United States. It's just the coldest place in the world. You can look at any given time and see that it's probably colder in Watertown, New York, than it is in like the North Pole. It's crazy. I was just looking at something the other day. which, by the way, Niagara Falls is a stone throw away from them. You see Niagara Falls freezing. How do you freeze Niagara Falls? It's just that cold, man. It's that's when we were rocking those Mickey Mouse boots. 10th Mountain Division is those boys are hard, man. They're crazy. I used to I'd be driving around over on Fort Drum, and I see a soldier with a backpack, on his own recognizance, just running up, uphill with his PT gear, but PT gear with shorts and a t-shirt, and it's like zero, below zero. It's like 10 below zero. I'm like, these guys are crazy, But these are the guys that used to go into the mountains of Afghan and the coldest places and the craziest places in the world. So big ups to 10th Mountain Division. They are these guys are beasts.
Ain't no fat guys in those platoons that I can see.
No, sir. No, sir.
So what you got on the plate for today? Just trying to recover.
I'm trying to recover. I'm kind of sick right now, but today's Christmas over here in Ukraine, and so tomorrow I was supposed to be downrange a couple days ago. I was going to get some stuff to Tuck Smash, and over in the front lines, his mission got extended. So I think today I'm just going to try to rest and recover. And then I think tomorrow I'm going to be heading over to front lines, get the stuff to Tuck that he needs. And then it's probably going to be a one-day thing. I'm going to, I'm in Kyiv right now. So, it's a 9.5 hour drive over to the front lines where he is, without saying exactly where he is. And then from there, I'm going to be coming right back, and then I'm gonna reload my truck, and then I'm going to go downrange with a special forces unit and go play with those guys for a couple days. And when I say play with them, I mean go fight with them for about a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then when I get back, I'm just going to start, refocusing on, all we do with Ripley's Heroes, and just keep going back and forth to the front, and get these guys what they need. And from time to time, I said this last week, I'm my fighting days are kind of over, and but if they allow me to fight with them, for a couple of days when I get there and just, play in the sand, then, then I'll do that. But, I got a lot of good stuff to bring these boys, and, it's a lot of driving, a lot of traveling, and God willing, a little bit of fighting.
Well, I'll tell you, James, it's cold over there. I know you know that, but it's everything's it's getting rough for in certain places. So you just make sure you let them know that we are here for them. Let them know that we are praying for them. You let them know that we are advocating for them to get the gear that they need, and just let them know nobody's forgot about them. And
Yeah, I mean,
we're here.
that's a common denominator. I mean, it's every time I go down there, it's I come there like Santa Claus. I'm bringing them cold weather gear, and in this particular case, I'm going to bring them some white over what how do I explain that? White camouflage overcoats and pants and stuff like that. that's a big needed thing, especially when you're in a recon unit like guys like Tuck, and they have a small element. Excuse me. They have small squads. They need these these type of things, as well as some thermal vision, and which is critical at this point, because there's nothing better than having thermal vision when you're in the middle of winter, because the heat signatures really pop out, and you can spot somebody from here to Mecca. That signature is a big thing. Much better than night vision at this point, because of the cold. That heat pops up. You can see a chipmunk from 2 miles away. So trying to get these guys these type of things that they need, and and give them the upper hand in this fight.
Absolutely. Whiskey, you got something you want to ask James?
Yeah, if I could, thanks, Daryl. Hey, James. We got we got a couple drones that we're working on that can drop
Payloads.
two. Yeah, it's a heavy lift drone, hexacopter, that can actually drop 2 mortars. Is that something that could be useful to you?
Any drone that can drop a payload is always going to be useful. Yes, of course. I mean, that's a non sequitur. It's yeah, 100%. I mean, listen, there's a lot of talented drone operators over here, and we almost rely on them religiously at this point, as far as not only identifying enemy positions, but actually dropping payloads on Russians from you know from our positions, and that is a man saver like nobody's business. Because anytime you can drop a payload, it's no secret that not sending men in and being able to drop drone payloads is always going to save lives, because the other option is obviously going in there with manpower, and with manpower there's always going to be casualties. So yeah, I mean, of course that's going to be something that's going to be critical. It saves lives every day. We have a lot of drones, and we have a lot of talented drone operators. We don't have a lot of drones that can carry payloads over here, and I'm sure that's going to be coming eventually. And without saying too much, I've talked to a lot of people, and all that stuff is in the works. But it just seems like sometimes things don't come here fast enough.
So, like, going back to what I'm talking about two 82 millimeter mortar rounds. So that's about 24 pounds. Is that something that you can find useful?
Can I find it useful? I mean, it's a rhetorical question. Of course, we can find that useful.
Okay, 100%. Well, just know that's actually happening.
Well, that's great. What is? Are you a private? Are you a private company, or?
No, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy that has experience in various fields of things that can make things happen.
Your own design?
I can build you anything you want.
Well, you should DM me.
Yeah, I have. But no, on a serious fact, though, this is actually something that's Here in the States, currently, it's going to be sent over to Ukraine very shortly. We're going through the process of checking it out. But yeah, it's something that's very real that you can put your finger on. That's going to be ending up in your hands pretty soon.
Well, that's awesome. I know a lot of drone operators over here, and the frustration is, not being able to have these payloads sometimes. I mean, the recon is, obviously, something that, is important as well. And, that's how we identify enemy positions. In the beginning, we used to rely just on, in the beginning, when I first got here, most of our intel was relying upon villagers, people who lived in the area and knew where Russians were, and they would give us intel. And you literally would have a guy drive, from his village to our unit and say, hey, we identified Russians. And now we do have all these different abilities, whether it's intel from outside intelligence and or drone operators. And particularly right now, we are flying drones all over the place and identifying enemy positions and have this ability to now identify these guys, these Russian positions, and then we can call in a strike, which is something that wasn't available to us in the beginning. And we have command posts. I was in the command post last week, and it was crazy because like I said, the evolution of what we're doing is, first of all, I never thought in a million years within 10 months that we'd be able to have a sophisticated command post with TV screens all over the place, let alone encrypted laptops that are able to not only identify the drones that we are flying, in our particular unit, but can thumbnail. You're looking at a screen that has like 50 thumbnails, and you can see everybody else's drones in the area. So they're linking up, via Starlink or other means, showing every other drone that's flying in the area. So not only can we see our drones, we can see everybody else's drones in the area, at the click of a button. It's become very sophisticated over here, and these guys are have become pretty amazing and sophisticated, very quickly. And that's not just through the Ukrainian army. That's just I'm sitting in a room where there's guys from excuse me, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sitting with guys that are from all over the world, from the UK, from Prague, from America, from Latvia. You're looking at a control room full of a bunch of guys that are just talented people. Now, nerd types, which is awesome. When I put them out in the field with an AK-47, probably not, but they're exactly where they belong. They are doing a fantastic, amazing job. And then given longitude, latitude, for precision airstrikes, via these drones, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest, and don't say this on the space, but the biggest thing that we're trying to solve right now is counter EEW, to make these more effective for you guys.
What you mean? Don't say it on the space, Whiskey. You just did.
You just said it.
Well, yeah, no, but we're talking about getting into the weeds, getting into the details.
You just did.
I was thinking the same thing, man. I was like, oh, all right.
Whiskey, you got a glass or something?
You spilling the beans.
I
No,
was
no,
just
no.
saying, I'll let him say it, but not say it. Okay.
Well, no, Daryl. Like
I
Daryl,
know.
if you're
See that?
working, if you Daryl, if you're working down into the weeds where I am, like I didn't spill shit.
Oh my
Like,
gosh, guys! OPSEC.
oh God, come on, Ryan.
Kidding,
Like,
kidding.
yeah,
I
no,
heard
like,
that once. I heard it a million times.
yeah, no, like, most of us that are actually,
How deep in the glass are you whiskey? You starting to spill the beans.
oh my God, you're killing me, Daryl, dude. Like, fuck, dude. Like, no.
Tip jar.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, I'll hit the tip jar tomorrow, but yeah, no. Like what I'm sharing on the space is like nothing that's like openly over there. But there's certain technologies that we can't talk about here on the space or on other channels. Yeah, it's about yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now.
You gotta listen. You gotta DM me, and we'll talk offline. Yeah, I wouldn't give too much away, obviously.
Yeah, whiskey knows what he's talking about. Vasquez, I met you. I'm the guy that picked up those Samsung tablets in Kiev through RIP.
What?
Samsung tablets in Kiev.
Oh yes. Kevin. Oh shit! I shouldn't say that.
Anyway, whiskey's bona fide. I'll vouch for it.
He's what?
He's bona fide. He knows what he's talking about. He's not joking around.
I believe
he's
it.
Serious
Listen,
fella.
Listen, that's why I say, DM me or Kevin. You have my number.
Yep. Actually, whiskey. I'll share that info with you.
Yeah. You can give him you can share my number with him. That's fine.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, bud, what's going on, by the way? Long time no habla.
I had to circle back to the U.S. for the holidays, so I'm here until at least after the next meeting that Rip went to with the polls. We've got another one of those coming up in February, but I just found out it's later in February, so I may be coming back to Ukraine before that meeting. I need to find out if I have to stay here for that and then go. Whatever the case, I'll be back in Ukraine before end of February.
Do you find that this is a very large, small world when it comes to what we're doing? Don't you realize that we just meet all the same people and somehow hook up with the same people at the same time? It's become like crazy to me.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I met with some people just earlier this week here in the city where I'm living, and they're working with another organization, not the ones that you or I work with, but they know a guy that works with Ripley Tea Rose. And you'll know exactly who I'm talking about when I send you a DM about it offline. But yeah, Oklahoma and Texas are kind of a small world.
I find in Ukraine, everybody knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, and then everybody gets together. It's a weird dynamic, but it actually works, and that's how you get things done around here. It's just everything is just one phone call away.
Yep, word of mouth and one or two phone calls away, just like you say.
Yeah, I might be joining guys over there pretty soon.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool place to be, and it's very rewarding to be over here and help these people. And you get to. My experience since I've been here is that well, not only do you meet the most interesting people, but you meet the most like-minded people, and it's always a pleasure to be around them, and that includes everyone who's in this weird inner circle of trying to help this country. Sorry, excuse me, guys. I gotta get over this. This week.
We give him a minute.
Gonna say, did we just lose James, or did we just lose me?
Well, I guess you're gonna be losing me, Charles. Hello, Charles.
Hey, good evening, Daryl. Hi, Ryan.
Hang on a second. I'm gonna bump James down real quick. Vasquez, I removed you from speakers. I'm gonna send you an invite to come back up, but we lost your audio. I hope we didn't lose his internet.
Well, Charles, you heard you've seen the news today. All the goodies and the whatnot.
Yeah, you're talking about the the 2.8 billion package?
That's right. We had John and Colby in here. They were sussing over it and telling us what all the numbers mean.
Yeah, it's a pretty good list of stuff. Yeah, fantastic. Did they say what the self-propelled guns would be? Are we thinking it's Paladins or?
Yeah, it's Paladins.
It is Paladins. All right, cool, fantastic.
Yep, they're gonna get some more Paladins in there, and
I think these would be the first ones. They haven't had Paladins before. They had Panzer Haubitze, they had Crabs, they had Caesars or Truck, but I think these are the first Paladins that they would get.
They received M109s from other countries. I don't know if they specifically received the I think it's A6 variant. I think is the one that actually has the Paladin name. I forget exactly which variants were provided by Norway and the United Kingdom, but they do operate M109 already.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
Oh, so not all of the M109s are Paladins now?
No, we were talking about this with CJ. Like the Paladin name didn't come until the Alpha 6 apparently, and he was asking like, what's the name for the others, and it didn't actually have a name, not an official name at least. I was looking to see what the soldiers actually called it. So I don't know. You would know, Daryl Charles, better than me what nicknames troops came up with stuff. But the Paladin name is not an official name for any of them except for the A6. So I don't know what the guys back in Vietnam were calling it because this thing dates back to the 60s.
Well, that's the thing. Before the designation of Paladin, I had never known it to be anything but the M109. With the different A, whatever. And the same thing with the M110 and all the other tracks. The tanks always had a name. Every tank that going backward, they all had names on them. And then like I was mentioning in that message earlier, the P7A1, which the Marines have, we call them Gators. But other than that, everything else, even the LAV doesn't even have a name, even though it's got a big gun, quote unquote. but the IFB, the Bradley, it was one of the first ones, and then the Paladin was the only other one outside of the tanks that I ever knew had one like that.
Hey, guys, sorry, my phone died. I just jumped on one of my 9 phones over here to get back on. So I'm gonna let you finish. I just want to let you know I'm back on.
Okay, James, we were just going over track names. Ryan, you want to go ahead with James?
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to a muted mic. I forgot where James cut off.
Yeah, I mean, you guys would have to tell me where I got cut off because I was probably speaking for about 2 more minutes before I realized my phone was.
Damn it! Somebody remind us. I just brought John up. You're still young with a good memory. Where'd we lose Vasquez?
Oh, I got booted from the space and came back on. I missed it.
Hey Charles, you want to do the swap? I need to go do something here. You want to swap out with me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
You can go there.
Folks, I just want to say
I can
I
still
hope
load if I
everyone.
need to for a little bit.
Okay. Folks, I just want to say I have enjoyed this evening with you. We had a very good day here with All-Star Cast. They were talking, and that is going to be, if I'm correct, that will be on the Spotify as well. So it'll be a good time to go and check it out. The guys are all talking about all things Ukraine and gear and different stuff, equipment. And then shortly after that, I hope they do the whole thing with you and John, Kobe, because that was a pretty good segment what you guys were doing, sussing out the equipment there. So I hope that's on the Spotify. It's a good reference point for folks to listen to. Really good day today. So I have enjoyed it. I will see you guys tomorrow evening. And Charles, Ryan, y'all take it away.
Thanks, Daryl.
Hey, Daryl, have a good night, bro.
Hey, James. Hey, it was nice talking to you, man.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Always with me. Always with me with you. You just, keep your head down. You tell those guys, again, tell them we're here for them. We're there for them. They're in our prayers.
Sure thing.
Can't say that enough.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Here we go, guys.
John, I saw you pop back up. Were you just joining the panel, or did you have?
Dropped off. I dropped off
you got.
for a few minutes to go grab beverages, and then I came back and M109s were being discussed, so I popped back up.
Yeah, Paladins, don't they warm your heart? We should have been giving those last April, but whatever. It's done now. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and
clear. Oh, sorry. Well, connections have been kind of strained today. Yeah, so I was watching a thing where they were talking about old Vietnam era weapons being sent to Ukraine, like Hawk batteries and for short range air defense. And I just wonder how effective that would be. Because they were talking about earlier. I was on earlier. I got cut off. I had to go. They were talking about all the different weapons that could be thrown against Ukraine, including these stupid friggin' drones, and they were costing it out. And those Shahed drones are like what, $100,000, I think, a piece or something like this. A really small number. And the SAMs that take them out are like 20 times as much. So it almost
that sounds like a perfect application for Vietnam era air defense.
Yeah, I don't get why you would send a Hawk battery, because they're really short range, right? They're about what, 5 miles, I think, something like that.
No. Hawk is much longer range than that.
Really? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, maybe
I think we probably have somebody who knows a little bit about this, and he's got his hand raised.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll mute and you go ahead.
So it'll depend on the specific variant of Hawk. There were a number of upgrade programs for it: Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. I believe that Ukraine is receiving it's either Phase 2 or Phase 3. Are coming from Spain. I'll need to check. I believe Spain operates the Phase 2 systems. No, it's Phase.
Pretty sure Spain's got 3. Most people have
Yes.
3 these days.
Yeah, so Spain provided a total of 6 Phase 3 Hawks. That's going to give a typical engagement range of, oh God, let me find the numbers.
20 to 40, probably, roughly.
That's
But
what I was thinking. Is something between 40 and 50 was what I thought it was. But
20 to 40, maybe 50. 40 probably, but you know how the U.S. does with their specs, so maybe more. The open question for Hawk is because the United States is sending missiles as well. Spain's providing the launchers, 6 launchers, but U.S. is sending missiles. So the U.S. missiles are presumably going to be the most capable one. So it's a question of mainly, I think, radar performance is the bigger question rather than the kinetics, right? Because the missiles from the U.S. are going to be really good, but how good are the radars from Spain? And can the launchers be integrated with the radars for NASAMS or IRIS-T?
So they had for the Phase 3, they had the PMQ-50 for the pulse acquisition radar, the MPQ-62 for the continuous wave acquisition radar, and the MPQ-61 for the high power illuminating radar, and then they didn't have a range only radar. So the PQ is going to give the PQ-50. That's easily going to give at least 80 kilometers for a fairly low radar cross section target. The 62 is going to give a range.
The minimum range. Okay. No, I'm just looking this up. Yeah. So the launchers are coming from Spain, but the rockets are American. I get that.
Yes. The one thing we've been trying to pin down is whether or not they'll be receiving the MIM-23K, and it's either the K and I think the J that have the anti-tactical ballistic missile capability.
Right. I just don't see a SAM system short of Aegis that's gonna take on like serious ballistics. You know, like an SS rocket, because this guy's not stable. That's running things. If he pushes that button, God help us.
I would not be too worried about. I'm worried about that. I mean, in terms of the practical ballistic missile threat, there's 2 classes that we're going to be looking at here. There's the SRBM, so short range ballistic missiles. So that's going to be Iskander-M, Tochka-U, however few they have remaining. Potentially the Iranian ballistic missiles, if they end up delivering those, that's the Fateh 110 and Trafalgar. And then there's also kind of in their own separate category, the land attack S-300s. Patriot and SAMP-T can probably will address Tochka-U, Iskander-M, the Fateh 110 and Trafalgar. Having the Hawks there with the 23 Kilo or Juliet, that might help potentially against some of the older ones, maybe the Fateh or the Tochka. Iskander-M's maneuvering, so you might need a more modern interceptor, again, like SAMP-T or Patriot, to deal with that. Ukraine's boots have a limited ABM capability, anti-ballistic missile capability, but I don't know how effective it has been thus far against the ballistic missiles that Russia has been using. And then what is the other system that I'm thinking of? Oh, right. The Greek S-300s, that's an S-300 PMU-1. S-300P has an anti-ballistic missile capability that was initially added as part of the S-300 PMU-1. So Ukraine just has S-300 PTs, PSs, PMs, and PMUs. They do not have anything newer than that. So Greece's 4 PMU-1 batteries, they would represent the first S-300s that Ukraine could potentially receive that would have an ABM capability.
Don't forget about Victor.
I was just looking at the per unit, and holy, those drones are ultra cheap and they're expensive. I watched a simulated drone attack last night. 150 drones versus an Aegis system, and it was eye opening. I've never seen anything like that.
So for the loitering munition, the UAV threat from the Shahed 131s and the 136s, the solution to that is primarily going to be anti-aircraft guns. So going full old school with anti-aircraft guns with radar fire control. That's the cheapest solution. Do that. Also integrate man pads with that, and then I believe the U.S. is at some point this year, hopefully by the summer, is going to be sending over those Vampire systems with that'll be able to launch APKWS. Yeah. And that'll also provide a low-cost solution because we got God knows how many 70mm Hydras laying around. The APKWS kits from BAE are fairly inexpensive. You produce 25,000 a year. That should be sufficient. So that'll help, but there is a little bit of lead time for getting those Vampire systems in country. And then I believe Germany is currently working on getting 30 additional Gepards into country, along with increased amounts of 35mm rounds for those. And then I'm sure that there's some other solutions that are in the works as well.
Okay. I'm just looking at my notes here. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll let you go. And James, you take care of yourself. You can't play in the sandbox if you're coughing your head off.
No, I don't. No excuses over here. It's just part of life, you know. You get sick from time to time. You get a little cold. It's no big deal.
Too long.
Listen,
sorry.
It's nothing that's gonna kill me. Don't worry about me.
Okay. Well, you take care.
All right. Very well. You as well. Thank you, sir.
Colby, question for you. Have you seen any inventory numbers for SM1s that the U.S. has?
No idea. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, just thought I'd ask.
I don't know. Air Power might have something, but I haven't even looked. So
I'll tweet him. I'll tweet at him later tonight.
How come you don't ever tweet at me, John?
because you don't have all the answers to everything to do with missiles.
Yeah, sorry, I'm no Thomas Denier.
See, if I wanted to know about oil, Ryan, I would text you. But in most cases, unfortunately, I have not needed to know about oil or natural gas.
Well, in an interesting oil and natural gas update, since you mentioned it, where did I find this? I just shared it in a. The value of Urals crude has been trading below the G7 $60 a barrel price cap since November 18th, and Platts last assessed it at $37.63 on January 4th, around half the value of dated Brent, S&P Global Commodity Insights data showed. That's a bad deal. $37 a barrel probably doesn't cover your expenses. That's half the price of what Brent is selling for. So that tells me that it's not the oil itself, it's where the oil is coming from that everybody has a problem with. Nobody wants dirty Russian war criminal oil.
Yeah, it's bad for Russia for sure, and probably Iran.
Terrible for Russia, not so terrible for Iran, but we're going to make it more terrible for Iran because Iran is selling Shahed drones to Russia.
Yeah, James. One quick question. They've been pounding the civilian infrastructure. How are the people faring? Are like I'm thinking about water, heat. Are they like how are they getting on?
Well, recovering from that Jeffrey Dahmer like situation that just happened, um, it depends on where you are. So a lot of people are in dire straits here, and that means there's a lot of people that don't have water. There's a lot of people that don't have electricity. There's a lot of people that don't have monetary value to their lives, as well as internet or all the things that we kind of have every day as Americans and or Canadians and wherever you are in the world. Um, this is this has been really bad. I see the bread lines. I see you know people are literally, I've watched people shovel snow into a bucket just so they can melt it and have water to live on. So this is an ongoing thing, but this is a resilient people, and they're not complaining about it. They're just adapting to it, which is
No doubt. I'm just wondering. Don't want to see people freeze to death.
well, I mean, listen, this is going to be a byproduct, of this as well. Unfortunately, there will be people that are going to freeze to death. But these people know how to survive. Um, you know, if 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 you had this situation in New York, where I'm from, and
Well, I'm just across the Lake Ontario. I'm right near CFB Trenton.
yeah. So if I went to New York City and you saw what's happening over here, I can tell you a lot of people aren't going to survive. Well, I can tell you over here, people will survive. It's just because they're survivors. It's they adapt to this. They adapt and overcome. They're very crafty people. They're gonna be fine. And at the same time, uh, remarkably, they won't complain about it. They're just like, they understand this is a byproduct of war, and they have to do what they got to do in order to, So anywhere else in the world, um, including especially in the United States, all you would hear is like, who can help us and who can do it? These people just do it on their own. They don't need help. They figure it out, and that's going to be something that's going to continuously happen. And there's some areas where they may have power, but they have to cut the power off because they're trying to save electricity. Then there's some areas that the power just gets completely knocked out by airstrikes and things of that nature, and they just don't have anything. And you can drive through the streets. They don't even have street lights. You got to figure out even how to drive without crashing into somebody over here. It affects everybody in every way. This is today's Christmas day for these people, and I can tell you right now with great honesty that I can go out and people will be happy as hell and say Merry Christmas and still have like a great attitude about what's going on, despite what's going on.
They got big brass ones, that's for sure.
It's a world. Most and I'm going to say all Americans can't imagine going through this, unless they are from another country and they have been through some sort of war-torn country. But there's no complaints here. That's the crazy thing. No one complains. They adapt and overcome.
Well, what's the sense? Everybody's in the same boat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is no sense, but it's a reality. It's just a way of life. And
there's a textbook response, James, for any type of these deals when the power goes out while you're at a gas station pumping fuel, or when you're in Kiev, or when you're in a rural area and the power goes out on the highway. It's effing Russians.
Fucking Russians. Yeah, I mean, and that's that's exactly, that is so true. It's like, goddamn Russians, and that's it, and then you move on, and you
Yep.
go to your next, whatever you're doing next. Goddamn Russians, and it really is. That is a true story. It's almost like a mantra over here.
Yeah, and it's not a complaint. It's just exasperation. It's a statement of fact. Everybody, it's just like, you just move on with things. And, then the generator kicks on, or you go figure out whatever you're going to do instead.
Goddamn Russians, and then you just move on. And that's and that is a real truth. What you just said. It's always just that. It's like, goddamn Russians, and then you just you go to your next stage, and what you're gonna do and what you're doing in life at that moment. And but yeah, you have that under your breath. Fucking Russia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the quintessential Ukrainian thing, is effing Russians. And then,
But it's so true.
There,
it's so true though, because it really is. Everything that goes wrong here is because of effing Russians, right? So every time we get an airstrike, and those listen, I was trying to get something to eat the other day. As soon as those alarms go off, everything kind of shuts down, and it's and they're supposed to. They're just doing their job, and I'm like, and same thing. I was like, effing Russians. I was starving, and I'm like, now I gotta go boil some eggs or some shit.
Yeah, or you have to go find a little tiny hole in the wall restaurant that
or a little mom and pop shop, and just say,
exactly.
Get some
You go
salami
find a
or
little mom
something
and
like
pop
that.
restaurant that's already got something cooked, and you buy that instead.
Yeah, it's a way of life over here. It's
adapt and overcome.
And by the way, I just want to tell you, considering everything that's going on over here, you would think almost that nothing's happened. People are, completely resilient to, like, air raid alarms. No one cares anymore. I can listen. There was a building that got bombed last week. One of the missiles got in, and I went down there, and it wasn't too far from me, and I was like, you know what? Listen, let me try to help as much as I possibly can. Now, couldn't help because damage was done. The dead were dead, and I looked across the street, and there's people, like, literally drinking coffee right across the street from this building that's cordoned off, and there's, like, all kind of emergency vehicles in it, and it's like it's such a way of life over here that it's scary that these people don't even, like, it doesn't even bother them anymore. It's like, all right, yeah, that building got bombed. Well, I'm still gonna drink my coffee. And there's bodies getting pulled out. Well, I'm still drinking my coffee. This is it. This is how we live. This is what we do. And nobody should ever, ever, ever have that mentality. Bodies being pulled out of a building and drink your coffee and eat your,
sandwich
at the same time.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, just sit there, eat your salami sandwich, and drink your coffee, and oh, look, there's another dead guy.
Yeah. And it's like literally, it is just that. I'm not kidding when I say that, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that.
When he was talking about fighting in Europe, and go, kind of blank and just move on.
Yeah, it's and men and civilians, they live this life every day. We're not talking about soldiers here. We're talking about regular people and of all walks of life looking at this and saying, "Oh, well, that's unfortunate," and still sipping their coffee. I've seen this, and it's crazy to me. It's still crazy to me, and I've seen it time and time again. But it's still, I can't get past that. I just can't get past
some of
that.
that
That these guys, these people have been through this so much that it's so, to them it's like, this is just a daily operation. It's not something that bothers them. And these children are growing up this way. They're war torn, and men and women, again, civilians that aren't on the front lines, they're not fighting, they're just used to it. And it's
That's sad.
well, not only is it sad, but then I think on the other hand of this, the other end of the spectrum is like, being an American, if my son, when he was younger, didn't get the PlayStation game that he wanted, he would throw a tantrum. And I'm like, these guys are watching their bodies getting plucked out and just walking right by it, like literally stepping over bodies. Yeah, well, here's another one. And so the parallel is bananas.
Yeah, well, I think back to 9/11 and seeing people being pulled out of buildings and whatnot, but I guess they're having 9/11 every single day.
Yeah, the 9/11 is every day. Depending on where you are, it's there is a 9/11 every day. Yeah. On the smaller scale, but but it all amounts to one big 9/11.
Yeah.
When you add it up.
That's just wrong. Harry, I'll let you go because I'm just getting hot under the collar here. Oh God, I gotta do something. I just don't know what.
Thanks, Don. John, go ahead.
Oh, I do not remember why I had my hand up.
It's going on your performance review. Primus, go ahead. We'll come back to John.
Yeah, thank you. It's hearing stories like that from James. I mean, it's really kind of blurring the line between soldiers and civilians. I mean, walking past dead bodies or drinking coffee next to a mass casualty event and so on, just being inured to that. I mean, I respect it, but it's also incredibly sad. That's not something anyone should really have to see or get used to. I also think there should be. You're talking about 9/11, but I really think the best parallel is probably the Blitz on London and England and so on. In general, during World War II, when the Germans kept hitting the city every day and surrounding areas and so on, I think there should be, that's probably the closest historical parallel I can think of. Because I mean, it's not all that different. I mean, the Russians don't have anywhere near the throw weight that the Luftwaffe did, but the constant sense of terror for months on end is definitely a parallel to that. Well, ultimately, I think the Russians played themselves because once they started doing that, all these air defenses from all over NATO started showing up, and that's just removed their ability to really hit anything. Or it gradually will. When Patriots arrive and SAM-T and that kind of thing. Which on the missile topic, I saw Sea Sparrow was on the list of things that were coming over. Does anyone know what that's about? Because I mean, as far as I recall, the Ukrainian Navy doesn't have any ships.
May I?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure about that, and I know nothing about the Navy, being an Army guy. So
I bet John Ridge does.
Rip, who is not on right now, because obviously Rip as a Marine was on ships all the time, going place to place. I don't know anything about sparrows, and I do know about javelins and stingers and small arms that are very effective over here, which have been here since the day I first got here, which has been very effective and much needed. But when it comes to longshore weapons, from a naval perspective, I cannot comment on anything like that, and I don't want to talk out of school.
I think John Ridge knows a little bit about them.
Yeah, I know a couple things too. I mean, it's basically they took a AIM-7 Sparrow and they put it on a ship and used it for point defense. In the 80s and 90s, they'd use it for, well, I guess the late 70s too. They'd use it for shooting down anti-ship missiles and planes, which came within about 20 kilometers, and it was pretty decent at that. And I wonder if this actually be the OG Sea Sparrow or the much nastier evolved Sea Sparrow. And that would mean that something they can run out of NASAMS or something, or maybe they're mounting it on something, some sort of Frankenstein SAM launcher situation.
John, go ahead.
Well, you will be delighted to know it is in fact a Frankenstein's monster of a SAM creation. As it turns out, Ukrainian engineers are very, very good at their jobs, and of their own accord, they figured out how to integrate Sea Sparrow with Buk.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, I suspect they likely took the Espide 2000 missiles that they received from Spain as part of the for the Spada launchers that Spain sent. The Espide 2000 is nearly identical to Sea Sparrow, barring some software changes, and I think there's the sense because Espide is derived from Sea Sparrow, and I suspect they likely figured out how to integrate Espide onto Buk. They potentially had some technical assistance from Poland and Czechia, because Poland has previously integrated as part of a demonstrator project both Sea Sparrow and Evolved Sea Sparrow onto Cub, which is the predecessor of Buk, and Czechia has successfully integrated Espide onto Cub as part of a demonstrator project as well.
Well, that's pretty awesome. This original Sea Sparrow, I don't know how they're doing it because the original Sea Sparrow is a semi-active homer, so you have to have the right kind of radar and the right kind of band or whatever to.
Yeah, that's still the case. I suspect we're either sending the RIM 7 at Hotel or Pop-Off, the HRP.
Oh, that would be good. I'm kind of hoping for Evolved Sea Sparrow because, I think that compares pretty favorably to, well, anything short of Patriot. It would be one of the better systems over there. It's they can quad pack that into a Mark 41 VLS cell, and that's like 30 or 40 kilometers. That's a great system. And up until Patriot arrives, I think it might be pretty much their best one. But an original Sea Sparrow is pretty good. It was quite capable of hitting a bullet with a bullet kind of situation. So that's going to be effective. But yeah, they put it on a buck. Really, that's pretty impressive. I'm surprised that it could designate a target for it, because it's like Hawk. It has to basically, it follows whatever it gets paint. It's like a cat after a laser pointer. So that's cool.
Yeah. So if I can provide some context, so Buk is a semi-active system as well. Its interceptors use semi-active radar homing as well. It also has an X-band radar, if my memory is correct, and Sea Sparrow also has an X-band radar. So there was some compatibility kind of in the wings there already potentially. And the other thing to consider is that now that Sea Sparrow has been integrated, this opens up things like, as you were saying, Evolved Sea Sparrow, mounting Hawk on Buk, and potentially mounting Standard Missile 1 or Standard Missile 2 on Buk.
That would be. So I know naval missiles pretty well. The Army hasn't really taken air defense from the ground very seriously. The Navy certainly has. So if you start talking standard missiles over there, that's pretty impressive. sitting in inventory. I mean, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of old sea sparrows because it was.
That's AMRAM ER. Evolved Sea Sparrow is semi-active.
No, it's well, I think it has an active mode to it. It's nasty.
So if I can explain, so the current block of deployed ESSMs is semi-active radar homing, just like the original Sea Sparrow. The next upgrade for ESSM, the new, I can't block something around, I can't remember what the designation is. That's
just block 2.
Block 2 is going to add an active radar homing, and I believe INS and the data link as well. AMRAM ER is the evolved Sea Sparrow with the semi-active radar homing guidance unit replaced with the AMRAM guidance package.
The one already has a mid-course data uplink. Even AIM 7P has the mid-course data uplink.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, ESM already has the uplink. Yeah.
And why is the mid-course important?
For a semi-active, that's a good question.
Redundancy.
I mean, maybe it's just so you can shift targets. If like one gets blown up, you can redesignate. I don't know.
Yeah, because wasn't there something about you had that with the Sea Sparrow, you had to paint it with your radar in order to keep a lock, right? So if you've got multiple bogeys and you hit one, right, you just redesignate on target number 2.
Sounds about right.
I believe that. Yeah, I need to see if ESSM has an INS already. If it does, that would seem to suggest to me that they're using. I think they're using the data link for mid-course guidance, and then they'll have the illumination radar provide the illumination for semi-active in terminal.
All right, thanks a lot, John. Anything to add, Promise? Colby?
Oh, not really. But I mean, if they're, if someone mentioned about the old pedestal mounts. I mean, they pretty much just use them on the carriers anymore. But there's got to be dozens, if not hundreds, of those things sitting in warehouses, assuming they weren't re-exported. Which again, nobody's really buying the pedestals because they've moved on to VLS cells, vertical launch cells, and evolved. So yeah, I mean, they can take some of those out and put them wherever, and that would work too. That's but yeah, low key though. I mean, I really think it's not as important as the Bradleys or the M109s, but it's important. It's a big add to the air defense, I think. Certainly a lot of inventory because everyone's crying about how much it costs to shoot down a drone. Well, you got hundreds, if not thousands, of spare missiles, even if you're trading $1 million missile for a $100,000 drone. I mean, we have the money and the inventory for that, so fine. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, especially with missiles that have been, out of service for, they owe you nothing.
Yeah. The next time those missiles would have otherwise came out of a bunker was probably to be decommissioned, which basically means they take the rocket motor out and, well, I don't know if they take the rocket motor, but basically they blow it up or turn it into scrap and recycling and so on. So it's a great use of them, have them, have them go out in a blaze of glory. But yeah, the amount of SAMs the Ukrainians are acquiring is starting to get just absolutely stupid. No wonder the Russians don't want to fly anywhere over Ukraine at this point.
Yeah, that's certainly great news. Yeah, I mean, I think just to come back and Don, maybe if you could mute your mic while we're speaking, because sometimes I get some feedback. No worries. Yeah, I mean, I've said this several times, but I sound like a broken record at this point. But the whole cost calculation of missiles and drones doesn't really carry much water with me because weight, I guess. So don't use mixed metaphors. Just because we're not calculating in the overall cost of what drone strikes mean. What's the cost of a hospital? What's the cost of an electronic substation? What's the cost of a transformer that takes 8 months to replace because it's a custom made thing that was done 40 years ago that doesn't exist anymore, that has to be specially built in Switzerland or wherever. So, you know, I get it. I want to make things efficient. And I like the fact that I also, the other thing is when we hear about, oh, this is old equipment, and sometimes I hear this and we're just passing off things that are old. That's certainly not true. And this is also something that always happens in warfare. You find new uses for older things and you counter the threat. So it's fantastic. Yeah. I want to go to Karik because she's had her hand up for a while. Karik, good morning.
Good morning, or it's still night, or it's still morning. Well, it's morning, but for me it's still night, if you understand what I mean. But yeah, I'm tired, so my brain doesn't work very good. But I had two questions for John, and we usually aren't up at the same time, so I've been wanting to ask questions about it for a while, but I got more context before when you, John, and I think, oh no, I forgot who you were talking with, but you were talking about like anti-missile systems, and my questions became answered, but then I got other questions. So my first question is regarding the ICBMs that Russia was, you were talking about them using them on Ukraine, but without a nuclear warhead. And I think I've heard someone on this space talk about this before, that you can see the difference between a normal ballistic missile and an ICBM on the radar or something, or at least American can see it. So could you, why would they do that if that would like make America think it could possibly be something else? And can you is there like, what's the big difference? Like, how can you convert a normal, like a ICBM to a ballistic missile? That's kind of, I'm sorry, I'm really tired, so I'm having a hard time to formulate the question in English. But that was my first question. So yeah.
Right. So yeah, someone else had mentioned that on the space, and I was saying that I don't think that's it's physically possible, sure, but I don't think it's plausible. I don't think the Russians would do that because there just isn't much value to doing it. There isn't much high explosive that you can, put in one of those reentry vehicles for an ICBM that would usually carry a nuclear warhead. Even if they did have a conventional high explosive warhead that they could substitute into that, I mean, they may as well just launch an Iskander-M. There's no added benefit to using ICBM, especially when, as you were correctly getting at, if they launch an ICBM, that is going to trigger the US's and France's and the UK's ballistic missile early warning network. And for Russia, that is an enormous risk as to how that will be interpreted, because the United States does have a launch on warning posture. If we detect ICBM launches or SLBM launches, and we determine that they're inbound to the continental United States, we will not wait for them to arrive to carry out a retaliatory strike. So there is no way the Russians will ever take that risk. And I say that because the U.S., we dabbled with conventionally armed ICBMs, I think it was SLBMs specifically. I think of Trident. For some time, we dabbled with that, I want to say in the early 2000s, as part of the Prompt Global Strike program, which has since been renamed and merged into a bunch of other programs. It's not like doing the hypersonics research. But in any case, we investigated that possibility, and that was essentially the conclusion of the Department of Defense reached, was that the idea was unworkable because it would be impossible to distinguish a conventionally armed ICBM from a nuclear armed ICBM, which is part of the other issue for Russia. Is even if they were to do this, if they were to launch an ICBM at Ukraine with a conventional payload, and assuming the US, the UK, and France all very clearly detect that it is not inbound to NATO or North America or any place like that. They still have no idea whether or not that's carrying a conventional or nuclear payload, but they do know it's headed to Ukraine, and we have vowed a very violent response, although it hasn't been specified what, but we have vowed a vicious response in the event of any Russian nuclear use against Ukraine. So again, if they do that, they risk prompt conventional retaliation from the US, even if we determine that it's not a direct threat to ourselves. So there's just no reason for them to do that in light of the minimal benefit such a system would give them. I mean, they can just use a Skander-M at that point.
John, before Katic asks her second question, do you want to explain why an ICBM, which is seemingly a very large missile, is not suitable to deliver conventional payloads, because modern ICBMs aren't unibody in the way that the warhead reentry works?
So most modern ICBMs, they're designed to, essentially what happens is once they've cleared the Earth's atmosphere, the Kármán line, as they approach apogee, there's not one large warhead up in the nose cone. There is a series of smaller reentry vehicles. Depending on the specific design, they're either just known as MRVs, multiple reentry vehicles, or MIRVs, multiple independent reentry vehicles, depending on if they're independently targetable or not. Each of those would usually contain a nuclear warhead, and then those all individually descend, sometimes with decoys or penetration aids as well, towards their assigned targets as they descend on their suborbital trajectory. As a result of that, if you try to, you could physically substitute in a high explosive warhead, but the mass of explosives that you can put in one of those reentry vehicles is relatively limited. And that's fine for a nuclear warhead because, it produces an enormous explosion from a relatively small mass. But obviously that's, if you're using just conventional chemical explosives, that's not the case. So the destructive power of a conventional reentry vehicle would be quite limited. So, it's probably less than an Iskander-M, to be quite honest, in terms of how many kilos of high explosive that they could put in there. So again, just the level of destruction that it could cause would be very limited, and it creates all sorts of risks in terms of direct conflict with NATO. There's just the potential payoff relative to the potential risk is just such an unfavorable ratio to Russia.
Okay, thank you so much, Jan. I always, when I heard you talk about stuff like this, I always feel like you explain it very good. So someone that, like me, who does not have an engineering background or like a physics background or military background can understand it very good. And Colby, thanks for that, because that question made me understand it even more, how stupid it would be for Russia to do something like that. But so before you when you talked about this stuff before earlier today, you also kind of answered another question, because I always, or for a while, I've wondered like why. I know I like DM'd Doman about this, but because he answered it quite like, because he doesn't have like this kind of background. I guess he couldn't answer it more detailed, but like I know I'm going around in circles. I'm sorry, I'm very tired. But like the Patriot is supposed to be able to intercept ICBMs, which I thought was weird, because apparently you have to be very close to an ICBM to be able to intercept it in like the first phase, and the range of the Patriot is very short, I guess, so it can't. So just like I just remembered this kind of side question. So if you why do they say that Patriot can intercept ICBMs if you can answer that question very quickly. And the other question, I'm sorry, so it became kind of 3 questions. You talked before about the
Why don't I
AKs.
do why don't I answer the Patriot one, and then we can do the third question.
I'm really sorry. I'm so tired. I babble. I'm
No
very
worries.
sorry.
Okay, so briefly for the Patriot. Patriot cannot intercept ICBMs. It's designed to intercept short-range ballistic missiles and medium-range ballistic missiles. So a short-range ballistic missile is usually defined as one with a range of less than 1,000 kilometers. A medium range is usually defined as anything less than, I want to say, what's the specific number? Anything less than 3,000 kilometers. So between 1,000 and 3,000. Intermediate range ballistic missile, an IRBM, is typically defined as anything between 3,000 and 5,000 kilometers, and anything in excess of that is an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile. So Patriot is designed to intercept the first 2, SRBMs and MRBMs. The fundamental difference there in terms of Patriot's ability to intercept them is it comes down to the reentry velocity, or the terminal velocity, I should say, of the ballistic missile or its reentry vehicles, depending on how the missile is designed. And what you'll find is that the shorter the range of the missile, the slower its reentry velocity will be. So, for example, an Iskander-M, which is a short-range ballistic missile with a range of about 500 kilometers, has a terminal velocity of probably around Mach 5, so about 5 times the speed of sound at sea level. Whereas an ICBM, which has a range of, take a modern one that has a range of, say, 10,000, 15,000 kilometers, that's going to have a terminal velocity of about Mach 20 or somewhere between Mach 20 and Mach 25. So it is enormously faster. And the Patriot interceptors, none of them are designed to intercept a target descending that quickly. So in terms of the hierarchy of U.S. ballistic missile defense, at kind of the lower level, we have, pardon, my AirPods just died. Give me one moment. In terms of the hierarchy of U.S. ballistic missile defense system, kind of on the lower end, we have Patriot and its various interceptors that's designed against, like I said, mainly SRBMs and MRBMs. And stepping up from that, we have what's known as THAAD, Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, which is designed to intercept MRBMs and IRBMs mainly in the mid-course phase. So while they are still above the atmosphere, so what's known as an exo-atmospheric interception, Patriot is designed to intercept SRBMs and MRBMs in terminal phase, so in the atmosphere, or endo-atmospheric, terminal phase being the last course of ballistic missile flight, mid-course being the middle phase, and then there's boost phase, which is the initial phase while its rocket motor is still firing. THAAD is kind of the intermediate system, and then above that, in terms of purely ground-based systems, we have the ground-based mid-course defense interceptors, which are based in the east coast of the United States. Those are designed to intercept ICBMs in the mid-course phase. And it's also integrated with a number of sea-based systems known as the Aegis Ballistic Missile Defense System. And so those consist of anti-ballistic missiles that are based primarily on U.S. Navy warships, as well as some warships of some other NATO members. And that consists of primarily 3 interceptors: the Standard Missile 1, the Standard Missile, or sorry, I say 4 interceptors: the Standard Missile 1, Standard Missile 2, Standard Missile 3, and Standard Missile 6. The SM-1, 2, and 6 are designed for, I believe, terminal interceptions of, I believe they can do short range, medium range, and I think potentially maybe intermediate range ballistic missiles. They can intercept those in terminal phase.
And then Standard Missile 3 is designed to intercept basically anything up to IRBMs and ICBMs in mid-course phase. And then there's also Aegis Ashore, which is basically that system from U.S. Navy vessels. So basically, they took the radars and the vertical launch cells that would usually be used to launch those from a USN vessel, and they basically installed them on land in this very large facility. There's one in Romania, and then there's another one that is currently under construction somewhere in Poland.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm very happy that you understand my questions, even though I can't formulate them properly right now. And if anyone sees me asking questions this late ever again, please tell me to go the F to bed. Seriously, because I'm very tired during these times in the morning. But the Aegis, what is it called, system that you because yeah, I don't know, I think you know which one I meant, that you talked about right now and before. I read a little about it before, after you talked about it, because I was interested in kind of how it worked and like how far they've come in development, and as from what I've read on Wikipedia, they have tested it like with fake ICBM once, and it's succeeded, and they've tested it a couple of maybe 30-40 times with normal ballistic missiles or something, and it's failed a couple of times. But I don't understand why they don't. I understand that it costs a lot of money, but I do not understand why NATO and America doesn't test this system properly, because if it's supposed to work in a hypothetical nuclear war, not that I'm afraid of it, but I'm interested in how it works, and but if it's supposed to work in that scenario, it has to be able to intercept a lot of missiles at the same time. And with a lot of these missiles has, like as you mentioned before, those it's like up to 10 or something warheads or mini missiles in the top, so it can reach multiple locations at the same time. So why don't they just test this properly, like launch like 20 or 40 fake ICBMs without a nuclear warhead, just to make sure it works, or develop it so it works for real, and stop with this being afraid of Russia launching nukes? Because if we have a system that works against it, then we don't have to be, I'm sorry for using this word, pussies around Russia. That's my question.
So
Thanks, Katek. Go ahead, John. Yeah, sorry.
You've gotten to a very fundamental question when it comes
My
to.
question was for Ryan, by the way.
Can you hear John, Katek? John, go ahead.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Katek, can you hear John?
I can't hear anyone, so I'm going to cycle down so I can hear everyone, because it's very choppy right now. Thank you.
Okay, no worries, Katek. Thank you. Yeah, drop down to listener if you can hear me, and then you'll be able to hear John's response. I will speak for about 2 more sentences to make it so that you can still hear. Yeah, so we are having some issues with speaker requests in the space. Twitter has a bit of pox. There are a few audio issues ongoing. We're working on it. Thanks for your patience. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Charles. So to Katek's question, that gets to a really fundamental question, actually, that lies at the heart of nuclear deterrence and whether or not countries should invest in comprehensive anti-ballistic missile capabilities against ICBMs or SLBMs. And the simple answer is that the ballistic missile defenses that the United States and NATO have are not designed to repel, if you will, a full-scale nuclear strike from Russia or China or any other nuclear weapon state. That's not what they're designed to do. And the reason for that is because it's, even if that's not, on the one hand, that's not the goal, just fundamentally, it's just not what those systems were designed to do. They were more so designed against long range conventional ballistic missiles. That has been a major concern for the United States because of the fact that we can reliably interdict most other classes of threats, like say cruise missiles, aircraft, etc., via the use of effective air power, via the use of the United States Air Force, as well as the naval assets operated by the United States Navy. Ballistic missiles, however, are unique in that we can't really interdict those. We can't intercept them or destroy them using air-based assets beyond destroying the launch platform or the launch site. So that necessitates ground-based defenses against them, or ship-based defenses against them, in a way that other targets, again, like aircraft, like fixed-wing aircraft, rotary-wing aircraft, UAVs, cruise missiles, etc., do not. So the U.S. focus has really been on conventional as well as biological or chemical weapon-armed ballistic missiles, rather than, say, a full-scale nuclear strike scenario from, say, Russia or China. That it was, as time went on, the capability was developed, and we kind of gave a little bit of focus to developing the capacity to repel small-scale nuclear strikes, say from North Korea. That was part of the impetus behind why the ground-based mid-course defense system for the continental United States was developed, was because of that. But keep in mind, there are only 44 of those interceptors, and I believe that the current doctrine is 4 will be launched against a given warhead. So it can intercept 11 warheads, which is nothing. In the event of a nuclear strike scenario with Russia, 2 of their ICBMs will carry more reentry vehicles than 11. So it's simply outside the scope of what these systems were designed to do. And kind of the more fundamental issue here is that, given the current technology, investing in large-scale ABM capabilities to repel a full-scale nuclear strike is not economical, because the interceptors are more expensive than it is for your opponent to build additional ICBMs with additional reentry vehicles. It will, with current technology, it will always be less expensive for them to build more missiles, build more warheads, have more reentry vehicles and penetration aids on their ICBMs. So it's an economically losing prospect, and it's just not something you want to get into an arms race on. And that's kind of the other issue, is that there is one of the long-term concerns has been that in the event that technology does advance to the state where ABM technology is able to achieve economical parity, or even become cheaper than delivery systems for nuclear weapons. And the problem with that is that in theory incentivizes nuclear first strikes, which is not really a situation that anybody wants to be in, because the logic is kind of that it's inevitable that if you gain the upper hand in ABM technology, and I should go back a step. So the logic, the line of thinking is that if one country gets the upper hand in ABM technology and is able to get themselves into a position where they could they could defend themselves against a full-scale retaliatory strike from, say, another country, that given the fact that it is almost inevitable that other country will find a way to eventually technologically close that gap and restore parity, that creates a scenario where the country that has that ABM capability is incentivized to to essentially start a nuclear war, so that way they can win it before their opponent gains the technical ability to kind of restore the balance of mutually assured destruction. That's kind of the underlying logic of the ABM debate in the context of nuclear deterrence.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jen, for that look at nuclear strategy theory. But of course, got a heart from Katik, so she heard everything. Good. Well, let's move on. Let's go to Gunny. Good evening, sir, or good morning. Excuse me.
Morning, troops. So yeah, just what I'll just say, just what John was saying. The premise of MAD is you launch at me, I launch at you, everyone dies. And the last thing that we really need is MAD actually to be no longer applicable and a full-on intercontinental nuclear exchange to be winnable. That would be phenomenally bad. Because nuclear weapons, the whole purpose of nuclear weapons is not to be used. It's something that you try and explain to a unilateralist or a multilateralist. You know, and they don't understand. Why do we spend all this money on something we'll never use? Well, you're an idiot. Because the purpose of nuclear weapons is it will never be used. And if one side doesn't have them, you fundamentally increase the chances of them being used. You know, I struggle to see why that's so hard for some people. Just reference to testing them. Look, it's not just anti-ballistic missile defense. Militaries for a very long time have been fundamentally unwilling or incapable of testing weapon systems properly. Sometimes due to costs, sometimes due to fear of embarrassment. So to give you an example, in 1910, the Royal Navy would conduct a battle practice at about 4,000 yards. So call it roughly 2 miles, maybe 6,000 yards. There was no thought given to firing at 12,000 yards because it was not considered to be doable. And everyone thought, well, we'll probably never do it. Fast forward to 1916, there were engagements going out at between 12,000, 14,000 yards. In the 1930s, dive bombers were considered to be the primary threat to warships, but only the US Navy really invested in remote control aircraft so that gunners on board warships could get good practice in against dive bombing and so that they could test their anti-aircraft fire control. The Royal Navy didn't. We just practiced with a target doing about 120 miles an hour or even just a towed sleeve target. Lo and behold, 1939, 1940, 1941, we discovered that actually gunnery against dive bombers, quite a difficult thing, really, and no one had had any practice. And our anti-aircraft fire control system wasn't really fit for purpose and wasn't really any good all the way through the war. And we ended up buying the American Mark 37 system. So it's just what militaries do. Even when I was in, our practices were very, very pedestrian, let's say. We'd shoot at a chucker target with a missile, but it would be going about 400 knots, maybe at a nice steady height. We would fire a telemetry round, so a round that gives you information about how the missile performs. That's not a flanker coming in at you at 600 knots at 25 feet above sea level with 2,000-pound retarded bombs. We never practiced that kind of thing. Live firings. Why not? Surely we want our missile system to be tested to its maximum capability, but you never do. You know, it's financial or it's fear of the system not performing up to the contractor's specifications. And sometimes it's just pure, honest stupidity and dumb fuckery that inevitably leads to us, you know, across militaries, sometimes taking substandard kit into service and into action and it failing to perform and it gets people killed. But, you know, that's unfortunately, that's just something that we all accept when we sign on. And I'd just like to say, given current tensions, well, given general tensions globally, I think a V-class ballistic missile submarine of ours or an Ohio sticking 10, 15 Tridents up in the air so that the US Navy can test ABM defense out in the Pacific might get some itchy fingers. If you can just imagine being the head of Russian Federation air defense and suddenly 15 tracks launch detections happen you're going to go up in readiness across the board, and that's the way that quite emotional nuclear wars happen. So it's practicalities. The upside of it is things like, all right, they're not ballistic missiles, but well, there is a lot more interest in hypersonic missile defense now for navies. NATO are now taking this very seriously. There's been a big upsurge in interest. Certainly, there was a big exercise up north of the UK, I think about 18 months, 2 years ago. And they are being a lot more realistic about this. But the bottom line is, and this will come as a shocker to those of you who've not been in the military, and I suspect all the veterans will nod sagely and go, yeah, a lot of the kit that we get isn't tested fully, realistically, until you take it into theatre. Sometimes it excels, and we've seen that with systems like HIMARS, M777. Sometimes it's a crushing disappointment and needs a lot of work doing to it to bring it up to spec. And sometimes it's just, it'll do. And unfortunately, that's a singular fact of life that everyone who signs on the dotted line has to accept. You don't always get the best kit.
Yeah, maybe just to add on to this. So I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation for us to understand how ICBMs work and how ballistic missile defense works. But obviously, understanding and being concerned about it are two different things, right? I think the knowledge is good, and that's why it's helpful to get these kinds of insights regarding the testing. I wouldn't push back on what you said, Gunny. In fact, I would completely agree with you that it isn't fully tested. I guess what I'd like to add to it is that there are so many different variables in warfare and in combat that I'm not even sure whether a full testing suite would even be possible for some of the weapon systems. I mean, I think as we know from your naval and army experience, the training environment is a very sanitized. The training and testing environment is very sanitized compared to what the actual battlefield can look like. And this includes all of the factors and boundary conditions. And one thing I would say is that I liked, during the War on Terror, when I was obviously serving, we were thrown massive amounts of kit and technology, largely after, we'll say 2005, 2006, after the war was very clearly a counterinsurgency, and the United States military didn't have the doctrine and didn't have the technology to conduct that type of war. And so the military's answer was to basically throw money at the situation, invest in all kinds of technology, especially at the lowest level. So it was really heavy on individual equipment. It was less so on the super big ticket items, right? You didn't really see like a new battle tank coming, but you did see all kinds of new MRAP vehicles like Huskies and Buffaloes. You saw investment in robot technology. You saw investment in drones. And all of these kinds of things. And they really threw this stuff into the field. And I completely agree. It wasn't really tested. We were the testing sandbox. But the good news is that we were never forced to use it. So if it didn't work, if it didn't fulfill its function, and if it didn't help us on the battlefield, we just parked it. We just left it. And they usually would procure these things in relatively small numbers and wait for feedback from the soldiers before investing in more. And it actually worked kind of well. There was a lot of discussion back in the United States at that time, I remember it, about budgets, and there were complaints about this thing doesn't work and this thing doesn't work. But for those of us at the front, we didn't really mind so much if it didn't do exactly as promised, because we were getting so much of it, and it was baked in. We knew that we were testing it, and we were trying to figure out how it would be used tactically, and what the benefits of it and what the drawbacks of it were. Gunny, respond?
Yeah, I think the problem is, I mean, I know what you mean. We used to have UORs publish urgent operational requirements, but the problem for me is it took multiple photos of destroyed snatched Land Rovers, and multiple fatalities before someone went, do you know what? We need Mastiff. Well, you know, we're not a new army. We've done insurgency before. What happens when you fight insurgencies, ambushes, roadside bombs, pipe bombs, all that kind of thing? So, you know, 60 dead in and 18 months, 2 years, someone goes, oh, well, right, okay, well, we better buy an MRAP type vehicle. Well, who? Well, you know, 60 people died before you decided to invest in a UOR to get us systems like Mastiff. The body armor, you know, the upgraded Osprey body armor, all that kind of thing. I mean, take another, the SA-80 rifle. When it came into service, you could the magazine would fall off. What kind of a military invests in a weapon system where the magazine falls off? The cock and handle isn't really designed for, let's say, if you're wearing cold weather gear, something like that. And if you stare at it long enough, the glue will start to melt and it will fall apart on you. You certainly can't hit anyone over the head with it. So you buy the rifle. The rifle turns out to be utter shit. And then the company that bought the original company take all the rifles back and then put it through a rework that costs as much as the rifle cost originally. So effectively, every single SA-80 rifle in the British Army has been bought twice. I mean, you know, you can go back 1983, 1984. The Royal Navy suddenly was being thrown money to buy systems like Phalanx, American Phalanx system for close-in weapon systems, power-operated twin and single 30mm guns, additional jamming equipment, all that kind of thing. Why was the Navy suddenly given the keys to the toy cupboard? Because we lost 4 escorts in 1982. And one of the primary reasons was a complete lack of close-in weapon systems and point defense. Things like power-operated 30mm twin and singles and 20mm hand-operated. So it took the loss of 4 ships and a lot of dead people before people put their hand in their pocket. You know, I mean, it sounds like I'm quite bitter. I'm not bitter. It's exasperating. Well, you know, I mean, I was a baby when I did my first operational tour on a ship, and the kit that we were getting was just phenomenal. Incredible kit being fitted that we didn't really dream existed. It's just a bit of a shame that more often than not, improvements come at the cost of the lives of the people in MTP combats. But fuck it, that's what you sign up for, and unfortunately. But you know, I mean, back to the ABM and in general missile defense. I mean, I would like to think that we're taking this more seriously now. Hopefully, Ukraine has been a wake-up call yet again. Weapon systems don't always perform as expected. Sometimes they can be, you know, far better by an order of magnitude. Sometimes they can prove to have been just a complete waste of money. Defense procurement, I know across the Atlantic as well, is a hot topic. We regularly get bent over a desk over buying kit by the contractor, normally because the people in uniform are starry-eyed. I always think of defense contracting as like a car salesman, you know, sharp suit, big smile, pen at the ready, and they'll sell you a lemon if you're stupid enough to be taken in by the lines that they spin. So hopefully that will be a bit of a change. Will countries like the UK learn from this and all the experiences that the Ukrainians are picking up? I don't know. It just remains to be seen. I suspect not. And I think in 5 years' time on the next fight, because the next fight is around the corner, the press will be up in arms because bits of our kit failed to perform properly. And those of us in the know will nod sagely and point to conversations like this 5 years ago and say, we fucking told you, and you never learn. That's that's just the way of being in the military, unfortunately, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't think I think just for me the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Perhaps I have a bit more faith in the military procurement and defense industry in terms of technology. I realize that certainly there are many cases where things failed to meet the spec sheet or the marketing brochure. But I think, when I look at it, combat and the lessons learned and the threats are on one hand predictable, but on the other hand unpredictable. So, if you had a list of threats and different things that could happen, that would be a very, very long list. But the problem is, of course, identifying which ones will actually materialize. When I looked at IED warfare, I mean, yes, for example, we could look at, for example, we could anticipate that there would be some kind of improvised explosive devices and that they would kind of generally follow mine technology because their tactical use is relatively similar. That's probably predictable. But would you expect that, off-road EFP IEDs would be able to be produced by insurgents using infrared motion sensors? That might have been a bit too specific, might have been on the list, but would you actually invest in the technology to counter that threat beforehand? I'm not sure. So I don't think I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I think that the truth lies somewhat in the middle. I think the threats are easy to identify, and so therefore the told you so is always there. The question is how do you prioritize which threat will actually materialize? I think that only comes through combat and the reaction of forces. I'll just let you respond to that real quick, and then I'll go to John.
Yeah, I think we're in a different position. Obviously, we've got a lot less money to spend on defense, and we have had some stunning successes. I mean, I was about to say Type 45 destroyer. Yeah. All right, the Type 45 destroyer, when it's working, is probably the finest air defense destroyer in the world. The problem with it is, during the build, the US said, well, we can provide LM gas turbines. They've been at sea for many, many years. They've proven reliability. We use them in all our major surface combatants that are non-nuclear. Lots of countries around the world use them. It's a fabulous bit of kit. And the Royal Navy went, yeah, that sounds great. And the government went, well, no, jobs at home. We'll buy the Rolls-Royce. And that's why all the Type 45 destroyers are having to go through something called PIP now, which essentially is a rework. And they've been spending an inordinate amount of time alongside or in dry dock because they keep breaking. How does that even happen? And that's but then the flip side of it are two carriers, pretty excellent pair of builds there. All right, one of them's in dry dock. She had a machinery casualty, but that happens at sea. All ships break. All the old salts would tell you that they never broke in my day. They're talking out their ass, frankly. So we do have successes, but we're on a really tight budget, and we do chuck money at stuff like Ajax. We've built an infantry fighting vehicle and a reconnaissance vehicle that damages the health of the crew. Now, how does that even happen? How do we end up with prototypes where the crew get out after an hour, sick, and have got hearing problems and are actually being discharged from the military because they're using this bit of kit? I mean, it just absolutely beggars belief, to be honest with you. So we've got a real problem with budget. We keep chucking money at stuff. Sometimes we make good decisions like F-35. But we're having to turn around the Challenger decision. If Ukraine hadn't happened, I even though the government committed to Charlie 3, the upgrade for the tanks, do you know what? I'd have put money in 5 years' time as not having any heavy armor at all. And I'm still not 100% convinced, given the budgetary pressures, that we will replace Challenger or that we'll get the 148 tanks will be the British Army's strength. And we're already down below, I think, 80,000 personnel across the board. In 1990, we could field, 2 divisions plus a reserve division in Germany. The UK cannot field a full strength, fully fitted out armored division. That's where we are. The head of the Royal Air Force said, I can maybe get you 72, 96 hours UK air defense against a sustained strike by a country, say, as Russia. This is where the UK is now. We're really resting on our laurels. History is really nice, but I think we're in for a kick in the backside shortly, unless we reverse this trend and start spending our money more wisely. That's what I'd say first. You know, you don't give a debtor extra money. You say sort your debts out, and then we'll talk about your pay after. And we need to sort out where we put the money. Stop this buy UK thing, because habitually when the UK takes a project on from another country like Apache, we fuck it up immensely. We end up spending vastly more amount of money on it simply to keep people in jobs at places like Yeovilton. So I think we need to start swallowing our pride. We want to buy a utility helicopter, buy Black Hawk. Why not? You know, why not buy off the shelf? We can't buy ships because our policy is build UK, which is fine, fair enough, and we're still good at that. We've bitten the bullet on the F-35. Happy days. And Tempest is probably going to be a Japanese UK consortium, which is good. But other things, we've just got this habit, mate, of deciding that the UK can build better. You know, like Ajax. Why didn't we just go for Bradley's? Interoperability, proven weapon system, been in service a long time, logistical chain, fantastic training facilities over in the States. We could send battalions across. But no. We've got to have something better. We've got to try and future-proof something, and we end up spunking huge amounts of money up against the wall for something that's not really fit for purpose.
Oh, yeah, understood. Yeah, you're talking to a guy who lives in Germany, so we can sit down and have a glass of whiskey and compare notes. Everything follows from strategy, right? Let's see what comes out from this war. I want to go to John. John, go ahead.
Oh, I had a historical anecdote to share about weapons testing, but I'm not sure if we've beaten this horse to death at this point.
Go for it. We'll do that, and then I would like to read off some news from today. Go ahead, John.
Wonderful. So I was just going to make quick reference to the for students of naval history, and I'm sure Gunny will appreciate this. The good old Mark 14 and Mark 15 torpedoes in use by the U.S. Navy beginning in 1940 and in the early phase of the Second World War. The Mark 14 being the U.S. Navy's standard submarine launch torpedo, the Mark 15 being the destroyer launch version. And as a result of some various different technical issues, which were not properly identified in testing by BUORD, the Bureau of Ordnance, the then Bureau of Ordnance of the United States Navy, due to a couple different reasons. There were some management issues, but a major factor was just a horrific lack of funding from Congress, because during that period, Congress was basically giving the U.S. Navy 2 dimes to scrape together. As a result of that, the torpedoes did not work as advertised at all. Quite frankly, they didn't work at all. And we did not have really functional torpedoes for the first year of the war. And not only were they not functional and basically had a near 100% dud rate, at least in the case of the submarine launched ones, there were multiple instances where they looped back around. And I believe in at least one case, they actually sunk the submarine that launched them. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that was the most catastrophic the most catastrophic program in the history of U.S. weapons procurement by far. Hundreds, if not thousands, of American servicemen died because of failure to properly test and demonstrate and validate a weapons system and piece of technology.
Thanks, John. And before I watched the Joch NFL YouTube channel. So before we spend 7,000 hours on naval history, is a fantastic content creator, one of the best on YouTube. But Gunny, go ahead. But let's round it up.
Yeah, I mean, in the U.S. Navy's defense, the G7 German torpedo, the A and B models, the magnetic pistol didn't work. And there were lots of instances in 1939 where they managed to get some torpedoes away at capital warships, and the torpedoes just ran under and didn't go off. So, you know, But again, the same. We sank the Belgrano in '82. What did Conqueror sink her with? A pair of Mark 8s, World War II torpedoes. Why? Well, everyone kind of made the excuse initially, but because Belgrano was a light cruiser and had anti-torpedo bulges, which are not the thing now, they wanted the heavier warhead on the Mark 8 to guarantee that it would go through any torpedo defense and and do some real damage. Actually, Tigerfish, the heavyweight wire-guided torpedo in service across the Royal Navy, they never really worked. The truth is, for at least a decade, Royal Navy submarines went to sea without wire-guided torpedoes because Tigerfish was just an absolute abortion across the board. And then what do? We jump across to Spearfish and we build a world-beating, I would argue, better than the Mark 48 ADCAP torpedo, and something which is acknowledged to be an absolutely fantastic heavyweight anti-ship and anti-submarine weapon. So, it's kind of a roller coaster ride for us. We get smoked salmon and caviar for a starter, and then we get a can of beans and some bully beef for lunch. So, what can you do?
All right, thanks, guys. So it's just a little bit after 7 a.m. in Kyiv, 6 a.m. in Central Europe, 5 a.m. I guess where Gunny is in the UK. So good morning to Europe. Good morning, Anda. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Enjoying the talk, actually. Really enjoying the talk and thinking that for many years I had very poor opinion on our army, and this was due to some inside knowledge that I had about it. But on outside, I never heard people talking like this about what's happening or what was happening in the army. Like some things were, if you hear Romanian soldiers, usually they brag about the might of our army and so on and so forth. We won all the battles, if you ask. I kind of enjoy people being honest and talking about good and bad. We must acknowledge that at some point some things are not good. They're not working. We can see they're not working, because otherwise you never improve, right? So I'm really enjoying this. And yes, by the way, you were talking about the F-35. To my understanding, is halted for the moment after the incident in December with that F-35. I don't recall the number, the letter after it. US should have sent another 4, and they are in production, another 4 airplanes, and they didn't, because of that incident. That they want to check what happened and why. And that's another thing that I admire, like not wrapping things up, not making that it's nothing, it's okay, you can take another. I hope it's fixed. I really hope it's fixed. But yeah, this is what I enjoyed this morning. So thank you for this talk.
Well, I've got a quiz for you, Anda, and maybe anybody who's on the panel. I'm going to give you a number, and I would like you to try to guess what that number is. It has to do with something we heard yesterday. Okay, the number is 2,840. Now you have to do a little math. It's not, but I had to do a little math to get the number. But 2,840. Can you guess what that might refer to concerning the news over the last 24 hours? Any ideas?
John. John is fast with that.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say the number of M1 Abrams in U.S. service, or maybe storage. No, it's got to be service in total.
Not a bad guess, but it's not a speculative number. It is a fully committed number. Gunny, what do you think?
It's the number of times in 1 hour Carlos mentions he's a fighter pilot.
Poor Carlos. Oh, that's great. No, it is the number of wheels that are included in the most recent aid package to Ukraine. I am counting here tires, and I am including road wheels. So if you add up all of the road wheels on all of the tracked vehicles and all of the tires of all of the equipment that will be provided to Ukraine, if I have done my math correctly, I come up with the number 2,840 wheels, which of course exactly what Ukraine needs. They need things that move. And to make things that move, you need wheels. So that's what I've got. So that's the big news, obviously, today. The 2.8 billion aid package, which includes a wide range of stuff. That was the discussion earlier over the night here in Europe, and early evening in the US and Canada. The 50 Bradleys, the 500 TOWs, 100 M113s, 55 MRAPs, 138 Humvees, 18 Paladin, M109s, and so on, 4,000 rockets, 36 towed, 105 millimeter guns, a bunch of NVGs, small arms. I don't know why they keep putting Claymore mines on this list. Any ideas, Colby, why they just love to add the Claymore on these things?
Yeah, I don't know why they're specifying that as a separate line item rather than throwing it in with the small arms and small arms ammunition. John put his hand up. John, what do you think?
I will speculate that it is a holdover from how they were initially listing out the aid in the very beginning, back when the U.S. was prepared to support an insurgency rather than a conventional war. We were saying we were providing 7,000 shotguns, and we were being very oddly specific with the small arms line items.
That's a pretty good theory, actually.
Okay, well, let's see. I didn't even write down the number of Claymore mines. I don't even know if there was a number given this time. But
There's no
okay.
number. There's never been a number, I don't think. It's always just been ambiguous.
All right, but of course the biggest items there, and John and Colby were going through it a few hours ago. But of course, the biggest announcement there is the Bradleys, which we've been discussing. But now, of course, we've got some self-propelled howitzers, Humvees, MRAPs, more 113s, and I love to see that number of tows. But there's a lot of great kit on there. Of course, the other news then followed up from the French commitment of the AMX. What is it? 10. Man, I've got the number wrong. Anyway, like thingy. And then we've got the 40 Martyrs and 1 Patriot battery. So that makes a total of 2 Patriot batteries. Colby, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys probably discussed this more extensively on the EU hours while I am fast asleep, but sort of for the North Americans, I know we're actually pretty late here now, North American time, but I don't know how much we actually talked about the fact that Germany is also going to provide a Patriot battery, which is certainly like a pretty big deal for Germany to make that step, I think. It's an expensive weapon system. Germany doesn't have a lot of them either, so that's, it's quite significant. So I don't know, Charles, is there anything you want to say about the German Patriot in terms of how the press or public might be receiving that news?
Yeah, so I was on the space yesterday through Europe most of the day, and I've been reading the press. It's not really covered. I think you've got a good point that maybe we can discuss that more. I will say that over the last 24 hours, not only the press but also on the space, in the EU time, has been a lot about just finally, right? And of course, then the not good enough still needs to be the leopards. So that's really been. I will say that the German government, both in the space and in the media here, is not getting a lot of praise. In fact, the impression is that they were dragged kicking and screaming, or Olaf Scholz was dragged kicking and screaming to provide this stuff. And it's really only the half measure compared to what the Ukrainians have really been asking for all this time. And the other, that's a couple other points on the news, is that here in Germany and in Europe in general, politicians are not letting Olaf Scholz and the SPD in Germany rest. They're not letting them hide behind the martyrs and the patriot. There's been no respite. So a lot of articles, the other parties in the Bundestag already, CSU, so the Conservative Right Party, and the FDP, one of the party coalitions, have already come out with statements, even on the public holiday, that is not good enough, and Leopard 2s need to come, or the re-export license needs to come. The Poles, of course, yesterday, kind of mentioning that they're ready to give their Leopard 2s, similar to they did with the Patriot system. When Germany tried to move the Patriot to Poland, and the Poles said, give it to Ukraine. Very public, open pressure on Olaf Scholz. I think there's a press conference today to discuss more about it. But John, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask regarding one of the aid items. I noticed were a bunch of tows that were going to be included for the Bradleys, and I actually wanted to ask James, if he's still listening, if he's seen many of the tow, like the actual tripod launchers, not necessarily like the vehicle mounted tows thus far.
James, maybe starting his day. I'm not sure. Are you still around, James? Okay. Usually,
is he in Ukraine or back home?
No, he's in Ukraine, and usually about this time, around 6:37 in the morning, his time. He's been on space several times since he got back to Ukraine, and he starts to get busy. So he may be on another call. If he comes back, then we'll ask him about the tows. Yeah, so of course that's the big news. I'm just going to run through a few more items that we've got over the last 24 hours, and then Anda, I will need to cycle because I'm having some Twitter pucks, just so you know. So the topic of the Leopard 2s will not die here in Germany. Nobody is letting off of the pressure on Olaf Scholz, despite the martyrs and Patriot announcement. But good point by Colby. Maybe we can discuss the Patriot system a bit more today. Other political, economic things. So 2 U.S. senators are currently in Kyiv. Senator Jack Reed and Senator Angus King are currently visiting the Ukrainian capital. We'll see what comes out of that. We did have one article that showed that current market prices, I'm not sure if this is the formal market or whether this is what's actually being paid, for Urals oil is down to $37 per barrel, which is ridiculously low. As Ryan pointed out, likely doesn't cover the cost, and more signs that nobody's interested in buying Russian oil, and the price has gone way down below the price cap. Institute for Study of War on the humanitarian side, mentioning how do I say, there's an increase in Russia of we'll say frustration and anger regarding the situation and their aggression against Ukraine. And there are more really hateful things talking about eradicating Ukrainian culture and ethnic identity. This was also a topic we've discussed with some guests on the space about how do we ensure that Ukrainian culture and identity is preserved, promoted, funded, and saved, in all things cultural, and that combating this idea that Ukrainian culture is Russian culture, which is of course complete nonsense, and that the genocidal activities are increasingly reflected in the language that Russians are using about Ukrainians. Just once again, highlighting what the real intentions of this war are and why it is so important to win. Moving on to the battlefield, situation is getting increasingly interesting around Kremina and Bakhmut. There's a lot of discussion about the settlement of Soledar, northeast of Bakhmut. The Russians have been making several attacks there. They seem to have gained some ground. However, it's unclear whether that ground is particularly useful. It can just be open fields, and thus setting Russian soldiers up for just more artillery attacks from the Ukrainians, or whether they're actually making meaningful progress. But we'll continue to monitor the situation, and kind of the opposite in Kremina. So Ukrainians seem to be making incremental advances in certain key areas, but of course, as we get down into the details, the fog of war sets in. But those are two areas where we're watching. Artillery battles continue all across that front. 40% of all shelling in the last 7 days has been in the Donetsk Oblast, with another 30% in the Kharkiv Oblast. So this is the main area, is this eastern line, less activity along the southern front. Yesterday's casualty numbers for the Russians, as released by the Ukrainian General Staff, 530 liquidated Russian soldiers. That's a little bit lower than the 7-day rolling average of 712. We have seen an increase overall over the last couple of weeks in Russian casualties, obviously helped along by some key precision strikes on troop concentrations behind the front lines. But yesterday was a little bit lower. We will see what happens today. However, yesterday there was reported 23 tanks were destroyed, and 16 APCs and 38 trucks. So we didn't have any concrete evidence of exactly where all that happened and how all of that happened, but that was a huge spike compared to what we'd seen in previous days and even weeks. At 23 tanks, that is a ton of tanks. To put that into perspective, that's nearly half the number of the Bradleys that are being provided by the United States, and over half of what the Ukrainians will get in the Martyrs. 16 APCs and 38 trucks, as I mentioned. Regarding the situation in Belarus, the Institute for the Study of War reports that a train of Russian armored vehicles was sent to Belarus. This appears to be not necessarily cause for alarm for any kind of opening of a front from the Belarusian side, but again, just more training and readiness activities by the Russians. I think this is something we have to take seriously. We talk a lot on this space about the training provided by Ukrainian allies for Ukrainian soldiers. That's very, very important. But of course, the Russians are going to try to copy that, or try to do something similar. It looks like they continue to leverage Belarus to try to do that. Of course, we can't really speak to the quality and so on, but that seems to be what's going on in Belarus. That's pretty much all I had. Anda, did you want to add anything?
Couple of things, not all military related. One I put in the nest. I don't know if it's relevant. It's about BNC, which is a bunch of BNCs which are coming from Turkey and going to Ukraine. It was posted on Ukraine Weapon Tracker, and it caught my attention because they are equipped with some Romanian device. I put the tweet in the nest earlier when I was up talking with Daryl, and I have no idea what those names mean. And I was looking forward to having Colby and John here to explain to me what I'm looking at. Like I can see trucks, but probably it's more interesting than that. And this would be one thing. Um, um, the second thing, I'm sorry, the second, I read something. The second thing is some help that is sent to Moldova, actually, from US. So this is something that was announced yesterday. It's very Romanian written. It's something like the United States help them help the Republic of Moldova, but in Romanian you also put the pronoun, and it says them, like girls, because they are the states. There are many states. It's not one state. It's the states. So it's about the United States helping Ukraine, helping Moldova pass this winter with $30 million, which will consolidate the energetic sector. And it will help maintain the stability in the country, taking into consideration that Russia is raising their prices. They are benefiting of the fact that they can, right? They have no one to answer to, and if they want to hurt someone or bully someone, they do every time they get the chance. And they are trying to do this with the Republic of Moldova, and they raised the prices with, I think, 50% this month. Actually, previous month in December. So basically, this help will mean a lot. Will mean a lot for Moldova, and I'm really happy. It's not directly related to Ukraine, but it's borderline, sorry, related with it, because they are neighbors, because they are between Romania and Ukraine. Romania is sending gas to Moldova constantly, but Moldova needs more, so they still have to buy. And well, it's hard when someone is raising their prices each and every month. It's not pretty. So these were the type of news that we had here, extra to what Charles said earlier. And I actually have another question. So I have these two questions. I don't know if Colby, you had time to look at the Turkish trucks which are being sent to Ukraine. But if not, I have another question. So it's up to you. Or not. Maybe
Sorry.
Colby is yes, I can. All right. So Colby dropped. He will come back again. I will have also Charles rejoining me soon, and John. In the meantime, I have Helsinki coming up. Good morning.
Morning, Anda. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Greetings from Helsinki area as usual. Yeah, I wanted to just say hello and good morning, morning to everybody. Really looking forward for tomorrow. We will have excellent panel. Axel published it yesterday. We will have our previous commander of our defense forces, General of the Air Force, Jarmo Lindberg, nicknamed Charles Lindbergh. We will have a great air war panel, 6 o'clock Kiev time tomorrow, followed by Thomas Steiner. Jesus Christ, I'm excited. You know, it is a golden guy. So yeah, this is just, I am getting excited already here in my sofa, only drinking coffee. So this is, I'm getting worked up. Let's put it this way. And let's you know, let Ukraine win.
I've never seen a fin so animated in my life.
Dude, I'm on fire.
All right. Thank you, Helsinki. And yes, I will tweet about this. Thank you very much for reminding our listeners of the panel that we will have tomorrow. Today will also be a great day. I have Charles back, and let me check if I have requests. In the meantime, Colby, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was having Twitter box issues myself. I hope our connection is good now.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, so that's it's a convoy of Turkish MRAPs, which stands for mine resistant ambush protected. So it's just they're infantry mobility vehicles that carry troops, and they have typically a V-shaped hulls underneath the underside. It's shaped like a V to deflect the blast from mines and improvised explosive devices. And so these particular Turkish ones, which we have seen quite a lot of these in service with Ukraine already. If memory serves, they ordered a total of 300 of them, and I think about 100 have already been delivered. So there's been quite a lot of them on the way. We've seen them moving throughout Romania, both on rail and now on road, in a few different videos. And these particular ones, UA Weapons Tracker is highlighting the fact that they are equipped with the Romanian Pro Optica Anubis RCWS, which stands for Remote Controlled Weapon Station. So, and those are mounted either with a general purpose machine gun or a heavy machine gun. And I imagine that these will be very popular with Ukrainian forces. The Ukrainian BTR-4 is equipped with a remote controlled weapon system as well, a heavy caliber one. That one's 30 millimeter, that allows you to fire that weapon from inside the vehicle without exposing yourself, which is obviously a fairly significant advantage, where you don't have to pop your head up through a turret to fire that gun. So you can be comfortably on the inside and not expose yourself to enemy fire and still make use of that armament. So given how much the Ukrainians are fond of their own BDR-4s, I'm sure they'll appreciate having a similar ability to fire remotely from within inside the vehicle. Hopefully the controls and the optics are comparable, and that they serve the Ukrainian forces well.
Thanks, Colby. Yeah, just a couple notes on these systems. So first of all, I absolutely love them as well. I think think they're similar to the U.S. cruise system, which is basically kind of the same thing, a remote controlled machine gun on top, so that you don't have to, you just look at a screen and you play with a little joystick, and it's a very lethal video game. One thing regarding optics, I was thinking about the Bradleys as well, and this is as good a place as any to talk about this, but you know, all of these optics, whether it's a remote weapon station like this, or fire control systems in a Bradley, they're all really easy to use. I don't want to. We're not talking about F-18s here and flying these kinds of things and all of the buttons and switches. They're actually really simple to use. They're pretty intuitive. They're designed to be intuitive. I'm assuming the Romanian one is similar, but it's really just kind of a point and shoot thing. Anybody who's played Call of Duty can do this. The ones on the Bradleys and so on will have a bit more complexity. But I mean, you could even, you could watch a 1-hour video from Chieftain and you could figure out the fire control system and switchology on the M1. So that kind of tells you how simple this stuff is to use. Now, the tactical use of it and not just operating the system, yeah, that takes a bit more time. But if I hear things like, "Oh, it's going to be so hard to learn," I'm like, no, I'm sorry. This stuff is designed for people who, 18-year-old guys who just finished high school and are enlisted or conscripted in the military. It's designed to be easy to use. So that was one thing I just wanted to mention there. And also on the MRAPs, I mean, we've seen a lot of deliveries of MRAPs and a lot of requests for MRAPs, these mine-resistant vehicles. There's 55 more in the U.S. package, for example, and we've got these Turkish ones here, which look fantastic, actually. I think a lot of times we think about the MRAP as something that was developed for the IED counterinsurgency wars of the global war on terror, but actually they predate that. My first MRAP came from South Africa and was fantastic. It was the best little vehicle ever. That thing was tough as nails and saved a lot of lives. But on this battlefield, what's the MRAP is, we're not really necessarily thinking about IEDs, but looking at how the lines have been over the last several months, we have to assume that Russia has just mined the hell out of their occupied areas. There are going to be mines absolutely everywhere. We've seen how many mines and how much unexploded ordnance there is just in the occupied areas that they've taken so far. I think the example of Kherson and just the amount of mines, anti-tank mines, especially like these TM64s and other things, is unbelievable. And these MRAPs are going to be very, very useful in the maneuver. Once we get back to the maneuver aspects of this warfare, they are hugely survivable. They're easier to repair if they're repairable after a mine attack, and they're really, really useful. So it's great to see that. Even though we didn't really think about MRAPs as being a conventional warfare system prior to this conflict, we often thought of it as a counterinsurgency thing. I think it has huge benefits and is going to save a lot of lives. Anda?
So I read a comment. Actually, I share it with you guys. I read a comment to this post, and I had a question. Daryl explained to me the V-shape part. So it says it has a V-shape underbody, and Daryl explained to me that this is exactly the part that saves the lives, right? The part that redirects the blow. We say how to explain myself. The breath of the blow. I don't know how to express it any other way. From to the outside of the vehicle, so not damaging a flat surface, but actually redirecting the force to outside. And there is another word that I don't understand what does that mean, and I hate when I don't understand what I'm reading, and therefore I gave you
I got it. I think it's the word monocoque, right?
yes, what's that?
Okay, so the way that these are designed is essentially, if you think of a tank, right? A tank, it usually has the most armor on the front of the tank, on the front top of the tank, and on the turret itself, right? Think about an MRAP a little bit differently. So the most of the armor and the thickness of the steel is in this V-shaped hole. It basically looks like a boat on the bottom. And what this does is there's like it's, if you think of monocoque is often used also with racing cars, for example, like in an F1 car where the driver sits, it'll be really, really strong and designed so that it never breaks. But everything else on the F1 car is designed to fly off and dissipate the energy of a crash. So that's why when you see a racing car crash, parts will be flying everywhere, right? Wings and all this stuff. And it's designed so that it dissipates that energy. And it's very similar with MRAP. So where the crew sits is actually really, really strong on the bottom with this V-shaped hull. But the engine, for example, and the wheels and the transmission and the drive shaft and all of that is very much exposed. So when you see an MRAP get hit by a mine or an improvised explosive device, it often looks way worse than it is, because there's going to be bits flying all into the air. There's going to be, the hood is going to fly off, wheels are going to fly off, all this stuff. But that's actually kind of designed that way. And this monocoque, this cell, this armored compartment in the middle where the crew sits is actually really, really strong to attacks from the bottom. MRAPs are not designed or not very well armored from the sides, and even less so from the top, but they're just really strong on the bottom. And this V-shaped hull deflects the energy from the blast. If you look at the bottom of a tank or a Bradley or an infantry fighting vehicle, they're flat on the bottom, right? And so if you run over something and it goes off, you have all that energy pushing against the perpendicular surface, a flat surface, and it causes a lot of problems. If you deflect it, it's similar to why a tank would have like sloped armor on the front to deflect some of that energy. You don't see tanks designed like boxes anymore, because the deflection increases the effective width of the armor. So if you have an armor that's like 2 centimeters thick, at 90 degrees, you turn it 45 degrees and you just increase the thickness of the armor. That's why it's shaped like that. Does that help understand, Anda?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, you explained it very, very nicely. Thank you.
But maybe Colby had something to add there. I'm not sure.
Yes, I just wanted to say it really bugs me when when I don't understand something. So I keep asking about that thing until it's clear to me. So thank you. Colby, you had your hand up earlier.
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry. Richard, you have your hand up?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Just a quick question. Someone mentioned Finland thinking about offering their Leopard 2s to Ukraine. I just wondered, can Finland really afford to give away any of their Leopards, considering the border they share with Russia, and they're not yet a NATO nation?
I think it was about Poland, not Finland.
Correct.
Finland is offered as well, I understand. There's a number of different countries that have expressed willingness to send some. But I wouldn't worry. I mean, they're not going to send all of them. They'll probably send some of them. And I don't know what Russian army exactly would be attacking Finland right now. And despite Finland not being formally in the NATO alliance, Finland does already have guarantees that they would be supported in the event of any attack on their territory. And both Finland and Sweden are, for all, they are de facto NATO members already. They are already basically integrated into NATO military command. They already met every NATO standard, so there's no challenge here with their integration to NATO. It's a legal formality. Effectively, they're already members of the alliance.
And we have hands. Richard, do you have anything else to add? Richard?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I think John was next, Gani, and then Helsinki.
Thank you very much, Anda. Yeah, just if Russia were to attack Finland, St. Petersburg would fall to the Finns within 48 hours, mark my words. Also, as the second, Colby reminded me of this, and one thing I wanted to mention, also ask Helsinki about since he's here now. The one NATO standardization that Finland has not met is a 5.56 service rifle. I believe they're still using a 7.62 rifle. Are there any plans being developed to eventually make that switch over to 5.56?
Can I go ahead and answer right away?
Please.
Yeah, cheers. Good question. Yeah, 7.62, that is our standard. And, it is good also if we fight with the Ruski, we can take their ammunition and shoot it back to them. So it's also very useful in that way. So our military logistics is planned in the same way, kind of like in a quiet Finnish way that, like you see, the Ukrainians are taking, that they get the biggest material supplier is actually the Russian Federation. So that is also our strategy. I haven't heard any plans to switch to NATO 5.56 millimeter. No. Otherwise, I would say that our military bureaucracy has been quietly making us NATO compatible for decades already. So we are now putting the plug on to be full NATO member. But I think, not to brag too much, but I think we are more NATO compliant than some other NATO countries. But we don't need to go to this kind of like a contest of who is more NATO compliant. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to comment on there was another politician move on this Leopard thing. The chairperson of our defense committee in parliament, who is from the biggest opposition party, which will probably win the next elections, but let's not go in there yet. He said also that if there is a European initiative to give Leopards to Ukraine, Finland should also consider taking part. So these are political moves. He, of course, made many caveats that, yeah, we have to listen to the defense establishment and blah, blah. And of course, we take into consideration that Russia is a neighbor. But like Colby, you said, our country is forested, laked, swamped. Tanks are only workable in certain circumstances. Our country is easily defensible and not easy for tanks and armor. Many times, of course, we need it. So yeah, but there is movement. He said quietly, yeah, we'll give Leopards also if there's a European initiative. So actually, I think this, what we did here, we invited Adlercreutz and Atte Harjanne here, and it's gathering pace. I mean, there is incremental pressure. So I think we also in Mirya, we are playing our part here. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers for us. 3 cheers for MriyaReport. Okay.
Gani?
Okay, I'll go off. Yeah, cheers.
Gani, I think you came up also for the for this topic. I saw your hand up, jumping almost the same time. So please continue.
Yeah, hi, Ander. What it's worth remembering is a while ago, a fairly junior American officer wrote a paper called "How to Defeat the BTG," the Battalion Tactical Group, and there are a couple of other things came out. And one of the overriding messages was the Russians lacked infantry in these new battalion tactical groups. Now, if you fast forward and have a look at the footage, what do you see? You see Russians riding on top of their armored personnel carriers and their infantry fighting vehicles. There's a couple of reasons for that. One is they're too cramped inside. It's just not the place you want to be sat in the back of for any period of time. And secondly, these things are so badly armored and incapable of handling things like mine strikes, nobody fancies their chances being inside one. So you see Russian infantry sat on the top. Now, that's very reminiscent of the Vietnam War, when you would see American infantry on top of an armored personnel carrier, an M113, and they would have sandbag fortresses built on the top, and they would sit behind that, which kind of defeats the objects of having an armored personnel carrier. But the things did not react well to mines and rocket-propelled grenades. So what the Ukrainians have done is they've seen this, and you can see in the films, they strip the infantry away from these tank formations. And you need infantry. If you're in a tank, you need infantry. If you're in a wood, or if you're in a built-up area, or it's congested. So the Ukrainians have really taken advantage of the poor armor and the lack of mine protection on things like BMPs, and they've stripped the infantry away from the tank units. And that's made those tank formations phenomenally vulnerable to ambushes, L-shaped ambushes, all that kind of thing. And it all sort of, when you look back at the papers that were published, especially the one by this junior American officer, you can start to see how the Ukrainians have really looked at a BTG and said, great, it's got lots of tanks, it's got lots of artillery. Kill the infantry first. If you kill the infantry, tanks suddenly can be very, very vulnerable. And the lack of armor and the amount of mine strikes we see, BMPs just running one after the other into a minefield, it just leaves you with a tank formation in a built-up area or a forested area, and they're dead. You know, an L-shaped ambush, they just drive around, shooting into the woods or into buildings, not a clue what's going on. So, you know, it's really interesting how things like mine resistance, things like that, are really being, or lack of it, really being taken advantage of on the battlefield.
I just want to add one other benefit with the MRAP and the video that you shared and with the Turkish one. One of the other benefits of the MRAPs is you have really, really good visibility. So you have that protection of the soldiers inside, so they're inside, but you also have these nice ballistic windows where you'll have, you know, 5 or 6 guys in the back, or maybe even more in some of these MRAPs, and they're all looking outside. Now, the days of gun ports are gone because they're not particularly useful. But when you have 5 or 6 guys looking out the windows, calling out targets for a remote control gun system, that's really, really helpful. One of the things in an APC or an infantry fighting vehicle is that for the guys that are sitting in the back, if they are inside, as Gunny was mentioning, it's not the best place to be if you think that you're going to run over a mine. That's why you aren't there. But you can't see a thing out of that. So with like an infantry fighting vehicle or an APC, when the ramp goes down and you've got to run out of it, you have absolutely no idea where you are. It is really confusing. That's why when you actually do an assault from something like that, you often discuss exactly how the vehicle is going to be positioned and how far from the target, because it's literally like walking out of a closet into the open world and you don't know which way is which, and it's really confusing. So that's another benefit of the MRAPs, is the visibility. Of course, the weakness, the trade-off that you have is the survivability against certain missiles and RPGs and things like that. But as Gunny said, I mean, you know, the protection of some of these APCs isn't that much better anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Thank you. And I also noticed, because John mentioned earlier the 7.62 millimeter. I saw that's mentioned also. I suppose it's also common in Romania. I don't know. I saw it mentioned in the post. It says they are equipped either with 12.7 or with 7.62. So I hope they have munition for them to use them.
Yeah, well, there's two different standards of small arms munition, which I think is what we're talking about. And 7.62 can be confusing because there's also two different types of 7.62. So the NATO medium machine gun, so like the M240 or the things that you'll see as the coaxial gun in most of these vehicles, is a 7.62. But it's different than what the Kalashnikov takes, which is also a 7.62. It's a different length, it's different shape. So sometimes if you hear 7.62, there's actually two different types. One which NATO does use for its machine guns, but for the actual rifles, the assault rifles, they use something called 5.56. But correct me if I'm wrong, Colby, about the Soviet or the NATO the Warsaw Pact standards.
No, that's exactly right. NATO standard is 7.62 by 51, and the Russians now have the legacy Soviet 7.62 by 39, which is still used for machine guns as well. Both NATO and Russia, the Warsaw Pact overall, switched to a sort of a smaller caliber 5.56, as Charles said, for NATO, and then the Russians, they switched as well down to theirs is 5.45 by 39 for the AK-74, which is still the dominant rifle for both sides as well. And then, of course, for the 12.7 that was mentioned as well, that's as well a common caliber for heavy machine guns. The 50 caliber machine gun, I'm pretty sure that is 12.7, and as is the Russian DSHK heavy machine gun as well, and some others as well, probably.
Thanks, Colby.
Thank you. Helsinki, you came back. You have something to add on this?
Yeah, quickly, yeah, if you don't mind. It's okay?
Yes, and then we go to Colby and John.
Yeah. Of course, my status is a reservist and ex-government guy, so who knows if there is some wizard with some rank in our defense establishment bowels thinking about standardizing, also switching into 5.56, but I hope it doesn't happen. I really like the 7.62. It is our culture is like that, but of course I'm, who knows what these kind of people who are like eager to modernize and change the organization every 5 years, to get busybodies in the bureaucracies. Military also and defense is a big bureaucracy, so sometimes people. But then anyway, yeah. So that's my take. Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you, Colby and John. I know you're. How can I put this? In Romania, you say imbatabil, something that you cannot beat, a team that cannot be defeated. You want to talk about something? I heard you have something prepared for us, a discussion.
I don't know. Do we, John? What are we going to talk about now?
I think we're going to talk about the German Patriots.
Oh, yeah, we could do that, I guess.
Yeah, please. I want to hear about the German Patriots. We've just been talking about all the political stuff for the last 24 hours. It'd be nice to have a change.
Right. So, Colby, I guess the first question is, and I say this because I genuinely don't know what the answer is. The German Patriots, do we know what interceptor they operate? Or is it PAC-2, PAC-3, or PAC-3 MSE?
Honestly, the responsible thing to do is actually to table this, because I do have I came across a good thing on the German Patriot, but I don't have it handy right in front of me, and I don't even know if I have it bookmarked. I might have to go digging for it, which had some useful information. So offhand, I don't actually know. I mean, Axel probably has some sort of idea, but I don't know offhand what mix of interceptors that they are using. I mean, I don't know, give me 30 seconds, see if I can see it. Just figure it out quickly.
Right, because I know that the agreement has been reached for Germany to begin local production there. Well, Germany is going to be licensing production of the PAC-2 interceptors. I need to go back and reread that story because I don't remember if it was PAC-2 or one of the GIM series, guidance enhanced missile interceptors, which are derived from PAC-2. So for those who are unfamiliar in the audience, I should probably explain the different Patriot interceptors. The designation scheme is needlessly complicated and not intuitive. So the original interceptor for Patriot was the MIM 104A, simply known as Standard. That was replaced fairly quickly by the MIM 104B. There were two versions of that. There was initially the SOJC, which is standoff jammer countermeasures, which was which added land attack capability to Patriot against radio emission sources. So very weird, very reminiscent of S-300. Actually, I don't know if that capability has been retained in later interceptors, but that was quickly replaced in favor, or I should say, upgraded to PAC-2, or excuse me, PAC-1, which is Patriot Advanced Capability 1. And then after that, there was the MIM 104C, which is PAC-2. And there was the MIM 104E, which is the GIM Guidance Enhanced Missile. And then the MIM 104, what did I just say? So the 104B was the PAC-1, the 104C is PAC-2, the 104D is the PAC-2 GIM upgrade, and then the 104E refers to some additional developments of GIM, so it refers to GIM-T, GIM-C, and GIM-Plus. GIM-T was a further optimization against tactical ballistic missiles. GIM-C was an optimization against cruise missiles. I know almost nothing about GIM-Plus. And then finally, that brings us to the 104F, which is PAC-3. And then there's PAC-3 MSE, which doesn't have an MIM designator. That one more or less just doubles the performance of PAC-3 in regards to range, and I think it's a 50% increase in engagement ceiling as well. And I think they improved the seeker and the fusing and a whole bunch of other stuff about it.
Okay, Germany does operate PAC-3 MSC. Don't know what other legacy systems they have as well, but they do have the newest ones, at least 50.
Okay, well, they definitely have PAC-2. I know that. And I don't know how many PAC-3s they would have. My assumption has been that the Patriots the Ukraine will receive will ship with PAC-2 and maybe PAC-3. I've been kind of skeptical that we would send them PAC-3 MSE just because that is what is currently in service with U.S. units, and we're currently converting over to it as our primary interceptor over PAC-3 and PAC-2. So given that transition is still occurring and we've only produced about 1,000 of those interceptors for both our own use, our own stockpiles, and for export, all of that combined, I would have to imagine it would have to be Pack 2 and Pack 3 or Pack 3, I should say, because those are the only ones that we have in significant quantity in inventory that we are not currently using.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. And I think Germany probably operates all three. Don't ask me which version of 2 they have, but they've got 3 and 3 MSE, it seems.
Okay, I'll try and see if I can't find any Pack 2 inventory numbers. I want to say that I saw a 10,000 figure for Pack 2, but I don't have high confidence in that number, so I don't want to give that as definitive because it looks like we have oh god. So according to the CSIS, I think we are looking at Pack 2. I think we're currently acquiring. Previously, we've been acquiring 180 Pack 3 MSEs per year. It looks like we're increasing that to 252 per year as of, it looks like, the latest NDAA that was recently enacted by Congress. And then it looks like we have about 1,600 MSEs currently in inventory. And then, unfortunately, no Pack 2 numbers. So I'll get back to y'all on that figure later.
Colby, I got a question, or John, I got a question about the significance of the Patriot, just to kind of put this in context. You know, I mean, when the U.S. announced that they would give Patriot systems, of course, it was applauded, not only by us in the space, but you know, around the world. It was a huge step, right? Now here we are, a couple weeks in, and Germany gives one. Do you see this as more of a signal of a shift than even the martyrs, Colby?
Is Patriot more a shift than the Martyrs?
Yeah, I mean, would it be harder? Do you think it's politically, or do you think it's harder to give up a Patriot battery than it is to give up the martyrs? I'm just trying to put this in perspective.
I mean, logically speaking, yes, but you would know sort of the German thinking behind this better than I would. But a Patriot is a much more significant piece of equipment than a bunch of old martyrs that are getting phased out of service anyway. So, yeah, I would say agreeing to send a Patriot battery is quite significant by comparison. So, obviously, there's, you know, reasons why Chancellor Scholz has been against sending the martyrs, but in the grand scheme of things, the martyrs are a fairly insignificant piece of equipment. You know, given all the circumstances, they're good, but they're old, right? They're like, it's a Patriot is a modern, capable piece of equipment that has capabilities that very few other systems in the world have. The Martyr is an old infantry fighting vehicle, a good one, but it's old, and there are many infantry fighting vehicles. There are, there's few systems that are like Patriot, and even among Patriots, there are, just few systems in existence. So that's what I would say. I don't know, John, you put your hand up as well.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to try and speak to was kind of the technology side of it, that delivering Patriot certainly represents a sign of trust in the Ukrainian government by the United States and Germany at all, regarding Ukraine's ability to competently and safely operate this technology. Obviously, we're not going to give away a Patriot battery, its associated radar systems, interceptors, and their guidance systems, and all of this other rather sophisticated technology to just anybody. So the level of trust, I think, will perhaps to some extent maybe be demonstrated by the specific interceptors that are provided, as well as potentially the specific radars. For example,
we could send the standard MPQ-53, but if we send the new MPQ-65A, that would really be something. It would certainly be an excellent demonstration of trust in the Ukrainian government by the U.S. or potentially German governments. That was the way I was kind of looking at it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to distract too much from the technology piece. We do have a hand, but the reason why I asked that to you guys is because in Germany, the Patriot is an afterthought, like in the discussion. Like it's really it's it's the last paragraph of the article. It's kind of like the Claymore is for the U.S. Aid package, right? Because the whole political debate has always been about the Panzer, right? The tank and because we have this Panzer word, right? That has a different translation, but and that's why I just find it interesting because I saw guys like you reacting to the news saying, "Whoa, Patriot, this is amazing," right? And I'm looking at it here in the German media, and then some of the discussions that we've had regarding the political situation, and the Patriot doesn't even come up. That's why it's interesting to hear about this trust level. I'll go to Richard first, and then we'll see what Richard has, and then we'll come back to a few more topics around this Patriot. Richard, go ahead.
I had a question. Just regarding the maintenance reliability of the Patriot system, and back when we were only discussing one Patriot, I was wondering, was that sufficient from a view of keeping the weapon in battery, as opposed to it being down for maintenance, glitches or replacing parts. And
Did we lose Richard?
It looks like he maybe changed his avatar mid-speech, and that may have caused a problem. Not sure. Maintenance.
can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that was the question. The maintenance reliability of the Patriot system. Can it be kept reliably in battery?
Yeah, John, go ahead.
I suspect that the issue might not be keeping it reliably operable per se. I think the issue, and at least initially, it's going to be training the maintenance and sustainment personnel to keep it operable. That'll be the initial hurdle, as opposed to just training the operators who will be at the workstations in the battery. That'll be the initial hurdle. Once that's cleared, I suspect that they probably won't have too many issues, all things considered. Patriot's it's a fairly mature system. It's been around for literally decades. If we send them Pack 2, or even Pack 3, those are all, well, I'm pretty sure Pack 3 is combat proven, probably by the Saudis, granted, but that's something. Pack 2 was well proven, and as Pack 2 and the GIM interceptors are all well proven in U.S. service. All the kit we'd be giving them should be fairly well characterized by that point. So there will obviously be things that crop up that need to be dealt with, but I wouldn't anticipate it being a massive hurdle, all things considered.
Thank you, John. Richard, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I am trying to bring up some speakers. In the meantime, I want to thank you both. I'm dreading the moment when John's going back to school, and well, I love when you are both here on the space. So I'm trying to obtain as much information as possible when you are both here. Eric, welcome up.
Thank you. I've been a little confused over what is the primary mission of the Patriot. These missiles are, from what I've heard, they're $4 million a pop. The Ukrainians are doing a fairly good job at getting cruise missiles and the Shahed drones with what they have already. Is this mainly regarding the Russian ballistic missile threat?
John.
So, yes, on the one hand, I suspect it's primarily directed. The capability that it provides that Ukraine most critically lacks at the moment is ABM anti-ballistic missile capabilities. I think it will definitely have an effect on aerodynamic target interceptions, so the cruise missiles mainly, especially if Ukraine deploys it in areas that are on the receiving end of a large volume of Russian cruise missiles. Particularly, let's say, if they have it deployed near Kyiv, which I kind of suspect one of the batteries will go near Kyiv, then given that the Russians have a proclivity for launching large-scale cruise missile strikes on Kyiv, in the event that they persist in doing that, that will help take some of the burden off of Ukrainian S-300 and Buk systems and their other various Soviet legacy systems. So to some extent, it all depends on how smart the Russians are with selecting their targets, and also to the extent that Ukraine is able to accurately identify what those planned targets are with sufficient lead time to be able to redeploy their air defense assets as necessary to try and counter that threat.
Sorry, sorry for being late to the mic. We are debating. We are debating what to do next. So I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have a question on that, if it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. This. I've got to try to get my words right. Patriots. Nearly mythical status, right, in terms of capabilities, and it's a well-known thing, and it's got a huge brand name in terms of all of this. I understood it, basically as, preemptive countermeasure to the Iranian ballistic missile threat if Russia would be able to get them, and they've been trying to get them for many months. If they don't come, if Iran never provides them, do you think Ukraine would use Patriots against existing threats, or would it just be there as a deterrent and therefore or a ready countermeasure? What do you think, John?
I mean, if they have it and there's a cruise missile that's coming in and they don't have another system that can engage it because all of their S-300s and other, systems are currently engaging other targets, then I mean, they're probably going to, and they have a Patriot on standby, then they're probably going to engage with the Patriot.
Okay, so this isn't something that, would just be parked and pointed in Ukraine, awaiting a maybe threat from the Iranian ballistic missiles. This is something you think that they would actively use and need it immediately. Then
I suspect they would actively put into use. I mean, they might try to be a little bit conservative with, depending on the consignment of interceptors they're given, that would influence how it's deployed, but I suspect they will end up using it against the full spectrum of targets.
Okay, great. That helps. Thank you very much. Yeah, and of course, I guess we're all looking for signs on the timeline for the deployment of these, and I guess that's a black box for us, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the other thing I would mention is that given that these systems are mobile,
I would not be surprised if, especially if Ukraine is able to get, as Gunny would say, excellent raid warning well before the strikes happen, and they're able to redeploy their assets accordingly, then I would not be surprised if we see them kind of moving them around a lot across the country to protect sites that they will believe will bear the brunt of a given Russian saturation strike.
Yeah, and how mobile are these? I mean, I always think of Patriots as, you know, being deployed to strategic locations and then basically just being parked. But you know, how mobile are these? Are these obviously they're on trucks, but how long does it take to set up and aim and all that stuff?
That's actually a very good question. I have the Patriot manual, FM, whatever it is, somewhere. I need to go through there and read it, but it's like 200 pages. So I'll need to set aside some time to start reading that. You are right. I mean, in current U.S. service, we kind of just tend to park them someplace and just leave them there, which, you know, is fine because we aren't really facing any opponents with meaningful seed or deed capabilities or that have long range fire capabilities to be able to target these sites. So there's not much threat there, but Ukraine will definitely have to use them in a highly mobile manner, like they use their S-300s and other systems. I was talking to CJ offline about this, and he was very clear that yes, the U.S. Army does have the air defense artillery branch does have doctrine for using them, like Ukraine uses their air defense systems, for operating them in a highly mobile manner.
Great, thanks. And maybe I guess my last question, but sort of in jest, but you know, the Russians have destroyed lots of HIMARS. Apparently, they've even destroyed some Bradleys already. Have they destroyed any Patriot systems yet, as far as you know?
I would expect something in the next few days, probably.
Okay, so yeah, we'll keep our eyes open on that.
Tens of them. It has to be big numbers. We decided that it has to be big numbers. So it's not enough. One it's for the lame people. They have to have tens and tens of stuff destroyed. Big numbers, but they are not looking at their dead, which are actually big numbers, like freaking big. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for this discussion. I'm trying to bring some people up. I don't. I have some small problems, but we will fix them. In the meantime, Charles, are you stepping down and switching with Joseph?
Yeah, so I'm going to step down. I'll be back a little bit later, but I need to do a few things. But yeah, so I will. Joseph will come up and replace me. But yeah, it's been great co-hosting with you again. Of course, I'm so lucky to be around during the times when Colby and John are here. John, I hope you get good grades, but I also sort of hope you drop out just for the benefit of the space. But yeah, thanks everybody for your support, and please check out MriyaAid.org, non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Even though we see great news in terms of aid packages from countries in the coalition of the willing, this by no means covers everything that Ukraine needs, and Maria Aid is one of the organizations that's helping fill that gap. So check them out, and thanks, Anda, and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava, and thank you, Charles. Indeed, it's a pleasure every morning having you as a co-host, and also with Colby and John here. Really entertaining. So awesome things, and awesome knowledge, awesome information. And we have Joseph coming up. He will be co-hosting with me during the next 2 hours, 1 hour, something like that. Awesome. He's already up. So
2 hours.
2 hours. Awesomeness. Oh, well, again, I'm really lucky. So, going forward, we have talked about Patriots. We have talked about the BMCs from Turkey. We have talked about the press release, the press conference that is it's to come.
Hey, when is that on? I know. So what? Poland's having a press conference about leopards, right?
Yes. It's meant to be a joint press conference at a military base in Warsaw, and it's gonna be the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister of the National Defense of Poland. And I know Colby is really excited about this. He made some awesome posts, and I already told you that usually when I wake up, I peruse his wall to see what's new, what's coming, what blew up, and yeah. So he's my go-to guy to get information. It's also useful. I have him on the panel, so I can pester him with questions after that. And for example, he posted. I think you discussed this earlier today. I wasn't up when this was discussed about the new Ukrainian intelligence assessment of Russian missile stock. We have it as a post in the Nest, and also about the.
I was there for that. I forced John to translate it into dumb for us. So yeah, it was great. I feel like if the takeaway from that was at the end of John next month, they run out of stocks, and instead of having 200 to throw a month, they've got 40 to throw a month. Is that roughly correct?
Yes.
That's as dumb as I can get it for you guys. You can thank me later. Anna, back to you.
That's my language, so thank you. I I have I actually have a question about that, like a side question. I saw some images. They were with railway a railway junction where there were some railway cars, but not for weapons. They were for grains, but instead of grains inside of them, there were like flat on the bottom, not on top of each other, but flat on the bottom. There were missiles, projectiles, and it was nothing beneath them. Like it was like wood or something. The base of the car, of the railway car. And I know it's a dumb question, but indulge me. Is this the proper way to carry around missiles or projectiles? They looked fairly big, so compared with the railway car, they looked like side to side. So they should be fairly big. There were no not small. So I had this question in my mind. What was all that about, John?
So some internet sleuths, I believe they ID'd those as OFZAB 500 thermobaric bombs, aircraft deployed. So 500 indicates that's 500 kilogram bomb. The Russian parlance says that they are quote unquote incendiary munitions, but the evidence seems to point to that by incendiary they mean thermobaric, so fuel air explosive device. They're again about 500 kilograms in mass, and I'm not very familiar with the OFZAB design beyond that. I can try and pull some details, but the fact that they're transporting them in that type of rail car is potentially indicative of them not having the correct type of rolling stock that would typically be used to transport munitions, such as a generic box car, for example. And so, okay, so the OFZAB bomb, it is a thermobaric munition that has an additional high explosive fragmentation effect for quote unquote use against troops and vulnerable material in the field, stores and field depots, just pulling this off of CAT UXO. And then I believe it is about, just to give people a sense of size here, I believe it's about 2.3 meters long and about 0.45 meters in diameter.
Yeah, that was about my estimation, that they should be over 2 meters long to fit the railway car. Just a quick other question, and then I go to Fluffy. She had her hand up earlier. I'm sorry, Fluffy. Don't they explode? So isn't there a risk of them being I don't know, detonated, being transported like this? I saw them in some kind of a personal individual box, but I don't know, probably not. Hopefully not. I don't know. It looks to me like very hodgepodge. I don't know how to put this any other way. They weren't. So usually, this is why I ask. I have some friends which are truckers, right? Which are so they drive big trucks from one place to another, and what I know from them is that when you have load inside your truck, you anchor it. You fix it on the platform in order for it not to move from side to side. And these ones were not, so they were just put there. So if you take a turn, I understand that the train is not rushing, but if you take a turn or if they move, they can slide. So this is why I'm asking. So it's not it doesn't make particular sense to me to just put them.
John, I think the question was, is that safe to put them on the train all weird like that?
I mean, I wouldn't do it. To some extent, it depends on if the weapons are fused, if they're transporting them with the fuses in them. I doubt, I don't know why they would, because that would be very unsafe, but they're the Russians, so I don't want to assume that they're not. So if it should be not too horrifically dangerous if they're not fused. That being said, I still wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it's still open top. There's, it might rain. Maybe these types of munitions, they're designed to be fairly durable, but it still isn't necessarily a good idea to just submerge them in standing water if it's raining in an open topped, rail car with no drainage potentially.
Gotcha. So you're not worried about it exploding on you. You're more worried that once you get it to its destination, it won't be working correctly because it's been exposed to the elements, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, some concern, yes. Although, again, these are supposed to be fairly durable munitions, so I don't know. There's a lot of factors there.
It's a big metal cylinder,
Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Anna?
Yes, thank you. Let's go to Fluffy. I kept her waiting a long time with my questions. Fluffy, please continue. Sorry for keeping you.
That's good. Am I coming through, Claire?
Yeah, you have a weird background noise, but it's not strong.
Okay, sorry. So anyway, I just wanted to say, I love listening to you. I've actually been I remember your first day on space, and I always just appreciate your perspective and your back of the class question. So I'm gonna kind of take a cue off of that. And what is the big deal difference, if there is any, between the IRIS-T systems and the Patriot systems? That's just my question, sort of a smart question that came to me that thought would be, yeah. Anyway.
John?
So IRIS-T SL, specifically the IRIS-T SLM that Ukraine has received, that is a short to medium range system designed for use against aerodynamic targets. So by short to medium range, we're talking engagements out to about 40 kilometers or so. And by aerodynamic targets, I mean fixed wing aircraft, rotary wing aircraft, UAVs, cruise missiles, things that fly, if you will. Aerodynamic targets are differentiated from ballistic targets, which are targets that follow a ballistic trajectory, i.e., their motion is solely under the influence of gravity for most of their flight. So Patriot, on the other hand, is a high MAD system, a high to medium altitude air defense system. So while the actual range of Patriot depends on the specific interceptor you have loaded. So for, say, PAC-2, that could be all the way up to 160 kilometers. With PAC-3, that could be 30 kilometers, or 60 kilometers with PAC-3 MSE. It's designed to intercept targets at higher altitudes, namely ballistic targets, so ballistic missiles, which is a capability that IRIS-T SLM lacks.
Okay, cool. So yeah, the IRIS-T is basically just a shorter range in general then. Is there any sort of capability differences in the radars or anything like that?
Well, it depends on which radar Ukraine is provided. I suspect they'll probably be provided with the MPQ-53, which is the original radar for Patriot. It's possible they could be given the MPQ-65 or the 65A, which are the new ones, although I kind of doubt it. The difference is that the Patriot radar is more so optimized, again, for the detection of ballistic targets. It can do aerodynamic targets fine, but it's more so optimized for ballistic targets. It also, the MPQ-53 and the MPQ-65, they don't have 360-degree coverage. They're designed to scan a specific sector of a circle, an imaginary circle around the wherever the radar is placed. Because again, that's part of the optimization for ballistic targets, that they're designed to scan a certain region of space in a known direction, that there's believed to be a ballistic missile threat coming from. The MPQ-65A is a modification of the 65, which adds in 2 additional small radar arrays onto the back of the MPQ-65, pointing the opposite direction. So that provides 360-degree coverage, although the rear coverage is not as I don't believe it's necessarily as performant as the primary array, but it's still, better than nothing. So again, I suspect that the 65 or the 65A won't be sent. It'll be the original 53. This 53 is also a fair bit older than the TRML 4D that the IRIS-T uses. So I wouldn't be surprised if, at least against aerodynamic targets, the IRIS-T SLM's radar system has some capabilities that Patriot might not, just because it's a newer system. Granted, Patriot has received a lot of upgrades over the years, so I'd have to dig more into the relevant technical specs there.
Okay, cool. Just a random question that popped into my head while I was listening, and all right, I'll go back to work and drop down. And again, love listening to you, Joseph. Thank you very much, as always. And Slava Ukraini.
So John, if I understood you correctly, maybe yesterday, I think you were talking about Patriot, right? And part of it is that the U.S. designed Patriot primarily for ballistic threats, right? And as you said, missiles that kind of go up and over, more like a parabolic trajectory. Whereas most of the threats that Ukraine are dealing with are like cruise missiles and, as you said, aerodynamic targets, airplanes and helicopters and drones and whatnot. So, I mean, part of it too is just that I would say IRIS-T is sort of more optimized for what Ukraine needs right now in terms of its actual defense. Not that Patriot's bad. Patriot can serve this function. It's just not as optimal as some solutions that now the U.S. is looking to going forward. Is that roughly correct?
Yes. So one clarification I should provide on the history of Patriot. It was originally designed for aerodynamic targets, not ballistic targets. The original Patriot did not have any capacity to intercept ballistic targets. It was the MIM 104A standard. It was really only good against aerodynamic targets, mainly because of the fusing for the warhead. And there are also some limitations with the original configuration of the MPQ-53. However, that changed pretty quickly, and we rapidly shifted to a focus on ballistic targets fairly soon after Patriot entered service. So it received some pretty comprehensive upgrades to provide that optimization. But yes, to your point, it's not necessarily optimal for the spectrum of threats that Ukraine is facing, but it's certainly a very valuable contribution nonetheless.
Anything to add, or we want to go to Helsinki?
No, nothing to add. I was lost in pages and in my apps, trying to get back fast. I went to my hotspot and I was about to close it by mistake, so you would have lost me. Sorry. Helsinki, please. You said you had a question, I think.
Yeah, just a quick question to John. Thank you very much. I am just trying to digest all the good info you are giving. It is really highly technical, highly specialized. So can you just explain me, like I'm a 5-year-old, which I am in a almost 50-year-old guy's body, that what is in Ukrainian context, what is the difference between this Patriot system, usefulness for Ukraine defense, and then this THAAD system, terminal high altitude area defense, which is in, for example, in South Korea? Sorry for my ignorance, but can you just a little bit kind of explain me, like I'm a 5-year-old, which of course I am. Thank you.
So yes, THAAD, terminal high altitude area defense, is a complement. Is a U.S. air defense system that in many ways is a complement to Patriot. It's designed against a different spectrum of threats. It's designed to address a different spectrum of threats than Patriot. Its focus is, again, ballistic missiles, but whereas Patriot is more so optimized for short-range ballistic missiles, so ballistic missiles with a range of less than 1,000 kilometers, and medium-range ballistic missiles, so between 1,000 and 3,000 kilometers in range. And it's designed for terminal intercepts, so it's designed to intercept those missiles in the final portion of their trajectories once they've re-entered the atmosphere and are descending towards their target. THAAD, on the other hand, is more so designed to intercept medium-range ballistic missiles and IRBM's intermediate range ballistic missiles, so that's going to be between 3,000 and 5,000 kilometers in range. And whereas Patriot performs a terminal intercept, THAAD performs a mid-course intercept, so it intercepts it before it re-enters the atmosphere while it's still cruising above the atmosphere as part of its suborbital trajectory. And that leads to the distinction where THAAD is an exo-atmospheric interceptor, so intercept occurs outside the atmosphere. Patriot is an endo-atmospheric interceptor, so the intercept occurs inside the atmosphere. One of the things to consider with THAAD is that it's not really designed for the threats that Ukraine is facing because Russia doesn't have any medium range or intermediate range ballistic missiles because those were prohibited under the INF, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both the US and the USSR got rid of all of their MRBMs and IRBMs under that treaty. So Russia doesn't have any. And one of the other considerations with THAAD is that, let's say, even though it can protect a much larger area, geographically speaking, than Patriot against some of these threats, the issue is that it can't really do intercepts lower in the atmosphere, whereas Patriot can. So unfortunately, I don't have an image handy, but there's some images online that has some pretty nice graphs that show the approximate engagement altitudes of both those systems. And if you look at THAAD, there's a lower limit around about, I want to say 40 to 50 kilometers, where at that point or below, THAAD cannot intercept a target, whereas Patriot fills that gap exactly. That is the exact range where Patriot is designed to intercept targets. So THAAD's a good system. It's extremely expensive, but a good system. It just addresses a threat that Ukraine fundamentally is just not facing at this time. The only reason to send THAAD would be in the event that Iran provides Russia with medium range or intermediate range ballistic missiles. That would be the only conceivable scenario. And as of right now, the two ballistic missiles that have been under discussion, the Fatel 110 and Trafalgar, are both short-range ballistic missiles, which Patriot can deal with. So there isn't really a need for THAAD.
Any follow-up, Helsinki?
Oh, yes. No, this is brilliant answer, of course. The challenge for me is just to digest it. It's highly technical, but yeah, I got it. So THAAD is not needed. And of course, then it comes, sorry, I'm just expanding this, but then there is the Israel Iron Dome, but that's also the Israelis are just using there against the Hezbollah and what is this, Hamas. But yeah, anyway, no, great, thanks.
Yeah, so Iron Dome's a much shorter range. Like it's a SHORAD system as far as I understand. But John, real quick, you can clarify that if you want, but real quick. So if we talk about like the air defense onion, right? I mean, if we go deep into the atmosphere, as you just did with THAAD, that's kind of the most, far-reaching system. It's designed for super ballistic threats, as you said, or that's not a term, super ballistic, so no one take that out of context, please. But, that's what they're optimized for. And then you get a little bit lower, you have something like Patriot, which is trying to do its best in that range. And then you have something like Iris-T, right? And then you have something like like the Book or like NASAMS, I think, and then you have something like like the Vampire, right? Is it? And then you have like a guy with a man pad, right? And then you have like guys with old World War II style machine guns or anti-aircraft guns, right, John? Would you say that's like have I hit the air defense onion every layer of it, or did I miss something?
Yeah, that about covers it more or less. So the other thing to consider is that you can divide, depending on what type of threat you're talking about, there's different ways to define the onion. So on the one hand, one of the common ways is range. So your outer layer is the longer range system. So as Joseph was saying, your THAAD, your Patriot, your THAAD would be an outer layer. Patriot SAMP-T would be kind of inner layer, followed by S-300. And then you have your Books, your NASAMs, your IRIS-T SLMs, and then moving further in, you have your OSAs, your Strelas, and then eventually you get to your man pads, your anti-aircraft guns, and point defense weapons. That's one way to do it, and that's fairly common. For ballistic targets, there's usually a second dimension of what phase of the missile's trajectory the intercept occurs in. So the most outer layer would be a boost phase intercept. So that's immediately after launch, while the rocket motor is still firing. There's a mid-course intercept, which is while it's more or less cruising above the atmosphere prior to reentry. And then there's terminal phase, which is when it's reentering the atmosphere, descending towards its target. So there's different ways to define that protection onion, if you will.
Yeah, thanks, John. That's probably a better characterization in terms of not ballistic versus I guess point, but range is probably more appropriate characterization or way to think about it. So thank you, John. I guess, John, I've got maybe a more vague or broad question for you. Obviously, Ukraine has a lot of different air defense systems. It's a real admixture right now. I would say of basically every air defense system designed by major countries in the world, right? I mean, I can't think of anything that's not there that's super significant in terms of countries that are involved. So my question, John, is just broadly speaking, right? If you're Ukraine, what do you think would be, John Rich, if you were in charge of Ukraine's air defense, let's just say after the war. I know we don't like those questions, after the war X, but I just mean, long term, right? You're in charge of Ukraine's long-term air defense. What systems do you see as the ones they should go with? Do you think there's been anything that well, I guess in terms of their threat environment, right? Like what systems do you think have been the most effective, and what systems do you think moving forward, based on the efficacy and the availability and all that stuff, they should kind of keep acquiring more of, John?
NASAMS and IRIS-T SLM are a must-have. Both of those, they've both proven themselves to be excellent systems. Having both of those to fulfill the short to medium range echelon would be very, very good. And having more of them, a lot more of them, would be very, very good. For Patriot, I'm not sure they're gonna adopt SAMP-T, to be quite honest. The French and the Italians just don't make enough of them as is. The Patriot would be nice to adopt as their principal HIMARS system. The problem is Patriot is extremely expensive. It cost Poland $4.75 billion for 2 batteries. So I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure if Ukraine can afford any Patriot batteries. There was, this has been discussed previously in Ukrainian defense circles prior to the invasion, that basically it would cost their entire allocated budget for rebuilding their national air defense network to procure a single Patriot battery that can defend one city. So I'm not sure how feasible that's going to be unless the U.S. finds a way to dramatically cut the cost.
Real quick, John, in terms of cost profile, one Patriot buys how many IRIS-Ts?
Oh God, I can't give you that breakdown off the top of my head.
Okay, sorry. But it's substantially more expensive, the Patriot, than the IRIS-T. Is that right?
Enormously. enormously. Like I said, Poland paid $4.75 billion for 2 of them. And
Okay, sorry,
that
continue.
granted, that also includes lots of things like tech support from the US and all kinds of other bells and whistles. They also bought IBCS capabilities and IFCN integration and all this other stuff as part of Poland's WISLA, or if I'm pronouncing that correct, National Air Defense Network project they're working on. But in
Leather
any case,
seats in the cab, John?
perhaps. So that'll be one of the main issues. One of the main drivers here will be the cost of these systems. So for the HIMAD, it's an open question to me whether or not Ukraine chooses to go for something like Patriot, or if they choose to pursue a domestic development like Kilchin, which was their domestic Patriot analog that they were working on, or if they try to just heavily, basically totally do a total rebuild and massive comprehensive upgrade of their existing S-300 battalion with an interceptor derived from Vilho, or perhaps a Kilchin derived interceptor. For SHORAD, I'm less certain because there's just so many different systems. They might try to upgrade their Buks, for example, with NATO standard munitions like Evolved Sea Sparrow, AMRAAM ER standard missiles. Those are also possibilities. I suspect it'll mostly come down to what's the most cost effective, because Ukraine's economy is going to be, quite honest, is going to be in absolute ruins after the war, and they're not going to have much money to do stuff with militarily, to be brutally honest about it.
That's totally fair, John. And, that's why one reason we have to continue to support Ukraine. We have to continue to appeal to our politicians and say, hey, listen, this stuff's expensive, but listen, I mean, Russia's launching, airborne targets into Ukraine, going after civilian targets. We should give them these systems to help defend civilians, right? It's an ethical thing, but it's also a matter of national security. It's a question of whether or not we're going to tolerate one country just hurling objects into another country's power grid and civilian population for the purpose of terror, right? That's the purpose. That's the goal here. So yeah, I mean, it's something that most countries, they have to really carefully and scrimp and save to get proper air defense, right? Or unless they're wealthier countries, then of course that you can afford it, because that's one of the top more expensive aspects of maintaining a national defense. So John, this is kind of a crazy question, but I'll just go for it. So I mean, you talked about this a little bit, right? The Patriot system's expensive. SHORAD's, more widely available, but in terms of like what the Patriot is, the IRIS-T is pretty new. SAM-T, there's not a lot of. I mean, it seems like the S-300 did occupy an important role in terms of cost-effective, I don't know what we want, like range air defense, long-range air defense. In terms of it filled a niche, right? I mean, you're even saying right now, like Ukraine might stick with it after the war, despite the fact that it comes from Russia, or the Soviet time. Like they're not going to be able to make more of these, at least maybe they are, but you know what I'm saying, John? Like, is there now a big hole in the air defense, procurement sector because of Russia's, act of geopolitical seppuku? Like, I mean, do you think that these new systems like IRIS-T are going to fill that niche okay, or is this a real problem for countries that need affordable air defense? I'll put it that way.
Well, the Chinese are already trying to sell their S-400 knockoff. Serbs have already bought some, and some other countries are trying to buy them. So China will try to step into the gap as best they can.
I mean, do you think that that'll work? Like, I mean, we did see like Saudi
Serbia,
try to
sure.
adopt. Oh, go ahead.
For Serbia, sure. For the rest, for countries that don't like the PRC, probably not. But for countries that are morally ambiguous, and perhaps run by tin pot dictators, such as most of the countries that we have chosen to quote unquote befriend in certain regions of the world, then I can see them doing that. I'm going to be honest. I can totally see a lot of Middle Eastern states just buying all kinds of random crap from the Chinese. assuming the U.S. doesn't throw a very angry fit about that and stop them.
And John, do you think that's something that we should focus on, as like a more affordable air defense system for our allies, so that they don't buy a bunch of Chinese crap? Or do you think that that's not really like that important? Like they're going to buy what they're going to buy. It doesn't really matter whether it's Chinese or American stuff. Yada yada.
So oh my God, that you've opened the Pandora's box of government procurement, my friend. So obviously, the manufacturer of these systems just wants to make a profit. Obviously, the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, they want a system that will meet their requirements. Obviously, the government, the DoD does not necessarily care, about the exportability of the system per se. That being said, we do frequently try to set up international programs for the design and development of a number of these systems and to facilitate the export of them. That's kind of one of the ways that it's part of America's soft power in terms of international relations. Well, kind of straddles the line between soft and hard power in terms of fostering diplomatic relations via defense exports. That's one of the reasons why we export so much stuff to the Saudis, for example, is it's part of our diplomatic program, to be brutally blunt about it, with Saudi Arabia and a number of these other Gulf states. So
it's a very important carrot in our diplomacy, right?
Yes. So it's tricky because on the one hand, yes, the U.S. government does kind of want to export these things from the standpoint that it's part of our diplomatic efforts, as well as practical efforts kind of within NATO when it comes to standardization. But on the other hand, performance requirements from the Department of Defense for systems that are going to be adopted into U.S. service are not necessarily written in such a way to minimize the cost of the system, which would obviously be a desirable characteristic if it's going to be exported.
That makes a lot of sense, John. That isn't something I'd really considered, that sort of dichotomy between fitting the needs of the U.S. Army, right? The U.S. Armed Forces, in terms of what they need for their own purposes, and then right, there's going to be a whole other set of requirements in terms of, as you said, like a global, arms industry procurement. They're going to be looking a lot more at cost and certain other features and things. And so, yeah, that's not really something I'd thought about, the balancing act between those two ends of the spectrum, I guess. So yeah, I mean, that's just kind of interesting. So I see we are joined by Austra. Hello, Austra. Is that am I pronouncing the name correctly?
Yes, you did. I have a couple of questions. One, as you guys have been discussing, we're still sort of discussing from the position of the way Congress was. And in watching the election of the Speaker of the House and the many concessions that were made, including those regarding our defense budget, and watching a small group of people hold a larger group of people of one party hostage, I'm concerned about, and I have questions about this, how you see future support for Ukraine, including a budget providing some additional defense weapons and so on, and even money if necessary, how you see that looking in the next 12 to 24 months, because I think the war is going to, given what's been going on, I think it's going to last a little longer than we hope. And with what's happening in Bakhmut and Soledar, there's a little bit of fighting back by the Russians despite the low morale and so on. So that was one question. Given now,
let's do one at a time, Esther. So real quick, because I know, yeah, no problem. No, it's fine. We like questions. I think it's a good question, right? I mean, there's obviously there's a kerfuffle going on. One thing I do want to say, just to reassure people, is there's a lot in place already in terms of long-term contracts established. Things are going to be heading to Ukraine for a long time. I don't want to say like we've got this or anything like that, right? Every bit of help counts, right? As I mentioned with air defense, if we can get one more air defense system into Ukraine, that means one, more lives saved. It means less shaheeds or less missiles, Kinzhals going into schools and hospitals and things like that. So we never want to say, oh, Ukraine's got this, they don't need any more help or anything like that. But at the same time, the procurement stuff that Ukraine has over the next, I'd say, about 5 years is pretty impressive. It's going to help them a lot. And even if tomorrow they said nothing new, it's still quite a bit that's on the way. So, again, I don't want to say that we should do that by any stretch of the imagination, but, we have reason to be pretty optimistic going forward, no matter what happens next. So I'll leave it there. I'll let John and Colby handle this, and we'll go to your next question. John, go ahead.
My hand was up for something else entirely. I'll punt this over.
Okay, no problem. We'll go to Colby.
Everything that Joseph said, a huge amount of money has been appropriated already. And again, as he said, we're talking about long-term funding commitments that exist as well through the USAI and FMF vehicles to provide ongoing security assistance for Ukraine. That's baked into the cake already. Congress can't change that. There was almost $3 billion in new equipment coming from DoD stock that was announced today. That is a huge number. So Ukraine is definitely getting a lot of things. There is still money left in the pot going forward. If more money needs to be appropriated, I am confident that Congress will appropriate additional money. There may be a little bit more acrimony, but there's always acrimony in Congress. Ultimately, the money will be appropriated, I believe. As for how much longer the war is going to go on, to be honest, ultimately it depends on whether President Biden wants to continue to be an incrementalist and take months and months and months to make every single decision and small incremental move forward in providing the necessary weapons. Why did it take a year for us to send 50 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles?
Right.
Why did it take a year to make that decision? Is it going to take another year to send long-range precision fires? Well, people are going to die if it takes another year to make that decision. It's not a difficult decision. The president needs to make it.
I agree with you on that. And I think that we have been, although we are providing quite a bit, we've been very slow about doing it. It's almost like there's an Italian saying that basically says, we're going to arm ourselves, but you go fight for us. Meaning you send people out with less than they need to win. And I think this is that kind of situation. It surprises me actually a little bit, but I'm pretty cynical about politicians and politics. So I can see kind of, I don't understand why it happened, meaning I don't agree with it, but I can see why it's being done that way. And I agree with you. I hope that changes, because I think Ukraine has to win. Our NGO really works hard to make sure that that's going to happen, both on the ground over there and then advocating on the Hill. So, we get involved, and we sometimes see the trees instead of the entire forest, such as the political games that were being played today. But I agree, and I'm hoping that changes and we provide the aid much faster and exactly what they need to win, so that people are going to be butchered for another 2 years.
Yeah, in general, we tend to stay away from just the sort of domestic politics stuff, just because in our opinion, it's broadly speaking, it's not really an ideological issue, just in our analysis of it, in terms of there's broad support on both sides, in both parties in the U.S. But as Colby said, there's kind of there's each side has their own issues about this.
Sure.
I guess I'll put it that way. And so it's complicated. So yeah. Anyways, Esther, did you have another question? Go ahead.
No, you kind of answered that already. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but so we do our best to obviously, if it's relevant, we'll touch it. We're not afraid of U.S. politics or anything like that. But typically, in our view, from what we've seen, right, we've seen a lot of panic over the months about various things happening politically, domestically, and typically it's overblown. It's foreign policy, I think, is a little bit of a I don't know, a longer or more balanced approach. Obviously, not everything that needs to happen happens, right? Like, but I'll just say, at least in terms of the United States, Ukraine has been pretty remarkable in its ability to not become a partisan issue in terms of its overall characterization, I would say. I've encountered support pretty broadly from all ideological perspectives, and then there's I would say people on the fringes of both sides who
Yes.
the more conspiratorial they get, the less trust they have in the government, the less the less committed they are, I would say broadly, to the rules-based world order that the U.S. has in place. I guess the less faith they have in the idea that what's happening in Ukraine is happening for a good reason, that we're helping Ukraine to save people's lives, to reinforce the concept of international law, to prevent more war crimes from happening, to prevent Russia from kidnapping children, raping and looting, and right. And so I think that's kind of the takeaway for me. But go ahead, Astra.
I was going to say, I agree with you on that. And in fact, when we were on the Hill we testified at the Helsinki congressional hearing on the December 7th, rather. And we noted that basically there is quite a wide consensus that is pro-Ukraine. I was just a little concerned about certain fringe elements having a little more power than I thought they did, but I agree with you. I think there is a broad consensus, and that's going to win over and take care of any fringe elements trying to change anything.
Yeah, thanks, Astra. So I know John and Colby, it's quite late for you guys. I feel like Colby, you should probably get going to sleep. I don't know. Colby, it's been a crazy 48 hours. There's been a lot of stories. You've been tweeting like a madman. I would say go check Colby's account if you want to know what the heck's been going on. He's been doing a good job. So I guess John actually has his hand raised because he had something previous, and then I'll let you sign off, Colby. John, go ahead.
The fun is perhaps not over. The press conference or announcement with the Polish Prime Minister and the Polish Minister of Defense is currently scheduled for 2:20 in the afternoon local time. So that is just about, it is, let me check my clock. It is currently, that's UTC +1. What time is it in Warsaw? It is currently 8 a.m. in Warsaw, so that is in about 6 hours from now, which means I need to go to bed because I'm definitely going to miss that announcement or that press conference, and I don't want to.
May you wake up to leopards, John Ridge.
I've either that or Poland sending its remaining inventory of Soviet helicopters or MiG-29s. That would be delightful.
From your mouth to Poland's ear, John. Beautiful. Thank you, John. Go to bed. We appreciate your help today, as always. Colby, yeah. So sorry. Your sign off is a little bit harder than John's. I'm sorry. The last 48 hours, as I said, it's been crazy. Just if you want to just give some highlights, right? If you want to just like the last 48 hours in review from Colby's perspective, what's important, like quick, succinct headlines or takeaways, and then just get out of here, Colby. Go to bed.
I have an assignment before I get to leave. What is this? High school again? Jesus.
Right.
Dear God. I mean, I said earlier, like, we're all overworked here, but it is a choice. Man. Yeah, it's I don't know. It has been an extremely busy day for news. A lot has happened. I have been sort of tweeting up a storm over the last 24, 48 hours, as you said. I mean, just look at the package that the U.S. Released today, the military aid package. I think it speaks for itself. And I'll just say that, Anna, I appreciate that you said you start off by checking out my feed because there's nothing really else that
ask for is that people appreciate the work that try and do in bringing reliable information to people. I know Charles had said as well that he likes the aggregation and he feels he gets the good information. So I appreciate those comments, and I would just tell people, there's a lot of information there. So John and I have had a lot of conversations in the last day or so about a lot of different things, and I've tweeted about most of those topics. So if you missed the conversations that we've had, you can go read a little bit about it, and then whenever the space is down, you can go back and listen to the recording if you're so inclined. I think it was Daryl was asking the elves to clip the earlier discussion we were having about missiles. I'm not sure if that's in the cards or not, but
I'll talk to the elves, Colby.
Yeah, the elves don't need any more work than they already have. As
They're overworked. It's bad.
Everybody around here is extremely overworked, but again, we all choose to be overworked. So we've taken this burden upon ourselves, and yeah. So I'm going to go to bed too. I'm definitely not going to wake up to watch that press conference. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to catch Stories of Freedom with Peter Doran tomorrow morning, Eastern time. So yeah, I would encourage people in the United States and Canada, North America, to go to bed as well and wake up and listen to Peter Doran, who's always good. And I'm usually sleeping in too much on Saturday mornings, and I'm probably going to end up doing that again because it's way too late and I'm very past my bedtime. So I'm going to sign off now.
Thank you, Colby. That's our slogan here on the Maria Report. Go to bed, but leave the Maria Report on because we need the numbers. Thank you. Anda, okay, we lost John and Colby. We always knew this time would come. We need something else, Anda. We need what do we got, Anda? Go back to you.
Thank you, Joseph. Well, I'm no replacement for John and Colby, but I will try to fill with some other news, which are in both Ukrainian newspapers and in Romanian newspapers. So I will fill you up with what's happening in and around Ukraine, but not Poland and not Germany and not France.
And if you have any questions about Anda's news, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up, and you can ask a question about it. Back to you, Anda. Sorry to interrupt.
God, I love your pitch. So you have such a beautiful intonation. So yeah.
Trying to lure them up like a snake charmer, Anda.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So, what's new in Ukraine? So, in Ukraine news, and I will exclude what we've been discussing, right? Russia loses export versions of T-90s because they are sending them on battlefield in Ukraine, and they started losing them there, like they used to with other versions of their tanks. I understood. Correct me if I'm wrong. I understood that the way they name their tanks is the year of the production, and they put a T in front from tank, I suppose. So if we see
If I agree to what you just said, Anda, I will get so many angry DMs from Soviet tank nerds. But roughly speaking, yes, I think it's a little different than that. But yeah, around that time was when it was made.
Okay, let's presume that when it was intended to be executed, or I don't know. the patent, the day of the patent. I don't know. So this is one thing. They have shipped some to Ukraine, and Ukraine news reports some of them are destroyed. And about France you learned, about US you learned. Well, this is something I didn't hear on the space. You tell me if you talked about this. It is about artillery piece from Czech Republic. It's called Dana M2. It's a 152 millimeter wheeled self-propelled gun, and basically a howitzer. If you
Yeah. So I do know a little bit about this, Anna. So okay, the Dana is, as you said, it's like a Soviet style howitzer. It looks pretty good. Like, I mean, in terms of the pictures, if you look at it, it looks like a relatively modern one. I don't know the details of it. What I did learn about it, that like I more or less like kind of I twisted my melon and then I kind of gave up on it in terms of understanding it, was okay. So there's the Dana. And then there's another one, I forget the name, I'm sorry. But anyways, it's a 155 millimeter variant, right? What that means is the Dana launches 152 millimeter, that's the Soviet caliber artillery shell. And then there's a version that is built for NATO caliber shells. I wanna say Ukraine has both, but I could be wrong. And I wanna say also that the press release that I saw said it was a 155 millimeter Dana, which is like an oxymoron. In other words, what makes it not a Dana is the fact that it's 155. So there's a little bit of confusion on the press about like what the Dana is and whether the 155 version is a Dana, which apparently it's not. Like I'm not sure exactly which version is going to Ukraine, but as you said, there are some going from the Czech Republic. I don't have numbers on it. Did you see any numbers? And then we can go to William.
Man, I really feel like I'm crashing a party, but I've been away from the Twitter space for a little while today. It's kind of unfortunate. I saw some really cool movement earlier. And Joseph, I was just wondering, and if you've already given a brief lately, but I know it's late and stuff like that, but if I was just kind of wondering if there was any kind of further information about actually what's going on when it comes to the Bradleys and such over the last like 6 hours, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks, William. So real quick, sorry, Anna, did we get any numbers on the Danas?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
No worries. No worries.
So, 26 is the number that are produced for the armed forces of Ukraine, and apparently is the M2 variant, which received, which is improved by Excalibur Army. It has a new defense cabin and fire control systems, and a semi-automatic firing mode where the commander only enters target data. So probably it's very easy to use, and it's based on the Tatra 815 VP chassis, and it's an 8x8, and Elrond is up, and we will have data on Dana. So maybe you can fill up, William. If I remember correctly, there are 50 Bradleys coming, and I don't
Good
know.
morning, Anda and Joseph.
Good morning.
Go to bed.
Morning, Ellen. No, this is my shift, buddy. I know,
Hey,
right?
this is a wild kind of I love this panel right now, man. This is fantastic. Let's go, guys.
So William, in the last 6 hours, I will say I'm not 100% sure like how caught up you are, but so the Pentagon promised, quote, dozens of Bradleys, and I was thinking dozens. That to me, the Pentagon chooses their language very carefully, right? When they say something, they typically when we I'll put it like
Joseph,
they're very
bet you
careful.
we see less than 100 Bradleys go to Ukraine in the next couple of weeks. Less than 100.
Correct, less than 100. It looks like about 36 to 48, I think. And someone had a really nice breakdown of all the new stuff that's announced in the aid package. I will say it's quite substantial. What is announced is not quite a NATO standard mechanized brigade, but it's almost. It's like, I want to say 80% or 85% of what you need for a NATO mechanized, like a solid, like an actual, just straight up, American mechanized brigade. One thing was that, like, we were a little bit concerned about was the logistics footprint of all this stuff is massive, and it's like, are they getting a lot of the logistics stuff along with this that we're not hearing about? I'm not too sure on that. I haven't heard a lot about the logistics angle here. But so, yeah, we're looking at, I think I want to say about 48 Bradleys going to Ukraine, William. Go ahead.
So I think 48 Bradley is a good number. I think that when you look at, like, if in best amazing options would be about 150-ish, which would be, a full mechanized brigade. 50, I really think that there's going to be a little bit of a bigger number in the end when it comes out to that. But what I don't think that is being quantified in those numbers is what the overall footprint is. When you deploy a battalion of infantry Bradleys, you deploy an entire headquarters platoon, headquarters company that can support that entire mission, which means there's connects of tracks, connects of idling wheels, and the tension bars. All that stuff is going out there. For me, I believe these folks have been trained for a while. So if it's 50 Bradleys, that's a pretty damn good first start. And again, what I think that's going to do, again, I think what we're seeing is that that's going to open the floodgates, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks, William. And of course, for anyone who doesn't know, William, of course, operated Bradley, so very great authority on this for us. So I'm gonna really quickly, just for your sake, William, and my own sake, and our listeners' sake, read off the current aid package that's being offered. 50 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, 500 TOW anti-tank missiles, 250,000 rounds, 25 millimeter ammunition, 100 M113 APCs. 55 mine-resistant MRAPs, 138 high-mobility wheeled vehicles, 18 self-propelled howitzers, 155 millimeter, 500 precision 155 millimeter artillery rounds. I assume those are like special rounds. 1,200 155 millimeter rounds, remote anti-armor mine systems, RAM systems. 36 105 millimeter towed howitzers, 10,120 millimeter mortar rounds. Additional ammunition for HIMARS, RIM 7 missiles, 4,000 Zuni aircraft rockets. I remember people saying Zuni a bunch today. I was like, what is that? What's a Zuni? Approximately 2,000 anti-armor rockets, sniper rifles, machine gun, small arms, Claymore, night vision, spare parts. So tons of stuff, William. Any comment on all this? Otherwise, we'll go, go ahead.
No, I'll make a quick comment. And it's cool if it's 50 Bradleys, I'm really happy with that. But when you look at that entire package, right? When you look at the Humvees, MRAPs, other mobility units, plus the artillery, just looking at my time in Iraq, in the very certain times we had high contact in urban areas, we created our own combat. I would say, combined arms groups, and many times those exact missions and those exact tools that are being put forth in this package were what we created combined arms between Bradleys and Humvees and MRAPs. That's a pretty big fighting force. So they're not going to be engaging main battle tanks, but they're going to be able to take ground for Ukraine. I'm sure of that, and that's a pretty good package.
And William, in about 4 to 6 hours, I'm sorry, I already forgot, there's going to be a conference in Poland, and it's about Leopard main battle tanks going to Ukraine. So we're not 100% sure what's going to happen in that conference, but holy cow, I can't wait to wake up tomorrow. Thank you, Misfit, by the way, for sending me the list of stuff. It was very convenient. Thank you. Anna, unless you have anything you want to add, I think we can go to Ireland.
Go to Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland, welcome, buddy.
Yeah, William, we all would like them to be 500 Bradleys, right? But the logistics of all this is quite immense, and I assume they either are going to supply already in Europe, and they're not going to fly in Bradleys. They're going to be shipped by ship. That's it's going to take weeks to get enough Bradleys. I believe they will come in the hundreds. Maybe not just Bradleys. I'm guessing that the US is sending these together with the Martyrs. Everything is somewhat coordinated, even though of political disagreements between certain countries. This has been an amazing way of just getting this the snowball rolling. Things are happening when it comes to the Leopards. The Finnish Defense Committee leader yesterday stated that they will dispose of certain amount of Leopards for Ukraine. I don't know exactly how that is going to happen, and there was also some statement about that was quite aggressive towards Germany, and things are going to happen in Europe, and we're going to see shortly, I believe, some results from this. I know some people have been very vocal about the M1, but and that being best, I don't know. I have my doubts. I do not believe the M1 is good for Ukraine.
The Abrams tank, right, Alan?
Yes, the Abrams tank, and I've seen the Abrams tank here, and it has some problems when it comes to Nordic or winter condition, muddy conditions. It's very heavy. The Leopard tanks is heavy as well, but it's made for it, and I think the M1 Abrams would have been there if it was the right tank, and I believe Pentagon has been quite vocal about this to Biden, and Biden is trying his best to get Germany on board without breaking Europe. He was vocal about that when Zelensky visited. I'm not sure if he should have said that or was supposed to say that, but in some way, I think that kind of Biden being Biden and just saying things maybe is one of the reasons why we are seeing things happening right now.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. So real quick, I got some housekeeping. Anda, you know what the music means. So if you have anything you want to add, go ahead. Otherwise, you got to go to work.
Actually, as today it's that.
Oh, that's right. It's Saturday. I'm done. Anda, I'm sorry. You don't have to go to work today, but you're technically done. Your shift is over if you want to leave, but I would appreciate you staying. Okay, real quick then, some more housekeeping. I threw up in the nest a pretty neat little tweet that visualizes, if you're more of a visual person and just me reading that big list of stuff didn't do it for you. That visualization might help you above my head. And then what was the last thing? I think I forgot already. So those are all the things. Anna, you not going to work threw me off. So thanks, Erland, for your comments. And Anna, unless you have anything you want to add, we can go to William.
Very short, but I can go after William. It's about Erland's opinion on. Well, let's put it this way. Looking back at what happened in the last 10 months, we can gather that Germany won't act unless someone else acts before them. So, okay, the Abrams are not the best option for Ukraine right now, but there are 2 or 3 other months of cold, and after that we're done with it. What if France decides to give some Leclerc, not many, but just to break the ice, just like they did with the AMX. So you have AMX Bradleys, and then all of a sudden Germany says, yes, we found some Mardars, we will send some. William is eager to answer, so I will
No, I want you to keep going because I want you to talk. I apologize. I just want to make sure I have my hand up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this was my point. Maybe at some level, we can use the fact that the German leader is going with the pack. So he's not a leader per se, like leading from the front. He's not the one who to step up and be the first one to make a move, even when he has what it takes. Right, Germany has what it takes, but we need to take this into consideration. Well, not we, but the people who are actually making the decisions, and to use this in our advantage. So you don't have to send a lot, but you can start with something, for to be a leader for Germany. Let's put it this way. They need a leader. They need someone else to break the ice, and after that they will do. They will provide, because if you look at the list of things that Germany sent actually to Ukraine, it's a very long list of things, but it's always in the queue after someone else. So if everyone else is doing something, they are doing it. If not, they are not. So
And I'll say really briefly on it. I think, Erlen's characterization, I think, is probably correct, just because, the consensus of the military experts on our space is generally, as Erlen said, the Leopard's the best fit for Ukraine in terms of the parts, in terms of its capabilities, in terms of kind of the countries around it, what they use, blah, 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 right? There's just a lot of reasons that it's the best fit, right? Now, does that mean an Abrams won't work or a Leclerc won't work? No, it doesn't. Of course, it's a good tank, but I mean, it's sort of just like this is it's like you see these two people and you're just like, they're made for each other, right? Like and they might wind up with someone else and they'll be happy, but it's just that's it's meant to be, Anda. So I'll leave it there.
I'm totally for this. I'm totally for this, but I will tell you something. Sometimes the guy that it's totally for you is too shy to make the first move. So you have to
That's
make
right,
him
exactly. That's
you
what
have
this
to
is.
make him jealous. You have to do something for him to realize he will lose you if he doesn't do something like today. And well, I don't know how to put it another way, but this is my feeling. Like, yes, the Leopards will be the best option, but sometimes you have to do something to get them, right?
Yeah, and I think that's why we've been seeing so much kind of weird. For example, I mean, even to yesterday, we heard that the M1 Abrams tank is a gas guzzler. That's why we shouldn't send it to Ukraine. And I mean, that's true. Like, I that's a truism, I guess. But I think that what's going on behind the scenes is everyone's going, hey, Leopard's the best choice. We could send other stuff, but it's just going to make more headaches for the poor logisticians in Ukraine whose brains are already melting. Leopard's the right choice. Let's send Leopards. And they're kind of waiting for Germany to finally say, okay. And I don't even think it's going to be Germany that does it, but there's other countries that have Leopards, like Greece or other, Poland, etc., that could send them. And all Germany has to do is agree. So I think we'll probably see that happen. But anyways, William, please go ahead. You've been very patient.
No, fantastic conversation. And I will say, from personal experience, in combined arms battalions where we had Bradleys and armored M1s, Abrams combined arms in both OF2 and 6 through 8. I will say that the attrition rate for the M1s were very high compared to the Bradleys, and that's just from personal anecdotal. I don't have a spreadsheet to say that, but I will say that. But the Bradleys had much more of an attrition rate versus the Abrams had much more of attrition rate. And I would be kind of worried with the technology when it comes to it. But again, I think the maintenance is the worry. But going back to something Erland, a few other folks talked about. I'd be very interested into seeing if anybody was tracking a certain kind of vessel. There are certain kinds of vessels that the United States Department of Defense operates and supports through merchant marines that can move entire battalions or brigades or even divisions, I think, at some points from America to European ports. It'd be very interesting to see how many of those ships actually moved between in the last 6 months when it came to back and forth between the United States and Germany. And I also think that it'd be very interesting to look at, just there's a lot of really good information about, Bradley's going into certain places like Germany, and we look at the numbers. So again, 50 is a great number. It'd be really good to see about 150, and I think that might be the number that we see in the next couple weeks, because I think this floodgate's about to open.
Yeah, I think that's right, William. I mean, if we look at the pattern of other weapon systems that were sent to Ukraine, that's about what we saw, right? We see like an initial chunk of stuff sent. There's going to be maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then probably more stuff. But yeah, who's to say? We don't have any special information here. Of course, we're just going off what's being said publicly. Let's go to Aaron. Aaron, go ahead. I do not want to say anything negative about the M1 because it's a great tank. Probably equal to the Leopard 2. They're just a little bit different. And one of the big issues logistically with it is not just about the actual maintenance. It's also about the roads. And Europe is Europe. It's not the US. We don't have the same kind of logistical pathways, basically. And you need an enormous apparatus around the M1, we've heard, and we know. And I've seen that here in Norway as well. When the U.S. Marine Corps comes here, they let's say that there are a few football fields that need to be relayed after they have exercises here because they take up a lot of space. But I think the most important reason for the M1 not being there already, and I wish they were already, because Ukraine could have been, at least a lot more of Ukraine could have been liberated if the US sent a couple of hundred M1s 6 months ago, but they're not. And I think one of the biggest reasons for this is political, not logistical. If Germany finally commits to Ukraine and sends the Leopards, and now William disappeared, well, whatever, then it has very big political implications. Germany suddenly has to commit, and for Europe, defense-wise, this will change a lot. The Leopard and Rheinmetall will suddenly be stronger again in Europe, and probably we will see some political changes in Germany that will favor European defense policies. And I think that is one of the main goals of the US presidency, the White House. It is to change European defense policy in order to to get things on track again in Europe. And in one way, it's kind of genius what they've done, basically pressuring Germany to join the effort. And we need this in Europe. That's why the Leopard needs to go, because we need Germany playing along with the rest of Europe in order to get more nations on board. And it's not just about Ukraine, although that's why we're all here. It's also about our collective in the defense industry, and that we need to commit more to defense. I see Paulie, and yesterday someone mentioned that no nation in Europe has basically prepared for World War III. I say that's wrong. Finland has prepared, but it doesn't really make a difference when only one nation did. So yeah, my nation included has cut the army to the bone, and we are a lot of people here very upset about this. So we need the US to kind of help us push
push us over the top of the hill to understand the reality.
Yeah, if you put a Venn diagram over countries that were prepared for this and countries that were invaded by Russia, it's a pretty tight circle, a pretty close comparison. Would you agree, Erlen?
Yeah, well, Poland is getting prepared. They were not, and the Baltics, they don't really have the possibility to be prepared. They have very small populations, and they need the NATO collective to be able to confront Russia.
Yeah, I would say NATO's main concern up until now has been that Russia will more or less just push into the Baltics, and they won't be able to stop them until in time, right? Obviously, once more troops arrive from NATO, they'll be able to. But that Russia could just do an attack like they did in Ukraine, where they took some land and then they can stop, and then but now luckily there's a new battle group up there, right, Erlen? That was something that happened during this whole thing. Was NATO deployed and has a long-term commitment now in the Baltics. Do I have that right, if I remember?
Well, that's been going on for a long time, and it started just before the Crimea invasion and the Donbass, Green Men in Donbass thing. But after 2014, the commitment to the Baltics has been quite substantial. But most of them have been from European countries with very small contingents of company sides from Norway, Denmark, British, basically 1 battalion per state in the Baltics. But now there's a substantial US commitment there as well, and that really changes everything for them. And that's why they probably gave up everything they could to aid Ukraine, because they see that the shared message and the collective effort from Europe is what can be their security in the future. That's why Finland has been so vocal about support. They haven't really said what they sent to Ukraine, but I believe it's a lot. And that's why Poland also is building up their army enormously. I mean, they're gonna have 1,000 tanks in a few years. No other European nation operates 1,000 tanks. So yeah, I think the whole Leopard versus Abrams thing is not just about the logistics, etc. That's one factor. I think it's mainly a way to get the Europeans on track.
Yeah, I will say, Erlen, I think Polish logistics are going to be kind of a nightmare going forward. I don't know what they're going to do, man. But that said, sorry, I just want to clarify one thing. So, as Erlen correctly pointed out, in the 2016 summit in Warsaw, there was increased efforts to establish NATO's forward presence in the the flanks, as we put it, right, the Baltics and Romania and Bulgaria, that area. And then following Russia's full-scale invasion, allies reinforced existing battle groups, mainly in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. It's brought the total number of multinational battle groups to 8, effectively doubled the number of troops on the ground, and extended NATO's forward presence. The allies are now committed after the 2022 NATO summit in Madrid to enhance the multinational battle groups from battalions up to brigade size. So I want to say that's about 3 to 4 times, expanding them about 3 to 4 times in size. So there's been pretty substantial security commitments from NATO to strengthen their forward presence, as it's called, on their flank, as we saw that. But did I characterize that correct, Erlen?
Yeah. So these battle groups were first established as a quick reaction force. I don't remember if they were in all the 3 Baltic countries, but there was a quick reaction force on the rotation from several European countries, and I believe there was also a small US contribution there, but mainly a composite of lots of different European countries. And when this started, I think most countries looked at this not as a Russia is gonna do some crazy stuff now. It was more like, okay, this is a good way to get experience in NATO, for our troops to get good training. I know that the army here was very, very positive to it, because it gave the finances for those who went on these rotations to get more training hours, because training in army is very expensive. But when you send them to one of these NATO collective efforts, it's more about geopolitics than national politics, so you get more funds allocated. But now it's all changed. Now it's about security. It's about defending Europe. And now we have substantial battle groups there that actually could stand against an attack. But what we had there before, it was not really the same. It's changed.
Yeah, thanks, Errol. And I just want to point out real quick that we actually talked to, of course, General Ben Hodges on the space regularly. He's a guest. We're very honored to have him come on. And I mean, he's the guy who was in charge of this stuff for a while. And I do remember CJ mentioned, of course, CJ being part of that whole operation over there. He said that Ben Hodges' slogan at the time, and we got him to actually talk about this a little bit, was we're 30,000, fight like 300,000, right? Like, in other words, at the height of the Cold War, the West, the NATO alliance, had 300,000 forces ready to counter, Soviet attack. Now there's 30,000, and they've got to, more or less, they have the same job. I mean, obviously, Russia's not the threat that the Soviet Union was, but at the same time, I mean, they have a lot of the same, they have all the same equipment and all the legacy stuff that the Soviet Union does. So in a lot of ways, they present the same threat if you're a U.S., or a European forces commander, right? So to have 30,000 guys that now have the job that used to be done by 300,000 guys. I mean, that's it's just kind of an interesting thought. Erlen, any follow up? Otherwise, we'll go to Alistair. Okay, thank you. So Anna, if you had any comments, otherwise we'll go to the next hand.
Two short points. Indeed, the countries which are closer to Russia and basically had info or I don't know, some preview on what's going to happen. We must not forget the first invasion in Ukraine was in 2014. So after 2014, you will see an increase in defense budget for almost all of the countries which are bordering or nearer Russia, because you have a live example of what's happening if you're not armed to the teeth, right? So it wasn't a shock response back then. At least what I saw is like most of the countries in the east, in the eastern flank of NATO, started fulfilling their quota, right? So if NATO quota is 2.5, let's say, this is what the country allocates for its defense, and sustaining this year after year, it's an incremental change, so you don't see big changes, but there is a plus inside in numbers, right? If you change things year after year, even if in small quantities, you are better prepared later to make a leap. And I think this is why we can see now Poland taking a very big leap, like a proof of faith. They will be able to sustain everything they will buy, unless they are prepared to resell at some point. I don't know. We will see. Osra, you are very, very patient, and I'm sorry I took a long time.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Everything you say is quite interesting. So I'm making a point to Erlen's point and to Anda's point. In Lithuania, actually, this is my area of research. So we were very concerned about and very cognizant of the fact that Russia was an aggressor long before 2014. And we presented that at various political bodies and discussed it with the defense departments of various countries and amongst ourselves. So we built a small coalition between the 3 Baltic states. And by the way, it was all 3 Baltic states at once. We'd been through it enough times with Russia to know what to expect. And then as when 2014 occurred, and there was some intelligence about what might happen coming out because the elections did not go correctly, and there were corruption issues, and even more. There was a lot of Russian involvement at the time in the elections and so on there. And the warnings kept going out, and we felt that we were rather ignored at the time. And then it was proven to be correct, and a lot of the defense and working together and getting people involved and getting other countries involved began to really ramp up at that time and towards what's happening now. Not only with the United States, but and within the 3 Baltic states, but also together with the 3 Seas Initiative countries. There was a lot of discussion about defense, mutual defense, and what we could do to help each other beyond the Baltic.
So real quick, Astra, let's elaborate on the 3 Seas Initiative. So I know a little bit about this. So it's a multilateral organization that exists. So back in the day when all the infrastructure, the roads and the rail networks that were built in Eastern Europe, it all kind of goes west to east. There's not a lot of north-south traffic. And so the 3 Seas Initiative, the plan is more or less to try to create more rail and roads and things to connect the region north to south in various ways. So, and then I assume just because it is a multilateral organization that involves a lot of Eastern European countries, I kind of have always thought it might turn into something a little bit more. I would say, though, that I've been told by more astute observers of European politics and myself, like Doman, don't hold your breath. But, it's definitely an interesting organization. So I just wanted to give that context for our listeners. Sorry, go ahead, Asra.
That's correct, but not quite. As the threat kept coming closer and becoming more evident, there was more cooperation and is more cooperation between the countries, and they meet more frequently. They do have combined projects that involve infrastructure like the rail and so on, but they also discussed mutual defense issues. And I think you're going to see a lot more of that as we go forward. Countries are beginning to realize, or have been realizing, that they can't just depend on either NATO or the United States, but they also have to work together and depend on communities that they create themselves. And one of these is the 3 Seas Initiative. In fact, there was a recent meeting in 2022 and in 2023 covering these sorts of issues, as well as the continuing infrastructure projects that they have. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I think, you have, it includes, the Lithuanian, Polish, Ukrainian, quote unquote, brigade, and it includes cooperation with the Balkan countries, with Romania, with others. And it's important, I think, to have that happen. And I think it's not quite as negligible as people think it is.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm certainly optimistic about it, right? I mean, we've seen other organizations like what is it? India, Japan, US. What is that called, Ireland? Is it Australia as well? There's like but yeah, it started as like just a coordination effort during the tsunami, right? They just all met as a multilateral organization, said, hey, there was a big tsunami. We should all maybe work together on certain issues. And they said, well, we're all here, right? Why don't we talk about this and this and this? And now, I mean, it talks about security issues and economic issues, and right, it's become like a thing, right? Like the G7 or like other things. So
Correct,
yeah, I'm pretty. Go ahead, Azra.
I was going to say correct, but I think we can't forget the fact that all these nations that were either on all the nations that were occupied by Russia at one point or another, including the satellite states, because the Soviet Union affected the satellite states as well, even though they seemed to be a little freer. When I went to the GDR in 1980, it was not as free as people thought it was. So I think that all those nations that have some trauma remaining from these occupations and what happened during these occupations, I mean, our families that were murdered and so on and whatever, they know what it means. And I think that they're very particular about working together, about making sure that they do have the defense, about creating a budget for their defense that's going to be as high as they possibly can go. And it does affect the overall economy of each country. These are not countries that have enormous economies or even a lot of, people there that are creating the economy and working hard and doing everything they need to do. Many of them have left those countries, but they're still working with what they have in order to make sure that they never get occupied again. It's more than just, when we look at it from the United States or even Germany at this point, or England, that have kind of gone beyond that point, secure in their security and treaties that they have. These are border countries. They see what's happening with Ukraine, and so they feel they have to absolutely create as many multilateral and bilateral partnerships that they can. They have to provide as much to their defense budget as they can, and they have to do everything possible to make sure that the rest of the world understands that this is not something that's going to go away, that it's a real threat. And I think the world is that now in 2022, but there were warnings about this way back in the early 2000s, starting there.
Yeah, it's definitely great points, and I think in terms of the U.S. definitely supports the Three Seas Initiative. I want to say, I forget the numbers, but I want to say around 200 million or a certain amount was sent in support of the Three Seas Initiative to help build that infrastructure up. I presume it's mainly I would say defense interest for the United States. In other words, the United States has a commitment already to defend those areas as part of the NATO alliance. It makes logical sense that having the ability to move stuff around more freely in those areas would help in terms of any type of defense commitments there. But that said, I mean, it helps everyone. It's a great initiative. I think it's something that will help the economies of this region, and any kind of multilateral cooperation, the Quad was what I was talking about before. It typically is going to be pretty positive. I just want to maybe stress that there is an existing security framework, of course, NATO, that all these countries were added to in the early 2000s, is I believe, they're participating in. They're definitely able to use that framework as security for security purposes, but there are these additional bonds being created in these multilateral organizations like the Three Seas Initiative that are quite interesting, as you pointed out, Afsar. Go ahead.
No, I'm pretty much done. I was just going to say that correct. NATO is very important, and it is the key defense partnership that we in the Baltics have. But there's always, and this is not really meant as a but, I think because I work so closely with the Baltics and with countries around them, there's this feeling of, yes, we're a part of NATO. Yes, we're doing everything we can, but we have to do as much as we possibly can, because what if the Russians decide to cross the Suwalki Gap and go into Kaliningrad and then split us off, and then maybe NATO won't come? There's quite a large number of citizens in Lithuania that actually are concerned about that when push comes to shove, is NATO actually going to be there? So leaders in those countries are very careful about maintaining the relationships and the partnerships, and providing as much help and cooperation as they can wherever they can, so that they're considered a really good partner, and when push does come to shove, that NATO will be there and no one needs to be concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And, they've done a great job throughout this crisis. They've been among the most vocal supporters in terms of their political support and material support to Ukraine. Obviously, there's, as you said, they're small countries. They're not, massive in terms of their budgets or their militaries, but the equipment they have provided. I mean, if you look at what Estonia has provided in terms of what they have, I mean, if the U.S. provided that much, I mean, this would be over. I mean, Ukraine would I mean, it would be crazy, right? So I mean, it's, as you said, they've definitely they take this threat very seriously. They understand the nature of it, and they understand that this is a once in a century opportunity to weaken, an aggressive imperial military power on their border that wants to conquer them, and they're going to help, right? They're going to do everything they can to help. So please go ahead, Esther.
No, thank you for letting me speak. That was all I had for now.
Thank you. So Anda's dealing with a cat, I think. So I'm on my own for a moment. I'm just gonna meet you there, Esther, just for audio quality purposes. So folks, I'll maybe take this opportunity, this brief lull, to let you folks know you're listening to the Maria Report. We are a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to bring you guys experts and interesting people to talk to. Today we had a crazy day. It was an absolutely crazy day. We had, of course, Ben's economist. I'm so sorry, I forget her name. I was asleep for it. I'm going to be honest, but I promote it. I'm a good lad. Ben's bringing more economists on, by the way. It's like something he's dedicated himself to. It's like his New Year's resolution or something. I'm going to get more economists on. So we look forward to it. I think Ben's doing a great job for us. And then we had an all-star panel. That's what I was busy with today. We had, of course, Malcolm Nance. We had James Vasquez. We had Rip Rawlings. We had, oh my God, I'm going to forget someone. Matthew Van Dyke. We had, it was just so many people. Delman, who did I forget?
Well, I mean, he wasn't meant to be a part of the panel, but he showed up. Kosa Gundy.
Yeah. Oh, right. That's right. Aiden. Aiden, of course, came as well. Yeah, Aiden, of course, a Marine in the Ukrainian army, hero, defender of MriyaReport, and all-around great guy. Very interesting. Cossack Gundi is his handle on Twitter, so please do check him out. And yeah, and Chuck Farah was there. So yeah, it was just a crazy all-star panel. Yeah, it was a very, very interesting time. So anyways, we do our best to bring you guys interesting people who have been to Ukraine, who are in Ukraine, who are experts on subjects that pertain to Ukraine. So please do retweet the space, let people know we exist. We're here to discuss what's going on in Ukraine 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Please, if you have any questions for our panel, finally Doman's here. He can answer questions a little better than me. I do my best, and of course Anna's great too. But Doman, of course, we both yield to the master when he comes up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and that'll bring you up, and you can ask any question you'd like. Of course, please do check out MriyaAid.org. It is a charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They're great. They're run completely by volunteers. That means there's no overhead costs or administrative costs. 100% of everything goes directly to procuring non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So, Anda, you are back, I see.
Yes, I'm back. I am back. Probably I will need to yield to Doman, just figuratively, because he's a gentleman and he doesn't expect a girl to actually do that. But yeah, I had a small administrative purring problem to attend to. We do what we need, right? So yeah. All right. We have talked about who was here on the panel. The question is, what's next? So to be fair and to be precise, the lady that Ben interviewed, her name is Rachel,
I'm not sure about how to spell her last name. Zimba. I don't know. I
think
hope
she's Estonian. She works in Estonia. Is that right on it?
she is at the cultures. So the Culture Center for American Security. A senior fellow.
Joseph, I think she's Polish Canadian, but I might be wrong.
Polish Canadian. Okay, sorry. I'm going to be quiet. Yeah, sorry, Anda. Please continue with your explanation.
Is no problem. And I wanted to mention that Domen will again had fun with Peter Doran. So we will hear today another story of freedom. Today's title is When Oil Goes to War. It's the first time when oil changed the modern battlefield, and he will explain everything to us today. For me, is it today for you, Joseph?
It's today for everyone.
Okay.
It is today for everyone. Doman's right.
It's today for everyone. So today, the 7th of January, we have Peter Doran at 5 p.m. in Kyiv, which is 10 a.m. Sorry, Eastern time, and 7 a.m. for you, Joseph, if you ever go up at that.
There's a 7 a.m. Anda?
Allegedly there is a 7 a.m. For everyone, including for you, but you just sleep through it. I'm always up. Every day I'm up at 7 a.m. I'm actually usually earlier than
You woke
that.
up at 4 a.m. today. Is that right, Anda?
Today it was like 3 a.m. when I wake
Yeah,
up.
I saw you on air at like your 3 a.m. or something, and I was like, what's going on? Go to sleep.
Yes, and then I went to sleep, and I slept so good that I actually left Charles alone for an hour and a half. So I will have to make it up to him tomorrow. I will have to come up with a very good story and to entertain him tomorrow to make it up, because it was not nice of me. But
Peter Doran's 7 a.m. on it. One day I'm gonna wake up for this, for Stories of Freedom. I'm gonna set my alarm. It's gonna go off. I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna listen, because no, Peter Doran is great. Every time he comes up and shares his new articles or discusses any matters that he wants to discuss in terms of what he's working on in DC or just in general. I think he's always got great information for us, and I really like his segments. They're great historical perspective that still gives us context to understand what's going on right now in Ukraine. Anda.
I actually can attest to that. He had a piece on Romania, and actually I was impressed with the level of his research and with the way he presented everything, taking into consideration context and being really nice, thorough, but nice in the way he presented everything. He talked about for Romania. He talked about our last king, and it's a great debate here in Romania. And I was kind of wary, to be completely fair. And he was great. He was awesome and fair, and I really he got extra points from me. So he already was
I already was really enjoying his segments and discussing about his intervention here in the space. At the beginning of the war, we discussed with him. I heard him here in the space about Montreux Convention and about Turkey and everything. So I heard him in the space early on, but I was kind of wary, when I heard he will talk about Romanian history, and he doesn't need them, but he got extra points from me for how he presented everything, and yeah, really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, I'm looking forward for this, and every time I have the opportunity to be here, be online, I try to participate or at least to listen to his stories. So if you be so kind to go to our Twitter account, MriyaReport, you will find there the tweet about Peter Doran is the second one from the top, and if you can tweet and retweet about it, it will bring more people to listen to his awesome stories of freedom, and I think it's a great thing to listen to. So enough praising Peter Doran for today.
Thank you, Anda. You know, gentlemen.
Nonsense. I'm sorry, nonsense. There's never enough praising Peter.
I know, right? I feel like Anda just did a great promo. I mean, now, Doman, contractually, now the promo's done, I'm allowed to go to bed. But Doman, I am curious. Do you have anything planned today for the Polish Leopard special?
I plan today at, what is this, in 5 hours from now, to be trying to listen to a press conference in Polish, and my God, is Polish difficult, as well as co-hosting at the same time. So that's my my special plan for today. In what is this, 5 hours from now? I will say, I need to say this. Tomorrow, Joseph, I need to promote this for tomorrow. Tomorrow at 1600 UTC, we will be joined by our usual bunch of Doolittle Air Wing folk, people who fly fixed wing, rotary wing, whether in full scale or 172. And as a special edition, they will be joined tomorrow, 1600 UTC, by General Jarmo Lindberg, previous Chief of Defense of Finland, formerly of the Finnish Air Force. So we're getting another general tomorrow, Joseph. We are, I swear, at 1600 UTC. Unless Finland gets attacked, because I think he's still in the reserves, because the Finnish generals are apparently in reserves until they die, or something. That's just the law, right? But
that's right. Pally came up to him today, and he was like, "Did you seriously get that guy?" And we were like, "Yep." And he was like, "Wow, that's like he used to be the commander of the Finnish Air Force." Go ahead, Domin.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
He was the commander of the whole Finnish army for 5 years.
He was the commander of the Finnish everything, because the Finnish military kind of is everything. To
Finnish armed forces.
Finnish defense forces. That's what they're called.
They call it army. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Anyway, he was the highest ranking officer in Finland for 5 years. That's clear to everyone. And I'm very excited for this, as is Axel, as you can hear from his voice, because who knows more about fighting off the Russians? Who spent more time thinking about fighting off the Russians than the commander of the Finnish military? And then, Joseph, at 1900 UTC, that's 2100 Kyiv, we will be joined once again by Thomas C. Tyner, the most popular guest ever to have visited the MriyaReport, if counting by Spotify podcast listens. And there is a lot for Thomas and CJ to discuss as they recline between two HIMARS. So I will suggest that, I don't know, it will only take about 9 to 12 hours for them to get through, something like that. I don't know how long it will take them, but last time was 5.5 hours. And the time before it was 4.5 hours. So we can only imagine. We can only imagine just how much there will be to say.
Domen, I think Thomas has a personal competition with himself. Each and every time he comes here, he tries to have a longer interview, but it's always it's so entertaining that I'm already upset, because every time it's kind of late, and if I have to co-host the next morning, I have to sleep, and if I sleep, I miss, and then everybody has talked about something that I don't know what's being talked about, and he has these great insights that everybody knows and I don't, and then I have to listen to the podcasts, which is entertaining, but if I have questions, I don't have who to answer, and then I pester Colby. So it's I pester who I have on the panel, and I'm very lucky to